Yo, you guys see me now? We back. We back. Okay, guys. Welcome to the stream. Today we're gonna play some TFT, some League of Legends, maybe some Lost Ark. It gives me a little heebie-jeebies to potentially play that game again. Some heebie-jeebies, man. Bum, 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 bum. L Arc. Oh god. I try CS2. I have no desire to play CS2. The only thing I think about CS2 is that I think it's a better investment. It was a better investment than the stock market if I had known CS2 was coming out. Aside from that, no idea. So you lost. I was told a high roll hard got accessory. Now you can't quit. Oh, that's how they get you, man. You're stuck. Actually, what are the lost arc classes? Oh, I heard this class is broken. They read a beat patch. It looks really good. I'm surprised they patched so much. The beat patch looks great. Martial artist, striker, scrapper. Did they ever buff scrapper? I feel like that was a really fun class. Artillerist is so fun. Machinist? Oh, okay. Oh, there were no sorks when I played. I felt so bad because there were no sorks. Here's a new legendary skin.
Bow your head or lose it.
I want to play sorceress. You know, the one thing that sucked is when they released like they never released the sorceress class initially for Lost Ark, because that was the class I wanted to play. Oh, scroll down, not the video. This? That like interesting. What are these? Oh my god. It's a Cho angle. Alright, I'll look at this later. Are you in the Worlds this year? There's a high chance I'll be at Worlds this year. A very high chance.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Didn't Cho get nerfed again? It's the B patch is not out yet, right? It's out later? Is it out now? We'll see. How much mana does he have? He doesn't have 100 mana. It's not out. Hell no, it's not out yet. I think it's out tomorrow. Dude, you guys are literally trying to scare me. Let's go. I don't like that one. Okay, that one looks like it sucks, but it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. Guy has bruiser spot, but he leveled. Great. Wait, do you think I could ever slam Warmogs here? I think I have to, right? Oh, I don't have to slam here. I think I win this automatically. Okay. There is a Zon spat that is very interesting, but then I have to play 4 Zon. Oh, I did not win here. What the hell? I do win here. I really need to make 10 here, so like winning here means a lot. I was so scared I fucking didn't slam.
Your enemies close and me close.
Okay, what? What if I just slam? What if I just slam Warmogs? Okay, what if I just slam? It means I won't have redemption, which is a really big deal. But it means I can just go for declaw off carousel, which is pretty good big deal. Fuck, I shouldn't have slammed. Guys, who told me to slam? Who told me to slam? All right, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, the problem right now is I feel like you really need Bramble in the current meta because a lot of people are playing Vanquishers, and the difference between your unit will not live if it does not have Bramble. Like, it is crazy. Okay, wait. If I'm, dude, you know, I talked to Abe last night about Lost Ark, and he was like, "Oh, we're still looking for a couple players. You know, we still have a DPS spot open if you're interested." I was like, "Oh, fuck, man. Like, that does sound like a good spot." And there's a couple classes that are really good. I mean, I would play Sorceress or Soulfist because I think Soulfist is so funny. I would like to request for like a redo every time I miss my opener. Rollerblader, welcome back for 91 months. Thanks for subbing. Is Sork fun? Because I know Arcanist was the original thing, right? But it was not that fun, if I remember correctly. Like, I think it wasn't that good, right? Wait, was Arcanist the new one or Sork the new one? Arcanist is the new one, right? Wait, so is wait, what's the other one? Is it called Arc? Am I crazy? Oh, Arcanist is cards. Oh. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm thinking something else. Wait, what's an Aeromancer? Is that a it's the wind one, right? You have an umbrella? Oh, okay. Do I ever just put this in and just say fuck Shurima? Oh, it's a support class? Oh, I'm good. Just say less. Say, I don't really, say less. That's a DPS? Well, I care more about the fun factor. I really enjoyed the class. I enjoyed Soul Fist, but I had no gear for it, so it was really bad. But I really enjoyed it. This guy has the Fari too. Don't this strike me runes? Oh no.
I miss the darkness of the void.
All I know is I might be playing with Shroud's group, and Shroud's group already has a Slayer. Shroud's a Slayer, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm probably not playing. It's Slayer. Slayer looks fun. Slayer looks good. So probably not that. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a spat. Not that I needed one. I really feel like I can't even use a spat here. Oh, perfect, perfect. Perfect. I go Bramble next. It's so good. Okay, that's good. Okay, I'm just really curious. What is it? Oh, I'm probably just playing Loco then. Okay. Nothing inspiring, I think.
They will feel pain they've never imagined. I will tear the world asunder.
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
Another roll to 30 at least. I'm like kind of close now. One more? Are we talking about Blade and Soul? No. No one's talking about Blade and Soul. No one ever will be talking about. You know who actually unironically likes that game? Yujin. She asked me to play, and I was like, I had to ask her. I was like, all right, first of all, are you being serious right now? Like, for real? Swear on your mother's life. And she's like, no, I'm serious. Oh, that's cool. Wait, I have 40 gold. This is the best show angle I've had. Hell yeah, baby. The Iron Man class? Okay, I'm not gonna play that just because Sean might play and he said he's gonna play that. But is it the class literally just like you turn into fucking Super Saiyan? Is Scarra give in the Lost Ark? No, I'm not playing. Yet. Guys, level 7, 50 gold. Is everyone gonna lose the game off this guy? Like if I were going to play Lost Ark, and that's a big if it were to happen, then I would probably just play for Jumpstart and never touch it again. Does Cho suck now? I'm surprised I lost 5. What the fuck? DB raised play of Aphelios. I still feel like I thought the Aphelios one wasn't that good. Does not have anything. This is the Aphelios. It's fine. I have my BIS. Hopefully I'll start getting some stuff now. Yeah, I think Bramble's the best defensive item in the game right now. Because yeah, this better not be a fucking best, man. I wasn't able to check it. This game sucks. This game fucking blows, dude. Pretty sure this goes into Sunfire and it's fine. How's Val in the meta? I mean, it's just good on certain units. Wow, he got a fucking Virtue? Wait, that's pretty darn good. Fine, I'm dedicating my Bruiser here. And now that I have a Bramble, I think it's like I do so much better. Val is good on Jarvan and good on like units that want to cast early. It's just overall a above average item that you would slam early because it gives you a lot of good starting mana. Good on stuff like Sedge, good on stuff, great on Jarvan. Good on like that, especially if you're playing Talia. I guess where do I even go? I think I'm supposed to play Silco for sure, right? I mean, I don't have to, but it would be a waste of my time otherwise. Pretty viral is Robo Arm. It's not viral. I already checked. Who's the other bruiser player? This guy? Okay, so he's just playing Vanquishers with a Sedge. I mean, that's interesting. I kind of like that.
Finest.
What was it? Oh. A few Rek'Sai items, I guess. Oh God, I actually don't know. you don't um oh. I said, oh, do I want to stack Rek'Sai, man?
A Noxian always rises to the top.
Smash the button here.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
I need to go for tier here. I'm gonna sell this eventually. The biggest question is me hitting a sedge here is gonna kind of be hard. I'm still kind of a Rek'Sai hater. I'm not gonna lie. I know a lot of people are big on Rek'Sai, and I'm not big on Rek'Sai, but I'll probably reroll an 8 here and not go 9. I couldn't kill this unit? Are you fucking kidding me? They did buffer, yes.
Who needs a beat down?
Maybe I roll at 7? Magic Pen. I need a lot of things, man. But Magic Pen would be nice in this lobby. I mean, I definitely want to go 8 before I roll here. Well, so maybe rolling at 7 to get Rek'Sai 2 is really good. Wow, I lost this guy? No way. Maybe I need to roll at 7. Holy fuck. The losses I am incurring do not seem very legal. It is a 6 bruiser diff for sure. But I thought I could just I guess I can just roll at 50 for a bit. I'm gonna sell, like, this definitely needs to go to Soko. I moved this to something else. Look, I kind of wanted to go at 8 so I can go for something. This does not have to be Soko. I can literally play anything.
The void has breached this place. Fear the void's sting.
Shurima is where all paths converge. I miss the darkness of the void.
No way, man. Oh my god. I was not paying attention. Did not know that guy hit. I'm gonna bot for this lobby? That seems so illegal. Thank God. I mean, I feel like Locket's one of the best ones I can get, right? Everyone here gets like armor MR is a great stat to put. I don't really get that much on Cho. How many stacks is he on? 960? It's not bad. I just need to get 6. I am gonna go 8 now. Hit Cho 3. Yeah, I guess I really needed 6 booster this now, but like, do a roll for Rex at 3. I want to, but I feel like, oh shit. I mean, I can just not go 8. I feel like it's bad. Like I should just go 8. I'm too far away. I'm playing the far away on.
I will rule the Freljord.
I want to record this. I would love to get mana gen on this character, but I think I need shift more than anything else. Oh, I'm dead.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save. About time I got my hands dirty.
I don't know if this is actually even good. It skills up resist, right?
Let the monster out.
Wow. I 8th place this game. Huh. Wow. Okay. That is surprising. Cho feels a lot weaker. Troller played a mobile for 91 months. Jared, thanks. Oh, wait, hold on. Thanks for converting your sub. Har har har. Welcome back for 34 months. And Kaido 15. Thanks for sub on the stream. That was interesting. That was so weird. I definitely have had worse boards playing Cho, but I guess he's just a lot worse without. I didn't also didn't have redemption. That felt really bad. They just repatched him, yeah, but not that game. It That was bleh. Have a good stream. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just surprised I needed to roll that game. It felt like I didn't do any. It's just because my backline had no items. I only had items for frontline. I should have just rolled for fucking Rexa, I guess. Just not go eights. I think with my items, I needed to do it. We patch out at 2. I mean, it wasn't out that game. What? I thought what about. Oh, high items are terrible. Dude, every day I use Twitter, I just see it slowly dying. And I'm just like, I feel so bad. Because I just like Twitter and I'm just like, fuck, man. Like it's like when you can see the inevitable train wreck, but you can't look away. Like, I don't even know what's to happen when one day it just like dies, you know? I don't use IG. No one uses Thread. It's like yeah.
Carnage. For the darkness.
You be able to tell when Cho'Gath's patched, by the way, or when the patch is live, because you can look at Cho mana. If it's not 100, then it's not patched. The patch isn't in yet. Try Ixtal. I want to try Ixtal every game. The problem is not whether or not I want to try it. The problem is that I can't try it. It's just something that like you don't get every game. Also, there's 3 Invoker players every game for no fucking reason. I swear to God.
I am here to test souls.
Oh. I feel like I'm gonna get contested.
This is very exciting.
Can't really upgrade this without keeping me fun. So I actually need. So do I need to play Demacia with this comp? I guess you get Radiance thing, right? And that's really good. So I guess I need to. Yeah, Radiant Redemption is pretty fucking good.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
How do I, which 3 do I put in? The easiest is always probably gonna be Poppy plus 1. It's probably, I don't go Slayers, right? I don't think so. Probably Poppy Jarvan or Poppy whatever, and then I just play the standard Invoker board. All right, what am I supposed to put on Galio here though? He scales off. Is it just raw health? Oh my god, I just go Warmog.
You always fight so poorly.
I'm down for double Warmogs, but I feel like without like, can you even play the game without Bramble right now? I didn't look around like, that doesn't look right. Warmogs don't play? Yeah, it's probably something like that. Oh, what if I get Radiant Stone Play? Okay, fuck off, man. Oh, a support item. Does support item give you health? Oh, but like all support items are pretty bad for me, I think. I think support's bad because you're not gonna have a lot of. Oh, maybe you will have a lot of fun with this game. Give me the mystery box. Hey, that's me. It's the box. What's in the box? Could be a Radiant Warmog. It was items. Oh. Okay. I mean, like. Bro, I didn't get a Warmogs here. Probably just go for Shiv here.
I carry my family with me.
I thought I would get more Galleons. Oh, so there's someone playing Rift Block, which is really good, and someone rerolling Rogues, which is really good. And someone rerolling Samira, I think, which is really good. And someone rerolling Ionia. Oh, dude, everyone is just playing exactly what I need them to play. Perfect. Perfect.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
This is definitely a level. Like, yeah.
I am here to test souls.
You know, I've been thinking if RFC is overrated with Mordekaiser. I think RFC is only good if you have a lot of RFCs. If you don't have, it's like, I don't know, man. I'm like trying to figure out if, oh, hold on, do I want any of these? Not this. The Derek is really juicy, actually. Bro, what are these items? I just fucking, what are these items, man? Please.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Yeah, I feel like RFC is really hella overrated. And I think, yeah, I think it's really interesting. I was looking at some stats because this said I'm a stat whore apparently. And it looks very interesting. Build RFC at all? I think RFC is only good if you build more than one. Like the one extra range is not very relevant. So you either build 2 or just none. I think he has better items. I don't know. I'm not recomming this board, man. I'm not reaching level 9. Okay, real talk. Doesn't healing orb suck ass? I think I just go for branching out and pray to God. Oh! Oh!
Guess we're fighting.
Oh, we're cooking. Push that sucks? Nah, it's good. You need to play a lot to beat Gargoyle. Okay, well, look at my items, man. You think I'm gonna get the fucking Gargoyle in time? Hell no. I'll fucking be dead by the time I hit Gargoyle. I don't think I even played these, right? I don't think I played this either. I think you're just happy with 4, unfortunately. And you can't play better.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Bash is only 90. Yeah, but it's like, realistically, are you gonna be able to get better? Probably not.
And action!
Can I comfortably hit 4?
I carry my family with me.
And Ixtal and Poppy.
Where will they go from here?
Please tell me that. Oh, I guess there is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't beat it, actually. Which kind of sucks because I feel like Ixtal is pretty good if it's frontline middle for Galio. But I mean, what am I gonna do? Okay, off stream, I know you guys are gonna say, "Wow, you play off stream?" Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Off stream, I played a game where I got the Rise that does damage based on gold. I won the game with 1-star frontline and 150 gold. And it was the most broken thing I've ever played. I was just like, there's no fucking way this is balanced. There's a cap. No, it just goes infinitely. So I had Rise 2 with Death Cap, LDP, it's 6 Invoker, and I literally just killed everyone with, I had like 1-star Tarek, fucking like 1-star Shen, 1-star Cassante. Did not even fucking matter. You roll, you be as strong? No, I was gonna be weaker for sure. Dude, I need to get stronger. There's no Galio, which is like, my front line is just terrible. There we go.
I love Demacia.
Number one thing about TFT is as soon as you complain, I skip the karma. As soon as you complain, I fuck me, man. This is supposed to be karma. Then you get the unit. Pretty sure I've never put in this unit. Can't believe you saw Galio. Yeah, I had so much gold this game too, right? I feel like I had a lot of gold this game.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna do it, but there's like this weird thing where if I hit a certain amount of items here, then I might not do it. So I decided to just read a little bit, just because. What if I just don't play Demacia? Is that bad?
A new journey.
Radiant Redemption is OP with Targan though. It's very OP. Super OP.
Anoxian always rises to the top.
There's no way I have like one frontline item total, man. Okay, it's fine.
I carry my family with me.
For Targon.
The ship is great.
Keep your enemies close.
Okay, I'm not gonna, I need Tarek too. Or not Tarek too,
But Targon
like this 2-star. At the very least, right?
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Guys, I fucking need my units.
Always fight so poorly.
Even without Cassia 3, it's fine. Not this. Oh, that actually makes Bastion super good. Okay, can I please get out? Thank God, man. Oh, I need a roll for. Not play Ionian. Why would I play Ionian? It'd only be at 8 if I get to Ari, but I don't think I'm getting to Ari. I think I'm supposed to level and not go for Gallia 3. But if I think I might do that, it's just really boring. There's a good chance I am not playing Demacia this game, by the way. I think I'm supposed to sell these. Now that I think about it, that's just Shen. I just play 4 Evoker. Yeah, that's fine. Never, well, I thought I was going to use these, but I actually don't.
I love Demacia. It's the only place.
This spot sucks, by the way. This gets replaced by Shen. And then I roll, but I can't roll. Like, if I can get one more Gallia, I'm down to 0 it. Probably for the mod. I'm telling you, I can't put in the Mossy till 8. It's not gonna happen, right? Or 7? I'd have to I'd have to replace this. Nico. Oh, I guess I could replace Nico. I don't know. Nico's just such a good unit. Fuck. Placing with Poppy kind of feels bad. How much AP does he even have now? Come back? Yeah, I hope so. Bachelor does not seem good. I think I need rerolls. Yeah, the problem is, God, KVM Nico seems really good. Unless that, even for Poppy, feels kind of bad. But getting Morning Light with branching out feels great. I have to roll for Gallia 3. If I look at Gallia 3, this game just sucks.
As Ionia changes, so must I. Now we prove our courage.
I love Demacia.
Walling, I guess.
It's the only place I've been.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Am I going to be able to make it a Gallia 3 and then also go back to hit level
Yes, we're
9?
fighting.
I don't fucking know, man. Feels like a no Soraka game, I think.
Yes, we're fighting.
Every step, a new journey.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Dude, I had so much gold, man, and I didn't fucking hit. It's such so illegal, man. I'm uncontested fucking. Oh. Wait. I can't want this one though. Honestly, if I hit Tarek 3, Gallia 3, I might be in a decent spot.
A loss! For Targon.
I hit Tarek 3 before I hit Gallia 3 at 6, man. And oh, there's so many Shen, man.
Whammo!
Every step, a new journey. As Ionia changes, so must I.
Probably should have given this to Sarah.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
It's not adaptive on Galio? No, because I'm trying to get to level 7 so I can fucking play a radiant item on Galio, but it doesn't look like that's happening. Well, the Riftwalker went 9. Alright, and then now it's just fucking Doom. I have a Piltover player in my pool. I have a Fjord 2 Kaisa 2 Jarvan player in my pool. I can't even tell if this comp works when I get 0 frontline items. I got like 6, 7 backline items in a row. Oh, it feels so bad, man. Should I perma slow Ash reroll? It's just Ash reroll, bro. Don't add random words to it. Oh, I can't get radiant until next round. That is so, it's so fucking new, man. I don't want to hit this guy. Give me, I don't want to hit that guy. Give me this guy. Give me this guy. Oh, the first place player, not the 30 stack built over player. Cool. 30 stack built over player. Nice.
Become what they fear.
Lost 200 LP in the name of fun so far. I played Earth today, yesterday. I lost infinite LP. Play some ads. Earth is only good when a lot of the verticals are fun or good. Right now, it does not seem like that's the case. One second, guys. Hmm. All right, real quick. While I'm trying to sort out. I have a date for my sushi stream. It is next month on the 2nd. I'm trying to sort out right now who's going. I've confirmed one person, but it'll be a group of people, and you guys will get to choose sushi for us. and we can't eat anything else. So it's confirmed. It's the second of that. I'm trying to figure out who's going right now. What sushi do you hate? You will have the option of, I think, half the menu, because I didn't want to put too much stuff, but there'll be like 20 things, and some of them are like disgusting, like things I do not want to eat. Second of October, second of October. Anything spicy? I mean, natto. If there's natto, I'm gonna puke. Try Wild Horse. I did twice. Was very eh. You like, people who eat it told me you had to drink while eating it, and it's good, but like it's just not that great. Wait, what do you mean ham is not even the same city, man?
The Iceborne rule, my lord.
Guilty.
You know, the comp I've been kind of enjoying is the Quinn, but like it's very like, sometimes it just sucks. I guess is my best way of phrasing it.
I am here to test souls.
Sounds ice. Okay.
Guess we're fighting. And don't come back!
Okay, I have Demacia slash. I will always take branching out. Always.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
I should probably bash in the fucking Shogath, but it's fine. Do you Boxbox ever play TFT together? Not really.
Righteous glory.
Oh fuck. Okay, how important is this Tarek if I'm playing I feel like it's kind of important. This is
I may
probably
be
better than
merciful,
this already.
But Targon isn't.
Dude, I still don't know what I'm playing. Like, I look at my items, I'm like, oh, okay. I kind of want to rotate this into Quinn Slayers, but then it's really, the front line becomes really awkward because you kind of want to play 4 then. It means it kind of, I sit.
This is very exciting.
What happened at Duo TFT, the problem with Duo TFT is no one takes it seriously, which makes it so that no one takes it seriously. It's kind of like Flex Q in League of Legends, where no one takes it seriously, and because no one takes it seriously, no one takes it seriously.
Out of my way!
You feel me? Bash to the Philios. I have a redemption. Can you do it with only 4? Stork's not bad. Don't get 5 belts. Do not get 5 belts. I'm pretty sure it's the Galio pair here. I don't know. I kind of want to turn this into Slayers. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of feel. Oh my god. Maybe I don't want to turn it into Slayers, man. Maybe I'm not that guy.
I may be merciful,
Characters,
but Targon isn't.
Guilty.
Do I really keep? Okay, it's like a dream in my head that I'm gonna play Kale and get level 9 and get 2 Slayer spats and shit. But realistically, like, you're never fucking restarting Kale. It's fucking impossible to restart, right? Okay, I feel like 8 Bastion is like the dream. Like, if I can get 8 Bastion, like, I can just play anything behind it. If I get 8 Bastion, I would just play Aphelios, pretty sure. But I would need Rage Blade more than anything else. Do I win this or do I lose this? That is a good question. I win this. We win those. Is a Bastion plus like anything? Ari, anything. At 8 Bastion, you can run any backline. It's something that kills. Wait a second. Is this not a perfect? Is this not a perfect game for Quinn? It's a Quinn game. Ignore the fact that I have no Quins. Okay, it's a Quinn game.
Every step, a new
Realistically, it's probably a I just level for Soraka game. This feels like I play Bastion and anything backline, and it's not a Slayer Quinn game, even though I really desperately want it to be. Okay. Is it weird that I feel like you have my bow is pretty good for Slayers? Is it weird I'm still talking about Slayers when there's a big chance I'm not gonna play Slayers?
They will go no further.
Ugh, this
Okay.
place could use some reshaping.
Is it weird that I feel like it's kind of gonna be kind of hard to? Yeah, Slayer Plus One is not playing, which is really good. Can I just get a Quinn so I can get rid of my fucking? I guess I don't even really want to get rid of my Poppy. I just want a Quinn. Oh shit, I got early Jarvan. Oh shit, I got early Jarvan. Okay, I am just gonna commit for it. And if this is a bad idea, well then it's a bad idea. carry Soraka woke right here. Before over Alawi, because one of those things is a bastion. One of those things is not a bastion. Playing 5 Demacia 4 Slayer variant. That's what it looks like. I could just go. I took everything that I wanted to go. This is good. Frontline item and or board item. Good. Are you more Gallius than last game? That is very sadly true. Graves Kiana, okay.
You always fight so poorly.
Guys, I haven't seen the Quinn yet. My entire strategy revolves around the Quinn. Like, if a Quinn does not exist, I do not exist. Okay, I think hold this.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
What's the plan from here? Well, if I drop a bow, I could just go Bastion plus 6 Bastion Aphelios. But I really only wanted to go Aphelios Bastion if I hit Bastion or Morning Light here. If I didn't hit it, I kind of just want to go
Guilty.
like realistically here, right? You would do something like, oh, let me do this in case I get some Slayer bullshit. You would do something like, if let's say I hit Bastion here, I would then just immediately fucking slam Rageblade here and just play Aphelios, because I think that's the best out here. Unfortunately, I'm in a weird spot where I can't really do that, or I can, but it's awkward. And so I'm gonna wait one round and see what happens. Also, having 2 tiers here I think is illegal, and I need to get rid of one. I'm down to just reforge one here, I think. That is amazing. A lot of it is gonna depend on how my augment looks next round. I don't really have a preference. Oh, I prefer to play Quinn, but if I don't see like a good augment for it, I'm just gonna switch. I don't feel like Aphelios is that good, but I mean, fuck it, you know, how bad could it be? I feel like Aphelios really wants Gunblade over Last Whisper here, but I can't really do anything about that. Targon means I should go Aphelios. But Golden Ticket means I could probably still go Quinn. Okay, I'm gonna go Quinn.
Demacia is counting on us.
We have successfully found the Quinn, by
I
the way.
shall go.
Massive dub. Quinn is gone, obtained, and now I need to find all right, this needs to leave, right? Wait, how the fuck do I fit in 4 Slayers? Oh, I can't. Oh, I would have to sell something. Oh, I see my problem. I can play if I want to play 5, I'm forced to play. I can't do it. I guess I could just play down 2. No problem.
But I'll never forget Ione.
I got a lot of golden ticket rolls there.
Every soul shall serve.
It sure sucked if I couldn't hit Quinn only at 7. That would be unfortunate. Okay, I am gonna just throw this shit here because for sure I'm going to not use this. This has been the worst game ever. I should have just went Aphelios, man, with Targon. My bad. This game sucked. I didn't get anything that I wanted here. Fuck. I'm gonna try to play Mordekaiser without any RFC and see how it feels. Is Fiora nerfed too much? Oh, no. Fiora is OP.
I command you to die.
It was hard code. Holy fuck. I did not realize. Holy moly. I've only heard this song on TikTok. What the fuck? This is a real song?
Demacia is counting on us.
Demacia is counting on us.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Out of my way!
Okay. I think I should masterwork upgrade a Quinn. I'm assuming it's Quinn or Jarvan. I'm trying to feel like which one is it. How much damage is Radiant Eye? It's a fuckload of damage, right?
Now!
Every soul shall serve.
Okay. Okay. You can't tell me I don't have enough damage items like Quinn. 125, 65, and fucking billion crit. I have so much crit goes over to 100. We're saying 7 till I 3-star something.
Eternal servitude.
I think I need it. Okay. I mean, my units and my items are okay. I feel pretty good. Quinn. Okay. Quinn, I'm gonna need you to work a little bit harder, buddy. Oh my god, that's what I'm talking about, Quinn. No difference in raw stats? Okay, yeah, but between the two, really? Yeah, Radiant IA sounds cooler. Agreed. Is it? Did I low roll this game? I think I just rolled this game. I didn't even low roll this game. What? So it's like 40 armor MR. Oh my god, wait. I almost one-shot this guy's ass. Bro, no, man. Where's my Quinn 3? I don't get it. This... oh, man. Quinn? Oh, there we go. Okay. We are rolling to 0 every fucking round now. I don't really want this. I'm literally gonna sell this. I can't even hit, man.
Right to glory.
Fuck, man. I don't. Oh, the problem is rogues just GA your fucking one shot, man. That's not fair. Oh. Oh, but I need to go up the level on the level to actually hit this.
Demacia is counting on us.
I never hold back.
Set sail!
Please, 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 please.
Now!
Oh my god. Okay. 412 AD. When she ulties, here we go. Watch this. Oh. Dead. Okay, but she crit for 3k. That was kind of cool, right? That was kind of poggers, right? Oh my god, I'm gonna play some. I bet like, oh. Only one shots backline. No, it's because there's 4 on the front lines. She hit front line first. One person had Bramble, so it lived. And then instead of splitting this way on backline, it split like this on just Ash. Oh, fuck. It's okay. In York 43 woke for 20 months. It's weird because it feels like if my front line doesn't have Bramble, I cannot play the game right now. Because the Ionian, like the first hit of like the Vanquisher, nuke just insta kills my front line. I don't know. TV must say welcome back for 48 months. Thank you for always having amazing gameplay. Here's to year 4 with you. Here's to year 4. Thank you so much for the support. Docket Star 3 welcome back for 11 months. This game will go better. Yeah, no, for sure. For sure.
The void will drown you all.
She for sure could have hit more. I think it snapshots on that, so it did not work. But I know what you mean. Also, is Bilge good? Am I stupid for wanting to play Bilge? I feel like I'm stupid. But I really think you only play Bilge is one of those things where like you really want the +1. You really want the +1. Like, okay, so ideally if I wanted Bilge, I'd put something like this in, right? This. And then you would have a chance of getting Gunner, multicast, or Gunner, Sork, Bilge Water, Piltover. One of the 5. And whatever happens, those are all really great ones to get.
I am here to test souls.
So strange, we scream.
Because you can't get multicaster. So if I Earth here and I click, I don't want Sork. That's a Q1. And I click Bilge. Bastion. What the fucking Ixtal this round? Shit. I hate it. But maybe I'll try Bastion again. But this time not like briefing.
This is very exciting.
External was kind of interesting, but nope. I'm 3 Vanquisher. I'm not playing Vanquishers this set unless it's part of build, just because it's too boring. Too many people are playing it, not interested. Do I play 4 Gunner, 4 Bastion, or is it Targun Bastion? That is a good question, which I will figure out later, I guess. I feel like if I'm playing Bastion, I really need Gunblade. Like the value of Gunblade increases with Bastion by a lot. But then again, maybe I just need damage because it's like I only have 1 damage for it kind of deal. Also, I need music. That's what I really need. Give me a sec. Dude, I'm okay. So I'm getting people to do the sushi stuff, right? But like, and everyone starts with "I'm down," and then I say the twist, and they're like, it's like a Why aren't they responding anymore? Hello? Hello? Oh hell yeah! You already know. I gotta take this. What was a twist? You guys get to choose the sushi. We will have no choice of the sushi we eat. Except for maybe at the very, very end, I might be like, oh, sure. But yeah. I have a list of 20 sushi, which I think is a pretty good amount. I don't want to give you guys too many options. It's kind of weird. 20 sushi, which is a pretty good amount of sushi.
This is very exciting.
I think I have to hold on to this, right? Fuck, do I have to? The reason I took this is because I don't really have another, like the weird part about this comp is you really don't have many things you want. It's like frontline items. Like I want a Sunfire, I want like a Bramble or some shit, but that's it. And realistically, like all I care about is like eventually there's an even shroud somewhere, I guess. You're a mackerel. Oh, mackerel. I think I tried it in Japan and it was fucking amazing. But outside of Japan, I would not consider it one. You're like, it's really, I don't go to stores. I'm like, damn, I want the mackerel. But in Japan, there was like this store where a bunch of like salarymen were eating at, and everyone was eating the mackerel and like fish and stuff. I'm like, oh, I gotta have some, you know? And I did. It was great. Oh man, did you see that? It gave me nothing. I got scammed, man. The fuck?
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Yeah, I got fish right there. Literally relevant. It's okay. The goal here is to get a fawn. Because I don't know what else this could be. Like, I don't really have a desire for this to be anything else. Maybe I could go into like Piltover. I could do Bilge Water, actually. And but if it's Bilge Water, that'd be weird. Oh my fucking god. I don't get a... Oh, I don't have enough. Honestly, I'm not even kidding. Oh. Lucky Gloves is really interesting. Because I don't really need any more items. I'm done with my items already. Maybe just be from my items. Let's do this. This looks more interesting.
Guess we're fighting.
Oh, I made a mistake. Mistakes have been made. It is attack speed and armor MR.
Shiny as gold, but silver's still pretty awesome.
It sucks because you can't really move it that much. And your carry's forced this position here to get fucking Jarvans. Oh, I'm not a huge fan of it. And you have to have stuff around it, so you're forced to get Jarvans. It's like, ugh.
That is quality pay-per-view.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Okay. This sucks. How did I end up? Oh, I really wish I got Bastion +1. Like, that's what I'm hoping for. Bastion +1 would have been sick here. I'm hoping, because double Bastion allows you to do like really fucking cool things where you don't need much frontline. Whatever, man. Fuck it. Is V patch out? Hold up. Let me go double check. Cho'Gath mana? Nope, not out in my game yet. What really? Oh, this could have been so good. I think Redemption is great. You're like super great. I would say even maybe necessary here. And I would also say it's either Redemption or Sunfire. I think I go Redemption first, and then because if there's an odd chance I hit Heimer here, it like I can cover for it. Oh hell yeah, baby.
Water to me.
I think full damage is gonna carry that here. Okay, I got another one. Wait, I'm high rolling.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
You cannot hide!
Defy lust and taste your own blood.
I don't know if I really want this one. Just gonna toss this.
Fear the ocean's weight.
Okay, what else would I want? I need to reforge something. This guy hit Cho 3, Casio 3, Bruiser Spat, Vel'Koz 2, 50 gold level 6. Oh, okay. That guy may be a little strong.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Justice will be served.
Guess we're
So they're pressed by nerfs to Double Trouble? Bro, Double Trouble is so broken. The only fun part about Double Trouble is you're able to play multicasters. You're able to play some fun comps, I will admit. This guy. All right, hold on. I need to get rid of this, I think. I'm that top TF multicast. Oh my god, you're a TF player. You're a beast. Oh, that is not good. Okay, I'm pretty sure I keep rolling. Wow, that was a crazy hit. Wow, that's a crazy hit. Okay, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna go for even shroud optic here. So fine. Do I not do enough damage? This probably. Also, I need to get Nico to whatever too, so I just need to roll that more. I think as long as I get that and I get GP, it should be fine. I feel like I would never do this comp without +2 Bastion though. This is the comp where I usually am like, all right, I go 8 Bastion and I put all my units are just Bastion and I level 8, which seems a lot better because then you're getting 280 armor MR, right?
Demacia, now and forever. Demacia, now and forever. From the shadows. For Targon.
I even get anything here. Nico, I don't think I can hit him here. Your bulk value, yep. He jumps to that unit. Really? I think I is such a bad item, man. I would need 4 to have it, but it just slammed it because it was the only thing I had. Bro, I wish I didn't get these. I wish I got like Locket or something, man. Zephyr is so hard to put on this. Wait, why did I? Oh my god, he's got Ixtal in. What the fuck? I was just like, how the fuck did I not kill this unit? What's happened? Okay. Well, I did not die on stage 4. That's a dub. Honestly, that's a big dub. Like, what do I even put in here next level? It was gonna be Ari, but if I had blue buff, that would be the best. So work on puppy, it does, which is why I took it. because it's free thing for this. I think I'm just supposed to put Juggernaut, honestly.
To make a life of death, you do what you have to, brother.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along. About time I got my hands dirty.
Shurima is not of this time. I bring death.
For Piltover. Become what they fear. Survive. Fight.
Oh my god, I got a fucking spawn. It's actually a dub. I'm actually pretty sure it's. I played Forgotten here.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
Can I play 8 Bastion? No, I can't. Oh, I can. Fuck. Actually, 8 Bastion. Is this not the biggest bait ever? I'm at 3 gold. Yeah, but what if? Ooh. No, I'm not. I need a save goal for 8 Bastion. I'm pretty sure. I think if I get 8 Bastion this, it becomes really good.
About time I got my hands dirty.
I am Duncan. Your gods fear me. Shurima is not of this time.
What the? This game sucks. This game sucks. What did we learn this game? You know what we learned? I fucking blows and never buy that item unless you're 6 gunner. And I don't know, man. This game sucks. Jump should you welcome back for 88 months. Thank you so much for resub. We'll play some ads. Man. Oh. I'm down 200 LP in 2 days. I swear to God, Earth is just. How is Earth not fun? How's Earth not giving me the fun? I was imagining I'd play Earth and the fun would just be, I'd just be spiked with fun. But I'm not getting the fun. You know? Like, I'm trying to play clean. Don't play, I'm not getting 10 gold. I don't know. I'm not loose streaking to play challengers at 7. I'm trying to play some random stuff, but it's just like I get getting fucking owned, man. You know, the only first I got in this patch was a Noxus first, and I did not feel. I felt so dirty playing that game. Like I did not feel clean. I felt like I needed to take a shower after that one. Damn, I'd fawn Bastion spat. I think you can only play with double Bastion.
Now that
Okay.
is what I want to see. Let's start the show.
Oh, this does not look good. I do not really want to play this, but I might have to. I'm willing to sell the Ash here for double build for fun.
I am here to test
I found Bilge. What's Ixtal? Okay, it's not the health stacking one, so I'm not as enthused. But okay, cool. I put in some Bilge. Bilge Gunner. Okay. And so this Piltover, there's some random stuff. Like maybe if it's this, I'll put in Invoker, and I hope I just don't get Rogue. Right? Rogue is the only one where I'm like, eh. Gunner's okay. Piltover is great.
Watch this. I carry my family with me.
Okay, here we go. Oh, that was good. I literally sure. All right, guys, we're going for the Giga cash out. The ginormous Giga cash out. Okay. I really hope someone isn't open here, because that would be very depressing. If you're gonna be open on a 5-item opener, I would be very sad. I would be exceptionally sad if someone opened here. Idealism with 2 Hodges and he has Aaron Mount. Wait, is this guy not gonna go crazy this game? Okay, so I Piltover +1. What sucks here is I can no longer get Piltover Heart next stage. So I have to hope for like, I don't fucking know, Ancient Archives, the prismatic one, for me to do it. But that would be sick, because they just buffed 6 Piltover, right? Oh, this guy had 6 Chos. What the fuck? And Rejuvenating Flame. Do you know what this reads? This just reads allies gain 8% of their max health every 5 seconds. He's not even gonna play an Ixtal this game, I don't think. He's just gonna use it just for the buff.
Darkness.
So what are we looking for? We're looking for a nice little...
This is very exciting.
Can I do this? I'm very scared of this player. I feel like I'm just gonna get grief. He's gonna sell his board. And if that happens, I'm gonna be very sad.
Okay.
Oh, that is definitely happening. Oh yeah. Able to get dedication next augment. Oh, I can actually. That is true. I can go dedication. Okay, so here's the problem. I have. Oh my god, man. This guy is gonna make it so hard for me. Oh no, man. Uh, why is this guy even pretending? I can't even sell. I just have to hope I don't hit the guy. That guy sold in a way where like I cannot win. Even oh my tilt over it? No. Okay, trust me. I got. I got it. I have an idea. I don't have it. I don't have shit, by the way. There's not really an idea. Damn, he got his item, his free item. Did not hit him. Hell yeah, guys. Hell yeah. Except for I now no longer have a Graves or a Jinx, which is kind of a problem. I would say a pretty big problem, actually.
Teamwork.
Do I win or lose this? I actually do not know. I would say I lose this, right? Oh, it's looking good. It is looking good. This is not happening. uh Trust me, guys, it'll be fine. Oh, this does not look good. I wanted to cash out on a 30 here. I might be dead at that 30. I need to cash out on 30, like for sure. Fuck.
Watch this. Piltover's finest.
If I don't kill you, Saul will.
How do you feel about Wu-Tang? They're cool. Game does suck. I'm 26 life, but I don't want to cash out. Huh. Like movies by gladiators, I don't think them having gladiators matters as much as everything else. I like it the point 5 said. My first opinion is no.
About time I got my hands on it.
I never hold back.
Believe Aphelios.
What the fuck?
Watch this.
Man, I'm pretty sure I'm selling this and giving all the items to Philip. Not all the items. Most of the items. What if I don't sell? Oh.
For Piltover.
I got no time for games.
If I don't cash here, there's something wrong with this game. I'm so fucking strong. I cash for sure. Wait. I hope I don't cash here. Because honestly, that would be sick. Because then I'd be 40, I think. Oh, it's so good. You're going to talk about this comeback until you're going to tell your children about this comeback.
Who needs a beat down?
I'm pretty sure I die instantly to that player. 40. What's a gold value of 40? 85 gold. That's a lot of gold, guys.
Their history.
No,
Demacia, now and forever. I got no time for games.
No way this guy's board is better than mine. Oh, it is. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna go play some ads. Someone can answer them now. As Outboard 3 times in a row play Piltover, it's too hard to cash out with these gutters. I thought I was too strong, and then I realized I was too weak. I lost to Tarek 1. What? Interesting. Ba-ba. Thought my board was strong. I realized I couldn't win the stream. Yeah. See you at Vegas. Yeah, I'll see you at Vegas twice this year, I think. Oh, this is it. This is my time. My time. Lacidium. And then I have Earth. It's literally, this was meant for me. I was put on this planet to high roll on this board. With those items on Jace, those are literally some of his best items. What?
I'm gonna show the battalion what I'm made of.
Like literally his best fucky item. Unless it's except for like I think at 6 gunner you went IE. And when the Vegas, I mean yeah, TwitchCon is around the corner. Oh my god, wait. Fuck. I can't get. Can I get 6 pulled over? It's not possible, right?
I got no time for games.
What if I get 6 X tall? 6 tall.
I carry my family with me.
You gonna check the foam pit? Oh, you already know, bro. If I fall in the foam pit this year, I'm coming out with 7 figures. Are you kidding me? I'm a griefer. I'm selling it. Fuck Piltover.
Try not to slow me down.
All right, I want it back. Can someone get it back for me?
This place could use some reshaping.
Okay, how do I actually play Ixtal? It's like only possible on a board with. Do I really want to play rogues? Not really.
That's where you belong, in the dirt.
Let's go. And it's the most boring cringe one on the game. Okay, let's re-roll some of this. Oh. There's no way. There's no way. Oh, I tried to play for fun and it just tells me to fuck off, bro.
I am here to test souls.
Oh, what do I even build here? Hold on. I've literally never played this comp. The normal way. If you don't reroll, right? You just go straight to 6. Zyra and Nyla. Hold on. I need to figure out which version is which, bro.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Like, I need Last Whisper. I need BT, I guess. I really need BT. You get to level 9, you go 6 Vanquisher, 6 Ionia. Yeah, but you'll probably never play that. Like, it's probably not worth it unless you get 2 because you're playing 2 really terrible. Also, I think you can hit that at 8. I feel like I've hit that at 8. Whatever happens, I'm pretty sure I always slam this Gunblade. I go for bow for Last Whisper Rapid Fire. Vanquish your Karma carry? Wait, are you cooking? Make you mine. Make you mine. Wait, so if I play this, I only play 3 Ionian, right? Probably. And you would just play what, Juggernauts? Is it Juggernauts? I guess it's just Juggernauts. Okay. I got it. I figured it out. I'm a fucking genius. I don't really know where this Vanquisher spec goes, but yeah, I'll figure it out.
Let's start the show.
Is making sure Ionia really contested? Yeah, it's the best comp in the game. A mystery box? Well, shit. I mean, surprise. Last time I got a mystery box, you know what it was? It was just anvils. It was just items. It didn't feel like I got a mystery. What is it? Wait, what did we get? Shit, what did we get? What was this? It wasn't. Wow, those were some items. Some interesting ones. Okay. Last Whisper with this, right? I guess I can even play Sedge frontline if I hit, you know? It just really depends. Honestly, I'm flexible. I'm so flexible.
Fear the ocean's weight.
I only play top 3, so no chance of me losing. They changed honor roll. It's only 2 times per turn. Interesting. Oh, you can do a lot less skill expression with this, but it's probably better that they capped it because I'm level here. I'm pretty level here. There's no way I'm not. Yeah, I'm still hitting
I have but one life to give for
this,
Ionia.
but
I must make it count.
gameplay really that good. For this comp, yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, what else am I gonna do with Rod though? I could go Rageblade, but I think Rageblade is a little bit meh. The biggest problem is I just don't have not sure exactly what to build for some things, but it's fine. Like the biggest problem is Nyla items are kind of awkward. I don't know exactly how to build that unit, and so I will build it on the fly.
Noxus will rise.
Okay, that seems pretty good. Make sure you just teach it really well. They nerfed it. It used to give 40% crit, and now it gives 20, and it lost 20% and it gave some health. But in theory, yeah, TG, Vanquisher should be able to use TG pretty well. I do not mind slamming this, but I definitely think Last Whisper is the best item in the game for this comp. So I probably want to wait a little bit to see if I can get Last Whisper, especially because I don't really have a Nyla yet. I don't even know who I Vanquisher spat in this comp.
Noxus will rise.
RFC Gunblade, D-Blade. I mean, yeah, RFC anything is gonna work on Nyla. The thing, Nyla can use a lot of items. I'm just having her hold. You probably go BT and then some random shit here. Like for her, her best item is like, I don't know, probably like ETGS. Maybe instead of BT, you play Edge of Knights. I'm kind of chilling right now though. I have a lot of gold, and I don't really have a replacement for Cho because I feel like it's a pretty good unit to hold these items. Weirdly enough, that's Scarra. Wait, what's up? Was not Meta Slave. This is my first Vanquisher game. I reforged branching out into Vanquisher, bro. So unlucky. I was trying to play Ixtal this game or something else, but it got silver because it's cringe. Bro, I'm down 200 LP already, man. 200. I'm back to 0.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Trust me, I've been trying to cook and I went 8th in Piltover last game. I tried Bash to the Philios. I tried Quinn reroll. What was the prediction? Oh, I definitely went 8th that game. I have not top 4'd a game today, so I promise the prediction cannot be yes. Milk, all I'm saying is the TFT players have I'm gonna be frank with you guys, okay? They have the worst titles ever. But you guys need to take notes from Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie has the best titles. Did you read his title today? I read his title. I instantly was like, this guy's a fucking freak. Let me go read it for you, actually. Hold on, let me go. Who will win a fight? Gear 5 Luffy or perfected Ultra Instinct Goku or 100% old Satsuki Boruto versus 3-star Cho'Gath? He's so fucking funny, dude. You need to practice my Japanese, bro. I literally read it like he wrote it. You need to practice your fucking glasses. Haha, got you.
Defy lust and taste your own blood.
Oh wait, I just realized I'm 9 lost at 29 health. What have I been doing? What the fuck?
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
What's my range? 2? Yeah, good tilt over lost streak for sure. Oh, this guy is playing the F reroll. What the heck? Okay, real talk. Do I really want to win this? Oh, I don't think I'm winning this. Oh shit. Perfect 10 loss streak. Now that's like 4 lives. No, just win streak out. Easy. You're a heavy loss streak this patch? Yeah, keep watching. Don't worry. Let me show you how to really lose. Oh, she is missing resist. Shit. Alright, real talk. If I can just get a spat, it would be sick.
The river of fate drowns
The
the unworthy.
fuck is this shit? It's actually not even that bad, but it's like,
Let's start
why,
the show.
yo?
I never hold back.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
The river swells.
I'm gonna win.
That is what I want to see.
I need Zaya plus a Juggernaut, please.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Can I get a...
Let's start the show.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Let the monster out.
I'm not playing set? Yeah, where's my fucking set, bro?
Drowns the unworthy.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Yeah. Okay. I need to get Last Whisper. Like, whatever happens, I fucking need Last Whisper. It is a need, not a want. I need to move the Ash here as well. Okay. This guy's egg, no way he's fucking strong. This guy took egg. This guy's gonna get flattened for sure. All right, this is the first time I've played this comp, and I don't know how good it is, but I'm hoping it's good enough to save me from getting 8th place. I have essentially capped my comp, and it's a pretty good cap, as long as I hit Last Whisper here. You should take health if you're the last place player, by the way. I'm just gonna say that before I take mystery box. Okay? We want to be very clear. Wait, he didn't stay on the health? Okay, mystery box. Could be anything. I just need a bow, ideally. Oh. Yeah. No, I don't want Cleaver here. It's such a waste. Maybe I should take it here, honestly. Fuck. Problem is, you're not having more than 3. You're not having that many backliners. I think having frontline in this comp is kind of nice. Just because I think going up, I'm gonna have another unit here. And this is just, I don't fucking know, redemption? Some random item for Nasus, I think. Or Nasus. I mean, this is supposed to be a tank. Because I have like fucking edge. I really wish I didn't build edge and then went Juggernaut's bad. That feels like such a fucking waste, man. It's much better for her to have Rage Blade or something. But is what it is. I got Zephyr. But it's fine. You Zephyr my tank, man. I don't even care. Is there even a way I could if I get another Juggernaut spat, this comp would be sick. I actually don't know how to play this comp. I think resist and work super well with Juggernaut. Because Juggernaut is flat damage reduction. But you don't get resist really, which is really kind of bad. But that plus unified, it gives you a lot of resist. Your effective taking this is a lot better.
Look out! There's a new boss around here.
Bro. Sapphire Redemption with what? Yeah, it's bad. I think it's just instead. I'll put another Juggernaut here to fill out the locket. The thing is, you cannot use the belt on any of those things. What you want to use a belt on is fucking impossible, because Sunfire and redemption value are so high here, especially Sunfire. This choke gets stuck on the unit. Nasus did that. What the fuck?
Is not of this time.
Demacia, now and forever.
I should have left home
Okay,
years ago.
I was not gonna play this,
I will rule the Freljord.
but I guess I'm playing it. Okay.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Wow. Okay. Guess I have an RA2 now. I was rolling to hit Zaya too, man. and Nasus too. And now I guess I lost? Oh. Vanquisher Ari? Oh shit, what's the Vanquisher spat on right now? Nasus? Oh, holy fuck. Okay, yeah, no, I'm down. The problem is we're making Nasus kind of bad. But I mean, it's like, there's nothing to do about it. It's actually so much better. 211% crit. Okay.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah, she just needs AP. She has so much crit, but she has like no AP. Oh. I mean, it just means I can get rid of Ash, right? Or I can even get rid of Jin here, I think is the best. If we get rid of Jin, then I only have these two.
From the shadows.
Do I want to play Vanquisher Heimerdinger? Bro.
For great science! I will rule the Freljord.
I guess I'll play even. It's not great, but it's for Ari, really.
The river of fate drowns the unworthy.
Oh, GP is kind of interesting. Don't think I can. The Vank play. I need some of these guys to die. Like, who is playing Vanquisher? This guy. I need this fucker to die. Boom. He's probably like, how the fuck does this guy have RE2? Thank God. Okay, I can actually hit my unit. That guy had so much random stuff on the bench. Yeah, like that guy had 7 Zayas. I think a ton of Zayas. Also, I really wanted another frontline unit. Remember, Locket gives you resist for stuff, so it is very nice. Is it? Are we Hall of 9? We are not. I do want to keep running for Juggernauts, and I think I cannot play any of these. It's a silent night. I'm not going 9. Look, the lobby is 16, 12, 4, 12, and 76. I'm rolling only next round. So it's like 9 is like not possible here.
A victory for the style.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
Okay, for some reason I'm on track to hit
Bilgewater,
something that I did not
your
expect.
king has returned. I'll hack my way back to Bilgewater.
Okay. Is that Kaisa 3, man? Kaisa 3? Oh no. Guy cashed out egg and fucking hit Kaisa 3. Wait, hit third. Wait, yeah, I hit third. Guys, do you think I can, in 45 minutes, do you think I can make it? I can make it. I can make it. I'm gonna play some ads. There's no way. I'm not gonna be late. I will never be late. Me? I'm on time. Please queue up, man. The client's broken. All right, I confirmed the 4 people I'm gonna do my sushi stream with. Oh, I got it. Sorry for being so distracted during today's stream. I'm good. I got it. Leak. I think we're officially gonna announce it tomorrow. Just wait, man. Wait. Have some patience. Some patience. So why not just announce it now? All right, man. I'll announce it if I get first in this game. You guys better hope I get first. Quick Eladrin down. Dumbness, welcome back for 23 months. Thanks for your subbing. We need us to backseat to first? No, I'm good. Oh, wait, I hit Exodia 1, Exodia 2. Holy shit. Hold up a sec. Wait a sec.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Fuck gunners.
Guess we're fighting.
Did these, are these not strong enough to kill this unit? I guess not. Wow. Especially not with a healer, I guess.
Guess we're fighting.
I'm feeling good. Feeling good. Oh, you're definitely supposed to suicide unit, dude. But holy moly, what are these items, man? Gargantuan. Fuck you. Do I want any other items here? Probably I'm okay. Oh man.
Where there is evil, I
Oh,
shall
maybe
go.
it's okay. Maybe there's like a lot of fun I can have with this. Yeah, maybe I'm not fucked. Maybe it's all right. Um. Guys, just watch me cook this shit, okay? Let me think. Okay, so I need to play 6 Zon. Okay, what are the Zon units? There's the Warwick dude, the Jinx girl, the Silco dude, and the Echo dude, right?
You always fight so poorly.
Okay, and then of course we add Jarvan to explode. He's gonna be explodey dude, and then we might as well add Swain because he's Swain dude for strategist. Okay, kind of like it.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
And then I probably want a frontline because frontline's always great. I still need +1s on, which would be really hard. I mean, I'm thinking what I add to this. It's probably like DP. I should pick
Every step, a new journey.
some Juggernaut. It's gonna be Nasus. There we go. Level 7 board completed. Look at that. Isn't that like a little juicy? Kind of good. Okay. All right. And then I could top in some bullshit. Dude, I'm gonna pop off here. You're gonna be so jealous when I pop off here. I just need to make sure to prioritize 2 tiers and 2 belts. Got it. Then drop a Zon if you have spat, bro. I need 6 Zon. Hello? You think I'm going for 2 Zon? That's lame. 4 Zon? I'm going for 6. PT spats? Yep, that's what I've been planning for. 2 All right, 2 belts, 2 tiers. 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 Two belts, 2 tiers. 2 belts, 2 tiers.
Watch this. Out of my way.
Should I just slam Sunfire here? I mean, I'm down to do Sunfire and then 2 belts. Fuck, you kind of need want 2 belts, I guess. Oh, I might lose this. I should lose this. All right, so
We are to fight now. Let's go.
we need 2 belts, 2 tiers. Thank God I slammed because I definitely needed it.
You always fight so poorly.
Yeah, I beat 100 streaker. There's still 1 left.
Watch this.
It's perfect. Honestly, it's so bad. It's so bad to go 4. But the problem is, if I could have done just, or 6, I could have done just 4. But I got the worst mod. I went Virulent plus Exo. Or Virulent plus Explode. And I did not get either of those. I got Robo. A Robo is really good for Jinx, but not great for the rest of the cast. Which is why I kind of... A Skinwalker took over Scarra and started win tricky, bro. A first is on the line, guys. As long as I hit Zon +1 here, it's fine. No, man. No, not a... No. It's fine, honestly. Oh, no, man. No. Oh, it's fine. I'll just slam this. Oh, it's boring. I need the exoskeleton then, I think.
Demacia, now and forever.
Hey, Jarvan, I might have to access something else. Because I think I need to slam this right now. For street, unfortunately. Oh, I need to swing. I need to
The
swing.
world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Maybe not. Oh, it gives you war mod. Oh, that's perfect. Wait, I'm not gonna Demacia it, so I'm fucking, that's fucking stupid. Oh, okay. One, 2, 3. This is probably okay. Petrocyte shackles.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. All according to plan.
Okay, keep my streak here. You fit the Mossy in, yeah, but then it's like Problem is the Masias I fit in are just not gonna be good. Dude, I'm pretty sure this has to be a Forzon game, and that's just gonna suck ass. Maybe it's okay. Forzon. If I do Forzon, then I can just drop a lot of this garbage, I guess.
No, just that.
Is it possible to get a tome off of Thresh Sanctum? Thresh Sanctum TFT. Any knowers? Outcomes? Oh wow, this guy has pretty big Nico.
You always fight so poorly.
No tone? Fuck. Like, what can I do here that's fun? I can't even make a Zon stat. Wait, I tried so hard, man. Okay, let me think. Well, first of all, I need it here, but I don't think I'm getting that. Pretty sure I play against at least 2 Invoker players. Bro. There you go, Spark.
Set sail.
Level for Streak, put 3 strategists in, no problem. Pass on my backlines, I'm gonna get absolutely murdered. Jug +1. Different Streak, really? I'm not. My sport is so fucking strong, man. What? This Jarvan has the most illegal items. I guess it's more like I'm scared that my kill does no damage. The fights just take too long, man. Like, no one's bored to do that much. That's the other streaker, and then there's another streaker here. I'm a little worried that I don't do enough damage.
The world may fall to darkness.
Oh, those are pretty good.
Remain.
That's pretty good.
I will
2 of those plus 1 of these. Then I could just go and play 2 Bruiser. Maestro Rocket's a 2-star unit. Actually, the best 2-star unit, or one of the best 2-star units for early game. This is hard for me to beat. I don't do enough damage, but then Sunfire should be able to beat it. I say should. Boom. Yeah, he has 1. Oh, this is a 2-star unit. Change the patch. The B patch will be better. I mean, it's exactly what people feared. Samira is still strong. Ionia is the best comp in the game, and yeah.
The fun begins.
I have 4 strategists. What if I just play strategist? What if I just don't play my spat? Oh, but I would have to play Azir. I think Azir sucks ass. Azir Soko? Oh, you're right. I don't really want to play that.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Got a fucking rage blade, bro. You got buffed? Not yet. Is it 100 mana yet? Nope, still not yet. Fuck. You get happy with Azir this game. Oh, Azir hit it. Oh, that unit is fucking dog. But I'll probably play it this game. Just take my top 4 and get out. Wait. I reforged the Zon spat. Fuck it, guys. Fuck it. Don't even say anything. I got you guys.
Shadows.
Oh. Wait. What's happening?
For great science.
Is refractor being bad? Guys, there's no way, right? Oh, that's a +1. Power refractor was the AP instead of AS. Yeah, and do I have AP options? No. So I'm just the. I'm gotta take what you can get, bro. There's no AS option. I'll be honest with you. Restart Eric right on my round. It did 340. That's not even that bad. I think I still give him Rage Blade, to be honest. I just don't give him the other stuff. Probably just BT Mord here, and I don't know. Well, I'm doing 3 Demacia, so sell this, 2 Slayers, sell this. Okay. I see where my comp is. It's just really weird to get there. Oh, there's a refractor. There's a refractor. My 3rd refractor. This is dead. Fuck this. All right, I have 3 refractors. It can't be that. I spent. You look at how much gold I spent on this guy. 24 gold. Let's go Heimer. Woo! Was that a lot of damage? Oh, that seems a little weak. Bucket frontline, bro. It barely lived the Zaya burst, man. This guy's last stands. He's an AP. He needs a lot of things, okay?
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
Yeah. This seems fine. Did I play 4 Slayer and just random frontline? Like this unit.
Is not of this time.
I don't play this unit, I'm pretty sure.
Everyone
I don't have to.
pays.
Well, that's a good hit. That's a good hit. I think you're supposed to corner this now. I think I can do it. I think I can do it. I think I can do it. Okay. I just need to find a Mordekaiser to replace some of this garbage, and I'm good. I don't think you run 6 Slayer. I think you only run 4, because you need more frontline, right? Especially if you're playing Slayer Heimer. Okay, what can I sell here? The thing is, I think if you're playing this, you need invokers in. Like, the best version of Heimer Refractor is probably going to be Invoker Heimer. Do you think, can you imagine how many bullets your fucking turret is going to shoot with Invoker Heimer with Refractor? Isn't that fucking crazy?
This is
Here.
mercy in Bilgewater.
Demacia, now and forever.
Oh, actually there's a different way. Keep this, like, go Mordekaiser. Man, no, it's Zir here for sure. But in the meantime, it's probably this, and then I TG something. What do I TG? Boom. Okay, that didn't seem that good. Did T-Star is sway and kill? Yeah. Okay, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. If the game gave me more 2 stars, I wouldn't have an issue. Perfect. This. Oh my god, that turret blast. Wait. Boom. Why does it look like I don't do any damage? No, I'm sure it'll be fine. need more gold. Yeah, dude, I need a kale so I can fucking sell this shit, man. Okay, look at that. Double ulti, that's great. Is this refractor? No, the refractor doesn't. I just need art rage blade. He's doing 3K. Like the turret that could. 2 more rounds. I might be dead in 2 rounds, but yeah. Ixtal. I kinda need more items, and there's really just. I think this is a mort item. I can make this a mort item. Fuck it. The strategist was kind of interesting. It's more like it's also the most expensive unit. So I can hopefully do this. Find a kale. Find a kale.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Is it DFG? It's gotta be. Gives you so much. I got Zephyr. This guy has blue buff Ari that you got the carousel. That works perfectly with his comp. Don't worry, baby. Hop off, hop off. This egg's not gonna hatch, is it? This is the last stamp, but like, I'm just dead. Oh, it's a ghost board. That's a dub. A ghost boarded. I could maybe do it. I could maybe. Oh, those lasers went to Narnia. Okay, well maybe these next lasers might be some good. Okay, oh that's a great stun. That's a great stun. I did it. I did it. I cashed. Wait. Wait. Wait, these are unkillable. I'll be back. I'm gonna get some water. I got a random permanent ward skin. Woo! Are you guys not excited? Oh, oh god. Okay, let me log on. I log on a Smurf for these League games. I'm about to play League. Oh, Mellow Jello 100. Welcome back for 104 months. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's just some of the oldest subs, and they're the best. But I have I have a League crew that I'm about to play with. I kind of want more of a challenge, but I'm playing with people who I don't know if they're. Can you lead the crew? Did I get first? Or what? Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait, I bought something. But what do you guys think of it? Hey. It's the Dressrosa shirt, man. Dude, I asked my housemates to guess what anime was from. Broden said Samurai Champloo, and I was like, wait, that's a really good answer. And then Abe said Bleach. And then I think someone said Naruto, and I'm like, we fucking lost. Yeah, Samurai Champloo is actually a really good one. Yeah, that's the I like this shirt. Where's it from? I just got somewhere from Amazon. Yeah, I made this is Luffy's shirt. Oh, I got prime caps. Unironically, guys, don't forget to redeem your prime stuff. Every month I like forget all the time. And so I just at the very end I just redeem all my shit. I got Briar. What ward skin is that? Oh. There is a what is the championship hot dog ward? Oh shit, was this for one of the Chinese teams? For was it like IG or something? It was like a meme. Fuck, it was a meme, right? What's for the coach? So I brought down a scramble or a hash. So sorry, you're gonna listen to me eat for a couple minutes. I always use Coma skin. So my favorite skin is this one, Coma. The one you got for winning worlds. You won a lot of worlds. Unfortunately, my scramble does not have that much flavor. So I threw a shitload of hot sauce on it, and now I love it. And usually the keyboard, yep, I literally type on it every day. No, hot sauce is so good. Wait, I was making my. Have you guys made topsters? I was trying to make my video game topsters. My top 25 video games that have like influenced me or I enjoyed a lot. What do you guys think of this list so far? Get the Asian Games icon emo. Oh shit, I should do that. You played Tails? I played one Tails. It was really good. I don't know what to add though. I really enjoyed all of these games, every single one. I was maybe gonna add Left 4 Dead. Oh, I was supposed to add Warcraft 3. Oh shit, that's what I was supposed to add. Warcraft. That is actually amazing game. Let's add the Lich King one. That's a good one. What else? Maybe Diablo 2, honestly. These games aren't old enough? Really? You know what this game is? You've played this game? You telling me this game isn't old enough? Final Fantasy Advance, I hate tactics games. I'm not even kidding. Dragon Warrior Monsters is a very separate thing. It was like the Pokemon of Dragon Warrior or Dragon Quest, and it only got like 3 games, I think. Edge Goom, yeah, but I don't really remember it that much. I mean, I'd probably add Melee because I played it a lot. Where the fuck is Melee? Do I have to type it? I do have to type it. It's this. And I'd probably add Tekken. Is it 6? Oh, one of these Tekkens I really liked. Maybe Tag. I forgot. 7 is definitely the best one, but I feel like I played the most of 4, I think. Marvel never played it that much. I think it was Tekken Tag. So I would say never mind. I didn't play enough Tekken to really. What else? Like the other stuff, I just don't know if I like that much. There's a lot of roguelikes out there that I really enjoy. Hmm. Hmm. Other MOBAs? Ooh, I don't know about that. Not StarCraft. Oh, you know what? I'm down. I'm down. Like it was a huge part of my life, actually. It was a huge part of my life. What new? I love the soundtrack more than I love the game. Unfortunately. Oh, FPS games. Oh my god, I have the best one. Hold up. Oh my god. Tell me this. I didn't get the best one. I got the best one. Actually, you know what? I'm down. I'm down to play the original Halo. Combat Evolved, fucking classic. I didn't even own the Xbox, but I played so much Halo at my friend's place. Never played any of the GTAs. Never liked them. I didn't own anything to be able to play like Mario Sunshine, Band. All the platformers I didn't really play. Maybe Prince of Persia. I played a lot of the series actually. I did play. You guys should see. Oh my god! If you've looked at the games I've streamed over the years, you should see what games I played. Here, let me go open my channel. I go to this one website to figure out. Okay, the games I played in the last 365 days. Okay, but really, what's in 2015, which is the earliest this goes back. This is all the games I ever streamed, okay? 98.5% League of Legends, 1,500 hours. And then it goes Halo, MXM, dead game, by the way, Halo. This is crazy. This is like a blast from the past. I go, oh, this was 2016, my bad. In 124 hours of HOTS, I got sponsored for 1 month. I played a shitload. I think it was all the hours. 2,000 hours of League. 1,600 hours of League. World of Warcraft and IRL. Okay. Then in 2019, started streaming TFT, League of Legends, Auto Chess, PoE. Sekiro was actually my game of the year when it came out. I actually used these lists to figure out what games I played for the year. Because I played most of my games on stream. So I was able to go back and be like, did I like some of these? The answer is probably no for most of these. Did more TFT than League. Valo, Genshin. Oh, the free-to-play month I played Genshin. Holy fuck. That's a throwback right there. This is Among Us, right? I played 30 hours of Among Us. Holy shit. But Fury was good. Not game of the year good or like top games good. It was just fun. And then this is where 233 hours of return. Oh, no way. 180 hours of Apex. I played more Apex than League this year. I played 160 hours of FF14. Oh my god. Fortnite, Splitgate, It Takes Two, Naraka, Overwatch. I actually feel like Overwatch should go on my list because for the first year, it was really good. I'm not even kidding. When Overwatch came out, it was like a fucking global phenomenon. It was so good. Like actually so good. I don't know if you guys remember. If you went to AX the year of the year that Overwatch came out, it was entirely divas. Oh, that was it. They only saw, like, it wasn't even anime. It was just Overwatch. It's like one of the years where like a game overtook like anime in popularity for cosplays. Okay. So what are we at? We're at 2021. What about 2022? 2022 was last year. I played 340 hours of Lost Ark. Oh, time I can't get back. I lost 15% of my year. If you actually notice, PoE is like always on my list every year, pretty much. It's been a game I play here and there all the time. Tarkov. Oh, I am done with Tarkov. I've played a little bit of it. I really enjoy it with people, but no, I swear this would be my game. This would be on my top list. I just have to play it, which I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the expansion to come out. Isn't that your job? Oh no, I get to choose what I play for my job, and I chose the wrong game. It's completely different. Okay, that's like you get to choose whether to work from home or not, and you chose to work in the office 15% of the time more, and you're like at the end of the year like fuck, I should have worked at home more. By your quality of life probably would have been better. Oh,
Yo.
hello.
Sup?
Sup.
So,
No. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me get Fugi's run in real quick before anyone says anything. Do not say anything, okay?
Hello.
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 All right.
That's Albert. That's Annie.
Do you guys all have a robot in mind that you want
Yeah.
to play?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm playing Blitzcrank.
What?
What?
Wait, no, you can't.
Wait,
That was my
My
plan.
wait, that was my.
You're gonna play Blitzcrank?
Wait, that was Scarra's plan?
Oh God.
Wait, hold up.
Wait,
That-
what do you mean we all want to play Blitzcrank? I'm playing Blitzcrank. Okay, wait. How many other robots are there?
There's a lot.
There's a lot if you include skins.
All right, I'm looking.
Okay.
Wait, they just turned Oriana into a woman.
Oh. How much did they remove the bits? But that sucks. I really like
Oh yeah,
Blitz
yeah.
Jungle.
Mecha skin line.
Paragon Mouse. What about for 9 months? Oh yes.
No, there's
You know-
project and mecha and program.
Yeah. You know.
Oh my god! Wait, I'm gonna play the boss. All right, I'll play the boss. All right, give me this top lane.
Okay. I will play.
All right, we're
Hey,
missing one person in
skins.
the lobby.
Yes. Do you want me on my main account or another one?
Anything. Maybe a Smurf because we're all gonna be playing really troll champions. So we're probably gonna get owned if you play on your main account.
Huh? All right. I'm switching. I'm trying to make my top 25 video games of all time list that people have been putting on Twitter, and I got stuck. I'm like at like 21, and I'm like, oh, I'm good. I think too much of my life has been dominated by Riot Games and World of Warcraft. Like a good like 20 years, like 15 years. Okay, I'm on my alt account. It has to be her Neon now, guys. I actually like
What's
Neon.
your alt account's name?
Her Harbor.
Her Harbor.
Her Harbor. It's like in Valorant. It's like her Sage
Mm.
or his Sage. Her Harbor.
Oh wait, are you? Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's me.
Okay. Great.
All right, let's do this. Wait, Annie, are you jungling?
What? No,
It's just...
I'm support.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We have 2 bot laners and a support.
Wait,
Okay.
I only have robot skins for the support champions.
Oh, it's fine. I can go mid.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
cool.
just so you guys all know the rules. We all have to play a robot,
Okay.
and we all have to play a different champion every game.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Got it.
okay.
And you have to do 10 push-ups for every death.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Like in the game or like settle later?
Yeah, 10 real push-ups.
But I can't do a single one.
That's not true. There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way someone wouldn't be
Just
able to
no
do
way,
one push-up.
right?
No. It's...
Okay, so
What's an
I'm
emerald?
jungling then, right?
Emerald
I just
is
found
like,
a guide for set. It says Emerald Plus.
that's the rank below diamond and above plat.
Oh, wait. Diamond is now like a different rank? Or is this like Ascendant in Valorant?
Yes, they added, but instead of after diamond, it's before diamond.
Does anyone know who counters set?
As you
Ranged champion.
Guys, I need the mecha
Yeah, fuck
mecha
me.
skin line
I'll ban Kennen for you. Oh, I didn't
league,
ban anything.
guys. I need the mecha skin. I'm only allowed to play robots this time.
They banned Blitzcrank.
Oh god, what are we gonna do?
I know.
Wait, what do we do?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Okay.
I have a backup.
Oh, there's
I'm
mecha Aesol?
jungling, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I'm mid. Oh, there's mecha Malphite and mecha Aesol.
There's a Mecha Aesol?
Yeah, I know because it was in TFT.
Oh, right. Okay. Probably Neferi mid.
Okay, I heard this character doesn't do anything for 20 minutes. I'll see you guys in 20 minutes.
Wait! They picked Neferi. I've never seen Neferi in League.
Albert, they banned Blitzcrank. They're on to me.
Oh,
Well, sure you have a backup ready, right?
Yeah, but Blitzcrank.
Wait, does Sejuani have a robot skin?
Yeah,
Yep.
she's got Project Sejuani.
ooh. Okay, guys,
They're playing Project Silas.
I've
They're
never
matching with
played
us.
this character before, but do you not need Gathering Storm because your late game is already so good that it doesn't matter?
Okay.
Oh, actually, they
I'm gonna
do.
play Project Lucian.
I like this a lot better. Oh, it's probably in the theory, right? Guys, I've never played this character before in my life, okay? The game, I will switch to League. Yes. Yeah, I technically have built-in Gathering Storm. Wait. Oh, it's support Xerath. Okay, I got it.
Wait, I have the skin, right?
Uh,
Oh, wait, I do. Look, I'm
okay.
a robot.
okay. All right, guys.
Yo, we look so cool in the loading screen, though.
Oh yeah, look at us.
True.
Wait,
Holy-
none of us
Yeah,
have
we are
a
so
rank?
robotic.
Ooh, and none of us have a rank.
Wait, that makes it more scary.
True.
We kind of look like we're 5 Smurfs.
Oh,
Hmm.
all these kids are
This is
robots.
So cute.
They're cyber. He was close enough. Okay. Beep boop. Okay, how do I play this character? Okay, what is my skill order? E, Q. I heard I just the only thing I know about Brilliant Soul is on my TikTok, there's like a Korean girl who plays a Brilliant Soul, and every time she breathes at them, she just goes, ah. And that's what she does. I'm like, what the fuck? And I think the breath gets better, right? That's literally all I know about this character, man. Okay, wait. So I have to clear with. I think we get Stardust. That's my passive, right?
Wait,
Yeah. We're against
they have 2
Toby?
darken.
Oh god.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
They automatically execute.
No, it's okay. They don't have a Fiora or a Kaisa. Like they missed all the carries.
No. Right now they need the Zaya. That's what they need. Please don't.
Wait, I hope we're not fighting. I need to figure out what my E does. Okay, I figured it out.
Have you never played Zed before?
Nope, I only played against him.
Minions have spawned.
Wait, okay, so
You got this.
this is so weird. He makes a T. He makes a T with his arms.
Guys, I procced my mana flow, man. Did I win? Or did I just waste 100 mana right before my lane start?
Alright, let's walk in this bush.
Well, I got 1 Stardust. Wait, I won. Wait, so Stardust is on enemy kill or if I kill.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay.
You're so
Wait.
strong.
Wait. Wait, I didn't last hit with the other one.
Let's get the Caitlyn.
Oh, I got 5 Stardust.
Wait, let's get this there. These too close. The plans changed, Danny.
Pray they don't
Get hit,
change
don't
any
get hit.
further.
Oh, he's really low. I missed every CS though.
Wait.
Okay, I just have to not get hit with the other.
Is the first 2 auto attacks fast, or is it like the first auto is fast? No, the first auto is slow, and then the second and third are fast.
The second one is fast.
Yes.
The third, fourth one. The third one's delayed. The fourth one will be fast. It's like 1-2 punch.
Okay.
First
Oh.
blood.
Okay. You gotta ignite. Okay,
I'm
Silas.
I'm on my way.
Okay, Caitlyn.
Oh.
Okay, the wave
Wait, I
is
think
good.
he's still in there.
You can get him, maybe. Okay.
Oh, your
nice.
wave is fine.
Yeah.
Did I do this?
Okay, cool.
Nice, nice. Robot kill.
Oh.
It's too easy.
Ooh. Perfect. I killed with 3, right?
Silas is gonna top side. One. Go.
Ready.
I got stunned.
You can keep going on
Does she have flash?
Yeah, I think so. No.
So close.
Burn.
We got him real
Burn.
low though. Nice.
Did I do good, guys? Guys, did I do good? How do I play this fucking character, man?
Wait, you're so tanky.
What do you mean? I have a tier right here.
What about a
my way.
Kindle gem? I think we need to just dive.
I'm on my
Really quickly check for Silas.
An enemy has been
Okay,
slain.
wait for me.
waiting.
I will tank.
Okay, you tank.
An enemy has been
Yeah.
Oh wow, nice. Oh my god, we're so coordinated.
It's the skins.
Oh,
True.
yeah. Ah! I'm trying to burn this dog alive, but it's hard.
I bet the champion is actually pretty good into ASOL because
He just runs at you.
his little doggies block your Q.
Oh.
Oh, interesting. They do actually.
There you go. Cat food.
I'm gonna hard shove this and back for my last chapter.
Oops.
Why does this character feel like
this is
he
what you
burns
call a
through-
classic overstay into get dove.
No, you're not gonna get dove. The jungler is literally right here.
He's here, he's here.
Oh. Hmm.
We're okay, we're okay.
Is this guy killable?
Hmm. He was a little sick.
Wait,
so
he
has
is
a lot
here. He is here.
Yeah, we're
Alright.
no, we're okay.
I'm
The
down to
classic
try. You wanna
overstay.
try?
I'm gonna do a combo on him and you follow up.
Alright, alright. I'm going.
Wait, did my bot lane overstay and die?
No, no,
I'm
no, no, no.
tanking. I stopped tanking.
Wait, what? Oh.
Nice. Okay, it worked.
Oh, shit.
Wait, did the overstand guy happen?
Their jungler is just better than ours. There's nothing we can do.
Hey,
Wait,
That's not
these
true.
dogs are so annoying. They keep blocking my. I can't
Have you ever
stand still.
seen the Fury?
oh shit, I need help.
Have you
When you-
played against her yet?
I
Oh,
I
yeah,
used to
I'm on
play
my way.
as her.
I'm coming to help you. Run a little bit longer. Keep running.
He flashed.
Oh shit.
He has no flash.
Should I stay here with you?
Yeah, I think we just chill. Maybe we could clear vision, maybe. Like,
Oh.
I saw this once on a League of Legends stream. Let's freeze the wave.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's a professional right
Size is right there.
there. And I'm running the other way. Like I'm gonna give you guys wards. Uh-huh.
Oh my.
In return, I need this blast plane.
Oh shit, I need help again. Oh wait.
On the red. Oh, the red's beating you up, man.
Yeah, the red's getting them good.
I should have died there, guys. But you know what?
I'm coming.
Wait, careful, bot. Careful, bot. The dog went out here.
Um.
Oh.
I can.
Let's go E second.
Should be okay. Oh wow, I am just eating it, huh?
Wow, this build seems very
This guy's gonna Q. And then we're gonna get him.
Oh.
I'm gonna come topic. Over. Oh my word,
Okay.
Oh, I think he ran. Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
Wow, nice.
Okay.
Overstay and die.
Okay, I just want to let you guys warn you guys. My mid laner is missing. I did not know where my mid laner went. If the mid laner is randomly top lane here, I'm so sorry.
You're fine, Eddie. You might have to dodge a Z.
There's a-
Oh
Oh,
my. Ooh.
wait, no, you distracted it. That guy could have been top, so
Yeah,
it's all
yeah.
good.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I found a Fury though.
Someone's.
Wait, I feel like this character just breathes. That's it.
Is this possible? Wait, can I kill this? I'm gonna go over it.
Yeah, okay, I'll walk with you. But I'm
Oh,
kind of
wait.
zoned by the Kaelin.
Okay, that's okay. You
Oh,
help me
I'm
with
here,
this,
I'm
guys,
here,
right?
Walking over to pinch.
Okay,
Okay.
I don't have anything though.
Ooh, nice.
Dragon.
Oh my god, the wave is like pulling me. I can't go help. I'm getting magneted.
That's a.
It did 600.
Look, it's like it looks like a laser.
Yeah.
An enemy has been slain.
Wait, nice. You guys distracted Annie so I could get full gold for the plate.
Fuck yeah.
Funny.
Hey, then if yours coming by,
Laser breath.
Hey, then if you're coming by.
I can counter. You want to try?
Oh.
Wait here, I'll
Yeah.
stand in the.
No, he left. He left. It's just the Silas. We're okay.
Wait,
Unless
is
you
Sarah
wanna,
just gonna
like-
face check this?
Should be no flash. Nice.
I don't die to this, right?
Nah, there's no.
The roll build kind of seems a little nice.
Dog. Can we kill dog?
Yeah, let's kill dog.
Dog.
Ooh.
Dog
Hold on.
target.
Wait, what did you just call
That
Vincent?
dog. Silas
I'm
knows,
dogging.
but- Silas has my help.
Oh, the feet?
Oh.
Nice, like
No.
nice laser breath.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
you got-
wait. I don't
you got
actually know what the
Sidonio?
Fury can do. He just like
Okay.
walked away from me.
He like dashes and then his W targets someone and runs it.
Oh.
He targeted me. I flashed and it was just.
There's a Silas here.
What? Oh.
Just letting you know.
Okay. I'm dead. He has your Sedge ulti. I did not
Dude.
watch. Oh, wait. Oh god.
Vincent, you gave him a Sedge ulti?
They're all
No.
like top lane, like four top,
I did not
Oh.
give him my sigil.
4 top lane.
Yeah, but if you're a set main, you turn this.
Wait, we could actually just win this, right?
Yeah, I'm. Oh, they're doing rift.
Wait, they just left.
Okay, they left. They're like scared, I guess.
You wanna go? You wanna go?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I wanted to assist you.
Oh.
Oh, wait, careful. They're coming from behind.
Killing spree. Shut down.
Is 100 stacks good?
Okay.
I actually know the answer to that question. Don't even. It's fucking terrible.
Wait, did the game just say turret plating will fall soon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to kill the turret.
Wait. The dog is coming top. The dog is coming top. There's a dog on
Wait,
the way.
I have no mana.
Okay, I believe you.
Yeah, leave.
Oh. Mm. Okay, I see the TP.
Okay, let's. Yeah,
The
let's.
idea is good. I like the idea. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on my way.
Like. Okay.
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 Wait.
Okay.
Someone send help.
Oh.
Laser breath. Laser
Oh.
Oh,
Laser
what?
breath.
Ah, fancy feet.
Oh.
Holy.
Wow.
What the heck?
Wait.
Who is this Aesol? I'm coming. Wait, get this.
Wait a
Get this
second.
Caitlyn.
Yeah. I have perfectly calculated movement. These guys stand no chance.
So how's the lane bot?
Oh, it's just like top lane. Oh my god, it's a little too much like top lane.
Randomly
Wait a
getting
second.
triggered.
Okay.
Oh, the W. I canceled an auto attack. That's so free.
Wait, he's chasing me. You think he can do that? Okay, yeah, he can do that.
You're gonna let him do that to you? Oh!
Okay.
Oh my god.
Is that God?
Wait, guys, I have 100 stacks. Is that a lot?
I gotta look at my guide. Lucian Pro builds.
I'm gonna do
My
this
AD carry and mid
dragon.
are both level 11 and I'm level 8.
They know I'm doing the dragon.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
help you.
Help.
Darkness is my only true enemy.
Ah,
Oh, he's helping us.
what the fuck?
Oh, I'm bursting
Silence
it.
mid.
Oh, holy shit. Kind of bursted that fast.
I have a lot of items.
Okay, how much damage is it?
Wait, what if we kill
Gathering
Windows?
75 turns it into this. It absorbs 5
Oh,
for every
she has no
champion.
net.
No net?
Wait, she's dead. Here, take it.
Yeah!
Wait, I took it. What the fuck?
Wait, I thought my execute. What happened to my execute?
I think I aftershocked him.
I think the executes on your E.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
It's only
Oh,
10%.
I knocked you away.
Ow.
Oh, I missed my dash too.
Here, let's dive this guy. Here, I'll get you the kill back. I'm coming.
Okay,
Wait, what am I supposed to do against 7 dogs?
Wait, I'm dead.
Wait, you surely you just pet them, right?
Yeah, you just pet them.
Oh shit. Wait, watch out, the silence is on his way.
Oh, let's get him.
Okay,
Come in
can
this
you guys
bush.
meet
Wait,
in
and
the
the
middle?
Nagiri.
Yeah, we'll meet you in the middle.
It's time for us to do what they do in the 3rd act of The Creator.
Ooh, what's
What
that?
do they do in the 3rd act of The Creator?
I'm not actually sure, I haven't seen the movie, but I'm gonna use my Herald.
How does he know we're in here? We gotta get out of here. They're gonna collapse on us.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, let's meet in the mid lane.
Oh my god, look at this vision. Our vision score is perfect this game. I'm about to TP on this red buff.
Yeah.
I'm on my way.
Oh my god.
Wait, perfect,
killed
perfect.
my- I
I'm TP,
killed
I'm TP,
myself.
I'm
Coming.
TP.
Okay.
Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect, guys.
Oh! The boss.
Wait, it's perfect. Wait, look at our Aesol.
Perfect.
Wait,
She can do it!
please. I got stunned, man.
Breathe on him. Breathe on him.
Ah!
Okay.
Okay,
Wait,
let's get this guy.
I wanted to take the Herald.
Oh, okay. I cancel him, I'm running.
Protect Shelly! Shelly!
Ah!
Is the red still up?
Yeah, can you get it for me?
Yeah. I keep pressing Q thinking it speeds me up.
It does if you run at people.
Yeah, you run it.
Oh,
Wait, who took it?
Wait, they did? What? Right after you? Wait.
Wait, what a
wait, can
plot
set
twist.
jungle?
Kind of.
Not
Kinda
well.
slow.
Badly, yeah.
It's like slow,
You can.
but like you can.
It looks
Wait.
like they're kind of moving up here. Do we kill ourselves for the turret?
I'm on my way.
What do I get? Rylai's?
Uh-oh.
Aatrox is over here.
Yeah, Nami ult.
I'm on my way.
Yeah, it's okay. We've got 3-pronged pressure right now. This is crazy.
Here I'm.
We have 2-pronged pressure right now.
We lost
Oh,
the
this
boss.
is definitely warded. Where am I breathing? Why am I breathing backwards?
We could Baron maybe.
Yeah. Right.
Don't worry, I got it.
Oh, the drift.
The
Wait,
drift.
where are you?
Wait, where you going? Where you going?
Wait,
Where'd you go?
wait. It still hits. It still hits. It doesn't.
Wait, are
reach.
you sure it's
No,
in it?
it's not reach. Oh.
Oh, wait, let's get this. Let's get this Naviri. This guy is the source of all their power.
Oh, no.
Oh, good stun. Wow. Nice.
Yeah, I definitely timed that on purpose.
Okay.
And now we just
And now I
gracefully
go
transition into getting the
Rylai's.
dragon.
Does Caitlyn have
Okay.
sums? I'm gonna sniff her out.
Yeah, both of them
think
probably.
so.
You know.
Okay, this looks fair. No, she has a chance.
She might get out. Oh,
God. Average 80 carry experience.
yeah, 80 carry sucks.
Oh, it doesn't reach.
Get him. Oh.
Wait, someone wants to fight me.
Oh, okay.
Who is it? Oh, it's the dog.
Oh wait, I can just hold it forever.
Good die. Good
Yeah.
die.
Wait, I'm on my way.
Okay, okay.
Guys, there's a dog.
I'm.
Oh,
no.
you need
There's a dog
help?
right
You
here.
need help
Wait,
with
just
the
pet
dog?
him. Pet
Save
him.
him from the dog.
I'm petting the dog.
Pet the dog. You're not petting the dog.
I'm trying.
You
Dude,
missed.
it kind of
He
looked
was
like
trying
you
to hug
punched
him.
the dog in the
He was trying to
face.
hug him.
Oh my god.
We pet the dog.
So I have to E first, and then hopefully the E executes, and then I get stacked.
Walk down mid alone and die?
Oh, I got
Yeah,
stacked.
sure.
Wait. This looks perfect.
Wait, this looks promising.
Breathe, breathe, breathe.
Someone took our red.
Wait, what?
Yeah, who could that have been?
I think I found the culprit. I'm a little bit of a detective.
Wait, who?
I don't know for sure. It's one of these guys.
Wait, why does this Aatrox have red? If I TP, can we
Ow.
just win or?
We have to kill them all.
Nah, we
I
can
have
just...
my ulti. Oh, I died. Oh, I got peeled. Thank you.
Oh wait,
Yeah, we're
I'm
the
coming
best.
in hot.
If only our top
I'm
laner was
behind
here
him.
to clean up all of these kills
It's
for
time.
free. Wow, there's just so many free kills. I'm sure the top laner will hit someone.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
you want this kill?
Yeah,
You want this kill? I
Hold
can
on.
bring it to you.
I want it. I want
Got
it.
it? Oh.
Thank you.
Oh.
Wait, life of a tank is so boring. I run at them and they run away.
Yeah, you're just
Did
like
you
a.
get a single auto hit?
I didn't do anything. She just flashed away from me.
That's
It's
why
like
they,
real life.
That's why they started taking ghosts.
Okay, wait, we can get this set. Oh wait, I'm the set. We can get this other guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just staying. there.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Oh
fancy.
shit. I'm out of here.
My-
Wait, don't worry. I'll end the game.
Guys, I'm not gonna say anything, but I think ASO players are ASO's very boring.
All right.
I think you're just supposed to farm. Like maybe you could like harass them, but like
Another victory for
maybe
the
it's like a really
robots.
specific matchup
Fuck.
that you play.
Yeah, robots are 1-0 so far.
Yeah, I pretty
I'm ready
much
to find a new champion.
didn't even
new
get to
robot.
play my character. Chessy grew up for 4 months. Thanks for your subbing. I'm gonna play some ads. You can run pretty well. That's true. supposed to take W second? Wait, I thought you were supposed to take E second. Oh, W second.
Guys, I really want to play Blitzcrank.
Yeah, go for it.
You
Like,
and everyone else.
It's all you.
Okay, you can play Blitzcrank, but I don't have anything else, so I have to go Orion mid.
Wait, jungle.
You're gonna
Ooh, okay.
Melancholy.
I'm gonna
I'll
This is
go.
jungle
someone with
anything.
streaks. I
Okay.
like that. Okay,
I like that out of you. That's huge.
Let me think about the picks. I'm like, do you have a list of the wait, I had the list somewhere. Hold on, it's right. Guys, I need
Put it at the bottom.
Okay. Oh. Okay, wait, what do I hate playing against? Shaco?
I think the top ones are Project, and then Mecha, and then Mecha Kingdom.
Oh. Oh my god, wow, why are these all not mid lane? Oh wait, there are some. There are some. Oh, I wanted to start playing. Oh my god. It's the return, guys.
Violence solves everything.
It's the return.
Wait. Albert, you're going jungle, right? All right. I'm gonna fill with Ash.
Okay, okay.
Oh, I like that.
Like I can go support, top, AD, anywhere.
Okay, he's jungling Blitzcrank.
This one's gonna be really awesome because I'm playing Heartsteel Cat.
Okay, cool.
Wait, Program Soraka actually looks kind of scary, not gonna lie.
NGL?
Yeah. Like, wait till everyone locks it. You can see it. It looks actually super creepy.
We have jungle Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Didn't they get nerfed?
Oh my, these guys.
Maybe for some people it's nerfed, but
Oh, not for
we have
us.
we
not
have the
for us.
master on our team.
That's true.
Lethality Cat. No, why would I play an inferior build? Oh my god, these guys are gonna know what hit them.
Oh god, it's Orn. Okay.
Dude, look at the Soraka. Doesn't it look kind of creepy?
Yes, it looks.
Super creepy.
It's the Soraka
Bringing
that
the
will
shit on
kidnap
them.
you.
Wait, should I get Ignite or heal?
You should take cleanse.
Oh
Yeah?
yeah.
And then ghost.
Actually, if you take Ghost, it's sick.
Yeah, you actually go really fast.
No, I think I'm good.
Oh wow.
Guys, you're not gonna believe my build this game. In fact, it's gonna make you be very upset at me. If this works, this is gonna be a very upsetting build. Does Heartsteel Katarina hit every single character? Proc Heartsteel on every single character if I ult in the middle of them? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's actually a dove. And she's considered a melee character. Yeah, I'm going Heart Titanic. You know, I realize the name of this character like means I'm forced to forever play Harbor on Valo.
Is there like a matching person?
Not yet, okay? It's a sensitive subject, okay? Not
Why'd you have
yet.
to rub it in?
Okay, my
Dude,
bad.
you don't
So it's
ask
in
those types of
preparation
questions.
okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Preemptive matching IGN.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
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 I figured last game went a bit too easy, so jungle blitzcrank.
Okay, you should level up your W first.
I'm going full tank aftershock.
Nice.
Didn't they remove?
Wait,
Jungle
yeah, did they
Blitzcrank?
remove that?
Yeah, because he used to be able to do extra damage to the jungle, and they took it away.
Wait.
In the last, which of course you knew, because that
Yeah,
would
of course
be.
you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't have blocked it in. Like.
Wait, read your E. Read your E. Does it read correctly?
Oh, and your W.
Yeah.
Charge up their fists. It just deals extra damage.
Wait, what did your W do?
Just movement speed and attack speed.
Oh,
No
God.
damage.
Wait, if you press shift on it, does it say like you do extra damage to minions or nah?
No.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Guys, he's gonna need a Giga Leap.
Someone just worded here.
I don't understand why everyone's going, oh no. It can't be that bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're fine.
You're good. You're chilling.
You just might want to rush like a Sunfire first, or like a Titanic.
Hey, look.
Wait, you think it's better than rushing like a legendary item?
Oh,
I think you could just get the Cinder item first, and then
yeah,
go to the legendary.
you do not do damage, man. You like
don't like complete this Empire.
Oh wait, what's the admin?
Oh my god.
Admin?
Yeah, what if we have a what if we have a
Whole
HP
team
stacking
gains
admin?
attack speed? Oh.
It's
Wait, do you know what admin is?
It's gold per 5.
It was a trait in set 7 or 8. One of those. I think it's set 8.
Is that
And it would let you program in your own trait. It was kind of sick.
I miss admin.
Oh, by the I think you're supposed to smite the first camp.
Because I don't have any abilities. That's fine, I got this.
Oh, I took 3 autos.
No, this ain't so bad. I'm like mostly dead on the first camp, but I think Blitzcrank can be a jungler.
Oh, this is fightable. Nice, good poke.
Oh. I don't have Q. Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Nice dub out, guys.
Project Ash goes crazy.
Skin does extra damage. Watch me find their jungler.
Dude.
Guys, he's topside. He's topside. We did it.
Oh, you found him. You found him.
Nice.
I seem to have taken 9 billion damage jumping in there, guys. Don't worry, guys.
She got a call.
Yeah, how disrespectful is that? I'm gonna buy a cull.
I dodged part of it, but I didn't think it could. That sucks.
Wait, I didn't wait 10 gold.
For your cull?
Yeah.
Guys, you said Blitzcrank jungle was bad, but like I can almost clear red buff.
Wait, nice.
Good job.
Ow.
Alright, Scarra, can you bait him in?
Yeah, this gank
he's
will work
baited.
for sure. This gank will work.
He is 100%
Alright.
baited. Like I actually think he's giga.
The recon could be mid also.
I'm going in now.
All right.
I'm dead. He might be dead as well.
I'm fine.
What?
Oh.
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 Well, I was almost the Pog man there. Okay, this game might be kind of hard now.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, trust me. I wasn't gonna be a character before 20 minutes, anyways.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay, don't worry. My level 6 spike is insane.
Oh.
Who said I was worried? I'm not worried.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
Okay, can we kill top if I walk in?
Oh,
Oh,
probably.
I'm actually OMW.
Yeah, I think. Oh, he said it was basic.
I think the Lee Sin's here.
Oh, he's building an item.
Okay,
He's
I'm just
going.
gonna walk in, fist him, and die. Okay.
Alright, I'm down.
I want to kill him.
Me too, but I built a cull.
Nice.
I did it.
You didn't even have to die. We're chilling.
Oh, I hit with that. Fuck. Oh, what do I build?
Hey, what do you guys think I should max on Jungle Blitz?
W.
All right.
What is? Wait, does your W do anything anywhere?
Wait,
What happens
is
when
it-
you level
should it
More
be
up?
attack speed and movement speed.
Why didn't I?
Shit,
Oh, I didn't
yeah.
dodge it. It was very.
Wait, don't worry, Scarra. I'm sending an E mid.
Okay, he's gonna get spooked.
Okay. You can see you.
Rakan is missing. Oh, just
Coming top.
Okay.
Rakan's in here.
Bro. Oh, it's not enough damage?
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, that's good.
Ooh.
Okay, fancy.
What? I'm
Oh, the
getting
nice
creep
flash.
blocked. Oh, thank you.
Wait, we can kill this Lee Sin.
Yeah, we actually can.
I'm on my way.
Wow, I didn't drop that.
Okay.
Oh, care bot, care bot.
Is he like
Mid's going,
coming
mid's
to
going, mid's
gank
going,
you?
mid's going, mid's
Oh
going,
yeah,
mid's
yeah,
going.
yeah, yeah.
He missed his Q. Oh, he hit Annie. I think it's good. I'm hitting the Lee Sin. He's getting kind of low.
Oh my god, I'm on my way.
Leave it to me.
Wait, she didn't do enough damage. She's dead.
I have fist. I have fist. Fist.
Just dodge the next Q. Oh.
Don't worry, guys. I'm
We can just kill
shoving.
her. I'm walking up.
Okay.
Oh, she didn't
Okay.
flinch.
Wait,
Nice,
wait, the,
Nice flinch.
gank.
wait, the mid laner lived?
Yeah, she flashed.
She
away.
flashed.
Oh. I didn't fucking auto attack it. God damn
I'm
it.
scared.
I think it's fine, honestly.
Oh, Lee Sin's bot.
Oh, he might
I don't
go
know
over the
why.
wall.
Do you think Cat has enough base damage
Honestly, I'm
to
down
win
to
all
stay.
ins?
I'm almost 6, so you close.
If I have
yeah, I'll
no
stay.
Yeah.
damage. If I
Give it
only
the Soraka
help.
ult bait.
I would go ahead and say no.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm hitting him. Okay. They walked away.
Dang, I hate it when they do that.
Oh my god, my damage was insane here.
I'm just slowly tickling him.
Fuck.
You're done for.
Push, 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 push. She doesn't know. I'm
She's
gonna
gonna hit
fist.
6 on this wave, I think. Gotta go fast before this creep dies.
I'm fisting.
She hit 6. Oh!
Jungler's here.
Well, I have I
Wait, you didn't want to ult for him?
Ult was on cooldown, I swear.
Wait.
Like it was on cooldown, like it just came up.
Oh, you know, she did ping that it's ready.
Well, like it like just like the cooldown like just finished.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Okay.
Okay.
You understand,
Alright.
right, Albert?
Yeah, no, it happens. Wait, I'm so fast. I have no stats whatsoever, but like I can walk around and grab every now and then.
I
gonna
can see
gank
cases
mid.
where that would be useful. I'm throwing my
I'm
E mid
ganking.
again.
Useless mid laner. Can't even follow up on my ganks.
Wait, you stole my creep with your sunfire. Huh?
Wait, can you still smite minions? I heard they were moving that.
You can. They put it back.
Oh, nice.
Okay, guys. My map awareness isn't the best, so you have to scream if you need a Soraka ult. Okay?
Okay.
That's what I want to hear.
I got the
I'm ganking mid
HP for
again.
killing it, but not the gold. What the heck?
So what do you need from me? Oh wait, do we have Ash Arrow?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do. Tell me where you want it.
Oh.
Wait, I'm ulting right here. I'm
Right
ulting
there?
right
Okay,
here.
right
Yeah,
there.
I got her. She's dead.
Oh!
Oh,
Oh my god.
Heal for assist?
Oh!
ah,
She has a flash. She has a flash.
Oh, that one's good.
wait, I don't do damage. Hey, please ult me.
Oh,
I'm dead. I'm dead.
I don't do
You did it all
damage.
wrong.
Guys, I don't do damage yet. I always have my heart steal.
Pick the lowest damage team comp in the game.
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh wow, this is. Wait, I can't ping. I can't ping your
just tried
items
to
anymore.
ping and it says so.
Oh no, you can't ping anymore.
It's too toxic to
Yeah,
ping someone
apparently.
else's stuff. At least it's mid.
I'm coming, Scarra. Oh.
Oh,
God, I'm
thank
good at
God
this
you
game.
didn't heal that. Or you didn't hit that.
Are you dead?
I cannot help you there.
I think I'm fine.
Oh, you dodged his Q. Nice.
Yeah, I skillfully dodged that.
Okay, I have like 400 till I'm good, and then like another 8,000 till I'm good.
Can we kill bot? I'm on my way.
Zaya ghosted. I'm taking damage for no reason.
Mid's going bot right now.
I'm checking.
It's okay because I'm also going. Never mind. Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
I've seen this movie
Deja
before.
vu? Oh shit, Delisa's here.
Oh, I'm gonna leave. I'm out of here.
Perfect.
Wait, I might be back in depending on what you guys want to do.
Wait, careful, careful. She's still there, and I'm out
I'm
of
Yeah,
there.
the Vex is going.
Oh shit. I wonder if I'm okay.
Oh,
Oh,
Good old, good old.
okay, he takes it. Oh, what a heal! Oh my god.
Oh god.
This guy's. Yeah. Oh, he's back.
We have some more heals, right?
wait, just kill her. She's free.
Go, Eddie.
Yes,
Um,
super free.
Wait, I'm on my way back. We can
Wait,
totally.
wait,
win
like, is this bush warded? Like, there's no way. Oh, it is. But imagine if it wasn't.
this. Do they stay?
They didn't stay. They're gonna leave for sure. Oh, they stayed.
Oh my god. Wait. I gotta get down there. I gotta get down there.
All right.
We got.
No!
I'm spiked. Guys, I'm spiked. Guys,
Oh!
guys, I'm spiked. I'm spiked.
Oh my god, you're strong. You got a lot of HP.
But yeah, they'll never kill me. Oh my, wait a sec.
Okay.
Wait, does Zarka get Moonstone or Shrelia?
I think it's stuff. You know, it's whatever you want.
But whatever you want, yeah.
Be the
Good.
change you want to see.
Oh, right. I'm supposed to build Trinity Force. That's the item.
Oh, Shrelia's is more fun.
Yeah, and that's what matters. That hit me? What the heck? Okay, this guy has.
Oh yeah, I know this.
Okay. Oh, wait, damage?
No! I do no damage! Uh-oh.
Oh, we're coming, we're coming. It's 4v3. I think we can win.
Oh, we can definitely win. We can definitely win. Got trolled. This guy trolled.
I got pull, I got pull, I got pull.
I heartsteal him. Heartsteal him. I heartsteal him.
Oh, what a pull!
Oh
I
my
can't.
god. No, I think the ping removal sucks actually, because you can't ping like cooldowns for your teammates or any of that. Really kind of like I think I wish they did it differently.
He has no words.
Yeah. Me and Annie will get the dragon.
Heartsteal, bro. This guy doesn't know. He doesn't know I'm fucking farming.
I'm coming.
You can ping yourself. You
Wait,
can ping your
you
teammates
fucked up.
stuff. Yeah, are their teammates ultis? Cooldowns? I don't know.
I did it!
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
I did not do it.
We see the dragon.
Oh, so close.
Yeah,
Good job. Good job.
We got dragon.
But it's whatever. I just feel like the elite changes, like those don't do anything in IMO.
Oh, he's dancing.
Oh.
Oh, he's freaking dancing. Oh, I'm TPing.
He's dancing.
I'm flanking. I'm flanking.
Wait, I just went too hard to procs and get out.
Wait.
I'm here. I'm
We should
here.
win this.
I'm sending my ulti.
Oh!
Zaya.
Oh.
Oh, she ulted it. Oh, no ulti Zaya. Flash. Okay, I'm coming.
Coming.
I'm hitting the Vex.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh.
No.
Don't worry.
Oh,
Annie's
wait,
here.
you're not dead? I just left you. Oh.
Perfect hiding. I'm gonna see this in a glide montage later.
Oh no, I got hit.
Oh no. Yeah, you're fine.
Wait, I pull. I pulled him in melee range.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are dead. You guys are dead.
Yeah, I'm on way. I'm on way. I'm on way.
I
You're
just
not
keep
aware.
stalling,
You're
keep
not aware.
stalling.
They're not
Yeah,
aware.
like, okay.
Keep
Wait,
selling, keep
this is
selling.
free.
I'm on way.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait.
None of us did damage. Our only damage dealer is
I'm
dead.
coming.
Wait, hang
I don't
on.
do
Wait,
damage.
wait, wait.
Where's my damage?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
I'm shooting
Oh, you're
an
here.
E
You're
over.
here. You're here. Wait, I got 3 hearts to
Oh,
procs.
wait, damage. No flash, no flash.
Wait.
Nice.
I got 3
We
procs.
did it.
I got 3 procs. I got 3 procs.
You guys.
Dude, when I get my item, I'm
All
gonna
right,
do
wait.
so much
Do you guys
damage.
want a Shirelia's or a Locket?
I already have a Shrelia. You can't copy me.
Okay. Locket would be good. Alternatively, Gale Force is kind of sick on Blitzcrank.
Gale Force? Okay.
Like you do a dash and then you knock them up. Like how is that not?
Guys. Okay, just
They're all going top.
I'm almost there.
At least we're con. The Vex went back mid. Okay, never mind.
All right, I need to be in the side lane for another 10 minutes.
All good. The Vex might match you.
Oh, I don't know if he knows he's in for it. I fucking mis-e'd there. Whoops.
Okay.
I'm coming.
Oh shit! I almost died.
Here? I'm not doing anything, but I'm here. Oh!
Oh.
Oh!
Oh.
Okay, but you see this
Can I go
Vex? See this Vex? Yeah, yeah.
I got hit.
Oh.
I gotta back up.
God.
Oh.
I'm bad at this game.
Awkward positioning. Everybody panic.
Can you give me a jump? Thank you.
Hook in 7.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, soon.
Don't worry about it. I don't know. 10.
Oh my.
You almost blocked me into
Sorry,
it.
sorry.
Wait, I'm so
going.
tanky. I'm so tanky. Right here. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait, I feel like we can win the 4v4.
I can TP.
You think so? Yeah. Vincent has TP too.
Wait, let me grab this really quick.
Wait, where?
Wait, I'm taking.
Oh, this might be the worst time for me to...
That's okay, I'm taking. Let's go.
Alright, fine.
I'm dead.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I am dead.
We're here!
Oh no.
Oh, wait. This is looking not good for me.
I tried my best.
Flash. He's flash.
Oh, I got the recons.
Okay, I'll defend. I'm defending.
Dude, Annie, you're full health. You should have gotten in there more.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Wait, I don't feel like Gale Force synergizes with Blitzcrank's kit.
Okay, yeah, maybe don't go Gale Force. You could go Frozen Fist. You could build another Heartsteel to match Scarra.
Wait, what are the odds we live here?
Wait. They fucked up.
No, we're actually fine.
We're fine.
Like the Vex just trolled.
Yeah, don't worry. I distracted them.
Wait,
There's no way they can end. There's no way they can end.
Oh, I got flash kicked. But they're dead, right?
Oh,
Uh,
I'm gonna catch the door.
I'm taking this
He's gone,
He's
Zors,
literally
right?
dead.
Like...
He's not dead on my screen.
Yes!
Oh!
Yes! I
Okay.
did it!
Okay, wait, what if we win?
Yeah, wait.
I'm not even kidding. As soon as I get this item, we win.
We're actually scaling up Giga.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys. I'll protect the tower.
There's like 4 minions.
Yeah, that's 4 that would have gone to the tower.
That's true. Holy shit, they almost got it.
Don't worry, man. Also, I think should we get this dragon? It doesn't matter, right?
It doesn't
It's
really
right
matter.
We might need to stop the Baron though.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll have TP for that.
Okay, I say we just go 5 mid and we win a fight. Oh,
Wait, what if we
wait,
kill
this
this
Zaya
guy?
looking kinda cute.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Saya?
Is her ulti up yet? The Vex is bot.
Oh,
She's so
no
dead.
TP, no TP.
Okay, I'm ulting right here. I missed. Oh, she flashed. Okay.
Oh my.
Oh, what a hook!
Okay.
Wait, Baron.
Yeah, let's Baron.
Maybe.
try.
Let me
Yeah, I think we
check.
can.
Let me give it a check.
Wait, they might just push
Wait,
Oh,
him.
there's
Oh,
four.
they're
There's
gonna
four.
get
We
that.
saw all of
Missed.
them.
They're gonna try to end the game.
Yeah, we should probably just base, I guess. Don't die, Scarra.
We're coming.
Wait,
Come,
nice.
Scarra.
We're coming.
Oh wait, Vex ulti. I'm baiting.
Alright, go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, nice. Good teamwork.
Wait, no Vex ulti, no Vex
Messed up.
ulti.
Can we do dragon really quick?
Yeah, we might run at the dragon. That might be our play.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm visioning.
Oh, I like that.
Run at the dragon.
No Vex
Okay.
ulti.
We're gonna 5v5 here.
Alright, yeah, I'm down to fight.
No Xyle, right?
No, she has ult. She has ult.
She has it now.
Can we finish this?
He's gonna go in.
No!
Oh god, I got flash knocked up. You guys got this. You guys got this though.
Distracting, they said.
Oh, I was so close.
My heart still proc. Wait, guys, I almost have it. I almost have it.
You're so close. Wait,
300 heartsteel stacks. Like, that's crazy.
wait, you also have Doran Shield and boots to sell. Like, you have it.
Oh, wait.
Dude, I pulled the Xayah right away from your third Q.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, that was perfect coordination.
What?
Oh. Guys,
It's a close game.
I
Nice-
got
nice
it.
try, guys.
I think that was a really good try.
Yeah.
You think I'm being sarcastic? I said nice try.
Yeah, I think it was a nice try too. Let me just mark that off of champions I'm ever gonna play.
Okay, wait. Now it's time to find the ultimate robot champion.
The ultimate robot champion? That wasn't Blitzcrank?
I'm gonna go play some ads.
Yeah, wait. Blitzcrank seemed a little weak in the jungle.
Okay.
I'm gonna find the ultimate jungler. Give me 1 second.
I'm looking at different options. Okay, I could play Vi, Vayne, Zed. Okay, Zed seems too easy. Silas too easy. Pike mid. Holy fuck! Wait a second, guys. Wait a second. I think I see it.
Wait, isn't there a new champion? Like not the dog? It's like a beautiful woman.
Yeah, Briar.
Briar.
My restriction
Who
is
played her?
robot skins.
She got nerfed.
Oh my god, wait, isn't Nunu a robot?
Yeah, he has a robot
Yeah.
skin.
Beep boop.
Oh wait, hang on. I need to get her boba.
Is she using Titanic first? No, you don't understand. The point is your team 4v5s and you farm the side lanes. And you only run it at the very, very end to get assist gold. And then you run away.
Wait, is there a robotic Riven?
Pulse Fire Riven is probably the closest one. She's pretty robot-y in that one.
I would say Battle Bunny.
Oh yeah, that one.
She's pretty
She kind of
robot-y.
looks like a robot.
Yeah. Like if robots were to take over the world and clone someone, it would be maybe, you know, Battle Bunny Riven.
Yeah, and in Detroit Human, the robots look just like real people anyways.
Yeah.
All right, I'm down. I'll play Cyborg Riven in the jungle.
Oh.
Oh. And he just left, I think.
Oh, I can accept the Q on Annie's computer. Oh, never mind, she just came back.
Okay, wait. How does Senna work? It does not. Okay, cool. Got good talk, guys. Lissandra's kind of boring unless you have a full AP build. Malphite's kind of funny. Scion's kind of funny. I feel like Scion, my build that I was doing last game would work a lot better if I was playing it on Scion. Cho doesn't have a skin.
Yeah.
I can play top or bot or mid now. Because I have Rumble, I just remembered.
Oh. Not mid.
Okay.
Does he have a robot skin? Oh, Battle Cat.
What other mega shit?
Oh, Battle Cast is a skin line that's a robot.
Oh, yeah, Battlecast is a robot-y skin line, I think.
Oh.
Like Urgot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cho, Skarner.
Okay.
Okay, I'm still looking.
Wait, does Riven have a robot skin?
Yeah, Battle Bunny.
What?
Yeah.
Isn't Battle Bunny like just like a Playboy bunny?
Yeah, that's when robots take over the world, they're gonna just clone that skin.
That's what the robot's like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I see.
Is there
Oh
cog?
no.
Cog.
Oh no.
I don't like seeing Kane.
Oh, I'm not a Kane lover either.
But I can get a skin in Select, right?
Battle Cask. Yeah,
I'm
but
not sure
Cog
if how reliable that feature
versus
is.
Kane does not
Yeah,
seem
I
very
can.
good.
Okay, I'm buying.
Okay, what about
Whatever
Blitz versus? All right, this is gonna be a stretch,
All right.
guys.
We're chilling.
Okay, hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone gets
Why
their
did
turn.
3 people start laughing? Wait, why did 3 people start
Yeah,
laughing?
everyone gets their turn.
Yeah, here. Oh, wait, are you playing Blitzcrank mid or Blitzcrank support?
Oh, I was gonna do mid.
No, you go support and he can cover mid or top. Any
Is there a sick jungle
Oh.
Riven build? Or is it just the
Okay.
default?
I would just rush Hydra.
No, in like masteries.
Oh. Actually, you could
Do
innovate
you
with
want
that.
support? Or do
Yeah, is
you
it like
want mid?
electrocute or something?
I'm good. I do not care about mid at all.
You could try it.
If you would
you'd
like to
like
play
all the
mid,
validate
yes,
items
yes,
instead.
I
You could
want
also try
support.
phase rush.
Oh, I'm really bad at
I'm gonna be an assassin.
You got
yeah,
this.
yeah,
You got
sweet,
this. No
sweet.
worries.
I haven't done this in like 8 years.
Okay, perfect. Then now to do the best. What's the best damage rune? Is it electrocute? It's gotta be electrocute.
Oh no, they're doing Cade Zera. They're doing the Cade Zera.
Oh no, they have the scripter
Oh, this
tag.
guy's gonna do the F3 key.
Oh no.
Wait, what does that mean?
He like
It's
he like holds his camera on the Kane while the Kane ults someone, and then just puts his mouse in the middle of his screen, and just spams the button, and it like auto locks on the Kane person.
Oh.
Wait, what do I haven't played Oriana, I think in like literally years.
and honestly, more power
You level
to
you level W first.
I do?
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
Q?
the W does a lot. They buffed it twice.
It does a lot of damage.
It does
Okay,
so
do I
much
teleport?
damage.
I don't
Yeah.
know how to use teleport.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but honestly, you probably max Q first.
What?
No, wait, what? They buffed Q W twice. It's W first. Oh wait, is it Q? It's Q first. It is Q first. Wait, you're right.
It's Q first. It's Q first.
Wow. Even after, all I know is you don't start tier anymore because she does so much damage now that you can actually pressure people.
You could win. You could start corrupting pot and just win.
Oh.
Wait. I haven't played Oriana in actually years. Like, what do I build?
Wait, why do you have?
Wait, you're Oriana? We can do the classic Boxbox move from 2015.
Where you just jump into them and then I ulti and
Yeah.
then we're like pause, wobble combo pause.
Oh, why do you have
Oh.
electrocute?
Wait, that's
I have
literally the
electrocute?
build.
That's
Oh,
the
no.
build.
Hey, my Blitzcrank has electric.
What else would you play on this character?
Wait, which one do
Roll
I?
builds. Wait, do I start Doran's Ring?
I'm supposed to go red.
Yes, Thor's
I don't understand the difference between the colors.
or
The
the
red
other
does
things.
damage. Dude, go the blue one. It gives
You
you
can go
movement
corrupting
speed.
if you think you're gonna hit a lot. It's
Like
both
when you
fine.
walk in bushes, it makes you go
I
fast.
get hit a lot. I can't dodge.
Okay, you can go corrupting.
Really?
Yeah, you have
That's
TP. It's
better?
good. Yeah, it's not bad.
Okay, and then I max Q or W?
Q, and then W.
And then W.
Yeah.
Wait, they're playing Senna Scion and they're playing Kane Zerath.
I forgot to
they're
buy
both-
pots. no problem. I'll steal W first to get back to lane in time. Okay?
No. Hey.
My leash!
No.
Don't
My
worry,
support.
guys. Your fourth shot is like I leashed for you.
Wait, it's Quinn mid? Is it Zerath bot? Oh, it's Zerath top. Oh, yeah, of course.
What the fuck? It's Scarra top.
Oh.
It just makes sense.
Do you think they're
What the is? Oh, they're doing Senna Scion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this actually does well into Blitz.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, that kind of looked good if I was flying. Ow. 8 seconds. Wait, can we flip? Can we flip? I want to be the bush. I want to be the busher.
Hey, Quinn's missing.
Never mind.
She went topside, but she's missing.
I think they're gonna swap.
Why did they think that?
Because the Xerath got really low.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, he took 2. He took
Okay.
2. Wait.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm going. I'm still going.
Okay, I had nothing. I got nothing. It's all you. Okay. Okay.
Wait, y'all are doing it.
Yeah, you already know.
Holy shit, the electrocute.
I should have went down. Don't worry, I got it.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, what the fuck? He has TP.
Wait, we got owned.
Wait, can you stay in this bush for a little bit longer?
Yeah. I'm not sure if she warded it or not. Actually, I'm not sure if she flashed either.
What are the odds that she uses her W and finds us immediately and we just look like idiots?
0.
Does she have flash?
I think it's up, but I mean, he's pretty dead.
Oh, why didn't she
Here.
use it? I did it!
All right, nice.
I'm gonna recall right here and steal EXP.
Yeah, sounds good.
So if I want to be like a cool assassin, is it just still Eclipse? Is there a new item?
You can build Duskblade.
Duskblade?
Yeah, it turns you
Wait,
invisible.
Which one gives you the dash?
None. It got removed.
That got removed because Lee Sin was too OP with it.
Oh wow, I'm sorry,
So
Lee Sin
many
was the
things
OP
were so OP with it. It was crazy. Yo, I don't know. I'm gonna hit this cannon. You go let him ward.
I'm gonna teleport. How do I use this thing?
No.
Oh, you
I'm sorry.
press
I
your
had
teleport
to.
button and then you click the turret.
I had to do it.
Yeah?
Do they have flash bot?
No, no,
No,
flash.
they had nothing that I'm doing.
Both no flashes.
Oh, I'm just gonna walk in.
Who do you want to go on? Oh, you know, I'll go on this one. And I'll hit this one. Wow, he still procced it, man.
Yeah.
Go Ludens.
Wait, I don't have a split. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, they think I'm gonna back, but actually I'm just gonna go mid here.
Oh wait, I have
Okay.
oh my god. I have a teleport user.
Holy.
Dang.
Okay, and now they're not gonna know when they walk up here. Yo, Mr. Jim J. Poggers. Can I get a left side gank right here? Can I request
A left side what?
a left side of a gank right as he walks up here?
I'm a bit confused.
Wait, never mind. He didn't walk out. Where is this guy?
An enemy has been slain.
But you have ulti, right? Okay, I'm gonna walk around. I'm gonna walk around. Hey.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go back far.
Oh,
Ooh, for me? Aw.
for you. Wait, he might just
Wait,
like
up here,
be on
right
me.
here. Oh, there's not much I can do. There's
Pushboarded.
not much I can do.
I can see you.
Oh, you can see me there. Oh, that's awkward. Let's leave.
He's a genius.
Oh my god, I'm almost dead. He's almost dead.
Oh, he...
Oh.
oh
my
shit, Yura was
God.
dead. Wait, Yura was dead.
Can you ultimate Annie?
I ulted. But he doesn't have flash, I don't think.
Alright. I'm sure he knows I'm here.
Oh.
But I feel like I can just walk in. I'm just gonna walk in.
Oh god. I hope I die. Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm walking in, Annie.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'll remember this. Your sacrifice.
Uh-oh. We won too hard.
Wait. Oh no. Wait. Okay. Wait, I do so much damage. Oh, I see a potential kill. This guy is up too far.
Thank you.
Oh.
Her harbor.
Her harbor.
Best blitzcrank ever?
Oh.
Wait, Albert just played Blitzcrank.
I want him to die to the dragon, but he's not dying to the dragon.
I said what I said.
Oh.
Aw.
Oh.
You can kill her. I tried to leave her at 1 HP, let the dragon kill her, but the dragon sucks.
Oh man.
Oh.
I'm curious if I could kill this Kane and the Quinn at the same time. Maybe.
Wait, I didn't get an assist for that. Oh, you okay? I'm coming for 10 seconds.
I'm dead.
Oh, you won.
Yeah.
This Kane,
Oh, I got the
use
Kane
anything?
ulti. I got the Kane ulti.
You got the Kane ulti? Okay.
I think I heard it go off. It might have reset.
Oh my god. And now you
Let's
go
get
mid.
this Zareth.
I know you get it.
Yeah, he doesn't expect the Jin room.
Surely it's down. I heard the animation for it.
Alright, I'm going.
It is. Ah.
Alright, it was
missed.
down.
Sometimes they make the ability just like come back if you use it.
Holy shit.
Did not, man.
That was epic. Like sniper on.
Wait, he's coming for me.
Oh, I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Wait, the Quinn?
Like, I saw the Quinn
Yeah,
like
the
here.
Quinn.
Holy shit!
The Quinn's right here.
The Quinn's pogging out.
Wait, that was kind of cinematic. Like Jin and Xerath both stopped moving too.
Yeah.
Oh. Alright. We need to start. We need to get more kills.
More? Oh, you have Medj.
No
Oh.
way.
Oh.
These guys are probably not walking up. But don't worry, I will walk up. I will walk up.
Nice.
Oh, I can split the cannon. It's perfect. And I go back bot.
How do you have 13 pages already?
No,
I should have bought a book. What the heck?
It's like the first thing you buy. Okay, wait. How do I get this?
The Senna's like one hit.
My work here is done.
Thank you.
All right. Oh.
Oh shit! I'm dipping.
What? What about me? My
Good luck,
stats.
brother. Good luck.
Let's do what your rank was.
What's your blitzkrieg?
Yeah, Blitzkrieg, what's your range?
Damn. Scarra still got it.
Why Dust Blade over Eclipse?
You can like go in
Oh.
and one-shot someone, and then you're untargetable. Your spells can come up and you kill the guy again.
Should I like stack every single lethality item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, what should I get though?
All right, I'm down.
Proto Bell.
Wait, what's happening?
They're too. I don't know what's happening.
Mid, ulting top. Okay, cool.
Oh!
No,
Oh, the Senna was also ulting top.
Guys, control your lane.
Sorry.
Okay, honestly, I'm down to throw a little bit.
Wait, what do you mean? You're what have you been doing?
Oh, cannon me. Yeah.
Oh, right here? Oh my god, the Night Core?
Holy!
Wait.
Wait.
Dang.
Wait.
You never left.
Dice to the dragon? Oh, he's too good.
I don't know. Let's see.
Fanny, don't shield him, don't shield him.
That right? I got minions to go get.
Minions.
Wait, so how many times can I go invincible? Because it didn't happen every time.
Once every 30 seconds.
Oh, once every... Didn't it used to be like every kill?
Yeah, it was too OP.
It was so OP.
Oh. Still good though.
Oh shit, there's three. There's three.
Okay, well, what does that mean?
It means scary.
It means we get 3 kills. That's 6 stacks right here. Actually, that's 4 per. Right? Wait a second.
Wait, there's 3 traps here. Wait, I think he's done.
Oh. Dude,
Yeah, it's kind of tanky.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's kind of tanky.
I should have went Stork Shoes. What the heck?
This guy's a genius.
Oh shit, they're gonna get this.
Oh, I'm coming bot.
TP?
Oh yeah, Annie can TP flank. Go get him, Annie.
What?
Right here. Free kills.
Okay. Oh my god, this is it.
How does this work? Do I just go in there?
We did it! Great TP, Annie.
Nice.
I
It's okay.
Scarra.
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, what a dodge!
2 seconds. Boom.
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 Boom. Boom.
Oh shit, there's 3.
Oh,
Squad pulled up.
Oh.
Oh.
Honestly, I thought you did more damage.
Oh, I was trying to BM and I just like failed really miserably.
Don't worry. Oh,
yo.
Oh, what a dodge! Oh, what a shield!
here,
Oh, what a
quick.
dodge!
Wait, how is he alive? Uh-oh. Slap, slap, slap.
God, he
That's
hurt.
not a teammate?
He thought I was a scion.
Hey, Annie,
It's
how
like-
long on your
it's
ult?
red and black, like you.
Oh.
15. 15.
All right, follow me. Follow me. I'm gonna do the thing.
Okay, Nightcore, Nightcore?
Yes, all you do is you just press E on me and then R and then W.
Okay, okay. Like press E now or like press E?
Well, no, when you see me going in, I'm just gonna like sniff it
Okay.
out.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I'm watching. This is gonna be great.
Yeah, whenever I can see a clump, I'll go for it. Oh wait.
Yeah, that guy got hurt.
Get ready.
Oh, okay.
He's getting kind of close. Okay.
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 You noted?
Get to the night core.
Okay.
Nightcore.
Oh.
Oops.
All right, Jordan.
Oh.
Jordan,
Wow,
let's go.
I need 15 seconds.
No.
Can I
now.
Now. Okay.
Now.
Can I not
Okay,
R flash
now,
on this
now.
character? Anyone know?
Right, we'll try it again in a couple minutes.
Okay.
You know, Scar, I just gotta say, like, love that you saw us die and then decided I'm gonna join them.
Wait, I tried to.
Oh
R
shit.
I tried to R flash and I don't think it works. So good.
Dude.
Run!
Oh.
Get pranked!
Ooh. Wow, dang. Oh!
Oh! I didn't see on
Wait.
the map, but you flashed, right?
Wait, you're
Yeah, I
so
did, I
lucky.
did. I am.
Wait, Albert, I'm ready to try again soon.
I'm not.
What?
But does this give me
Wait,
move speed?
why?
Oh, it gives me move speed. Okay, I'm gonna go in and ward up.
Blitz, no moving. Back to the controls.
Jungler, I perfectly secured our dragon area.
And we are on the right side to do it.
Wait.
Oh shit.
Holy shit!
Holy
I
shit.
just got rolled by the 2 and
Oh
7.
my
Oh
god.
my god!
Got the tape. Wait, they surrendered.
We killed you in FF.
He
Wait.
killed me and you forfeited.
They got the last laugh. I'm Setho. Welcome back for 56 months. Serious subbing.
Okay, actually, do you guys have time for one more? That was a lot faster than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish off on one sick game.
Okay, so whose turn is it to play Blitzkrieg?
Yeah, he was going blitz this time.
Oh, I got okay.
I did 6k damage.
Oh, I just got placed.
Yeah, I'm gold.
Oh, same.
Okay, wait, I gotta find a new robot. 1 second.
How come did anyone play Galio anymore? Is Galio like I don't think I've seen a Galio. They buffed him last patch, right? I swear I haven't seen this character in such a long time. Ever since his rework, he kind of lost his identity, right? You only play Galio if you're playing with Galio Camille, so that you could be like Giga, Cringe, and Wombo one
Any
target you
cool
hate.
robotic junglers that aren't Nunu?
Galio's for
Jax is
mid laners with
Mecha
no
Kingdom.
hands.
Mecha Kha'Zix.
Faker was the best Galio player I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, Kha'Zix
Don't
is...
say that.
Oh no, that unit is too hard to play on for a first time. Wait, isn't there a sad robot Amumu skin?
Oh
Is
yeah.
there?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, sad Amumu.
That's me, baby. That's me. I'm gonna be
is
sad
there
robot
a
Amumu.
Project Garen
Oh,
skin?
wait,
Sounds
his
good.
face looks actually so sad though.
Yeah, he kind of looks like the D colon. All right.
Oh, Mech Garen. Oh, Mech Garen. Garen is a character for no hands.
Oh wow.
That's a no-hander right there. Okay, okay. I will play top. If that's okay. That way you don't have to be put in that lane anymore.
No, I like top lane. Top lane's fun.
Wait, really? Oh, okay, okay. Don't want to take you away from
No,
your
but
calling.
you can go wherever.
Oh wow, that was a real quick turnaround.
So which one is it?
That was a super quick turnaround. Okay.
Yeah. I'm down. The only
Okay.
thing holding me back from top lane is I only had enough money to buy 3 project skins, and the only champion I have left is Varus.
Okay. Hold on. Let me. What do I ban up here? Okay, maybe this character.
Fear will find your back.
Wait, okay, so do you guys think I should play? Okay, let me get. I have option of Garen or Malphite or Aatrox. You guys have never seen my Aatrox before. My Aatrox.
Yumi doesn't have a robot skin.
Really advanced skin.
Super advanced. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you the most advanced top laner.
Oh.
Ew.
Oh yeah, everyone loves Garen.
I should have played Aatrox. Wait, how do you play Aatrox? Is it Ghost? I don't. Do you take Ignite like this?
I
don't
can play mid or AD carry.
I just heard you go a lot of Zeals.
I'm pretty sure I have the Mecha Aesol skin.
You're gonna breathe on him?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you think they're the same
Maybe.
people?
maybe. I think they banned like they.
Oh, maybe like Phase Rush. Ooh, Phase Rush. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Do you really not go? Do you not go attack speed? You go adaptive on Garen? Wait, I thought he converts attack speed.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
I don't know if I can play Ace. They have
Wait,
to they have to
is
say
Boomer really
Oriana.
supposed to go Conqueror?
Yes, but it's more fun to go electrocute. Just go all AP. It's so much
Yeah.
more fun.
Yeah, just go electrocute. It's OP.
Actually?
Yeah. Just
No, it's the troll build, but you could do it.
Wait. I go full AP.
They took Sen. I wanted to play Sen.
Oh.
You have to play a
Oh.
different champion, Annie.
That's all I got.
Play
Oh.
Blitzcrank, the default skin.
Oh,
Wait, so not Dark Harvest, just Electrocute?
Yeah. You literally W second and you can do Baron at 20 minutes.
You're back.
Wait, this guy, they took Jace. Wait, I'm starting to think this guy's. Did I get?
But then what's the secondary?
Oh, I don't remember.
Oh god!
Wait.
Alright, good enough.
Oh, I played against
Alright, so you just go full
Jace,
AP
man.
mode. I feel like nobody builds tank anymore.
Grasp Jace? What the heck? Grasp Jace? All right, can I go bot lane? Yo.
Do you want to go mid? I can go top.
No, I'm good. This guy, it's fine. I just have to go D shield for.
wait, is Nami supposed to go Imperial Mandate first instead of a Mythic?
I thought that was.
No, I think you're supposed to go Ludens.
Oh yeah, that sounds right.
Why does their Ashe have Flash, Ignite, and Conqueror?
Wait, that build actually kind of sounds lit. She has to hit you a long time
Battle
though.
Ash.
It looks like both their bot laners have Ignite.
Great.
Oh, one for
Wait.
each
Guys.
of us.
His name is Mad Fapper.
Guys, what exactly do I skill first?
Okay, wait. So, okay, I get it. Wait, is it a
Maybe
move
the
kind of
one.
boring?
It's just always one.
No, he's super fun.
Not the AP one. He's actually so fun. You're like Spider-Man.
You got 2 bandages.
Minions have spawned.
You
Wait.
guys are. Oh, you can start here with E. By the way, you don't need a leash.
Oh, okay. Start
It's
here with E.
yeah. It's like you don't even take damage really. Yeah, I played too much of Boo Boo, man.
Yeah, how do you know so much
That's
about
not
a
even-
movie?
I used to
fun.
be like one of the top of Moo Moo players that I played, but I haven't touched him in
Wow.
forever.
A movie genius?
Wait, so what's the full AP Amumu build?
Oh, I go Leandry so I can do 20-minute Baron cheese, but I think you're supposed to go Proto Belt.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you very well. Did you say Banshees?
Yeah.
I think you're supposed to go Leandry so you can do
Oh,
20
Leandries. Okay.
Yeah. Wait, this guy shoved way too fast, right? Actually, it depends. You should take damage. Yep, he hits 2. I'm good. Oh, he's against Ash. Actually, a move versus Ash is so sick. You do like almost no. Oh, I need to press that. Fuck. Oh, you got to say that. For
Oh,
the wave,
God!
man.
Oh, sex topside. Cool.
Oh God!
I cannot assist you without losing the tower. I'm not even gonna look. You got it right.
I'm not even gonna look.
Wait.
Wait, you're fine.
Oh.
Holy shit, total gap?
Wait, how did you?
Oh
Wait,
sh!
wait, you're a beast. Are you gonna die to the camp?
No! Ah!
Suck.
Wait, how did you solo kill him? What the heck? Wait, you're actually a beast.
I'm kind of the best Amumu player on the planet.
I think our Ash is gonna base. We could probably dive this guy.
Is it normal for this guy to go
Unless the Zac gets here in time.
grasp Jace?
He probably got here.
Like, what
Oh.
am I playing against, man?
Zac!
An enemy has been slain.
Keep running. He has no flash. Keep running. Keep running. Nice heal. Keep running. I'm almost here. All right, I'm out of here.
It's hard still for sure. So weird.
Dude, my heal almost came up in time, Annie. I swear, like
Oh, dude, you too. You too.
it was like really close.
I know that feel. Don't worry.
Am I max in E? Yeah, I think I am.
You max Q if you're going the AP.
Oh, max Q? Okay.
Oh, nice.
You actually don't put points in the E until later. Like you put 1 point.
Oh. Wait,
I think I'm gonna make it.
Oh!
Oh shit.
Oh. Oh.
Wait, I'm here. I'm
Wait.
here.
A
Oh!
moo?
Yeah, check us out.
Okay.
Oh!
Holy shit.
Close. Close.
Dude,
Wait, that went kind of crazy. Like,
Best moo in the world.
My work here is done. Wait, this like 2 charges of Q is insane.
yeah.
it's 2 stuns. Why does this guy have grasp?
That's what I'm saying, man.
He's got the Garen counter?
It's just annoying for
I don't
like
even know.
he hasn't hit an EQ, but it's annoying.
Wait, times used 17? Dang, he's kind of crazy with it.
You suck. Nowadays so hard.
Yeah. You can E yourself in auto and then use the slow to get the thing.
What the? That's a crazy combo.
I missed one.
But that would require you not Eing me.
Oh, she's
No
too-
way.
I'm coming.
No
I'm coming.
way.
Oh.
Almost there. Keep running. Keep running. Whee!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Swag.
Oh. Oh.
I feel like I'm fine, right?
Okay.
Ally has been slain.
Not swag. Unswag.
Oh, wait, let's walk
Yeah.
forwards. Maybe we could proxy kill this guy. Let's walk in this bush
Like, I don't expect gold. It's fine.
and then go surprise. Oh, nice bubble.
Killing spree.
Oh,
All right, let's just casually walk away like nothing happened.
okay, okay. Oh my god, it worked. No.
The Momo guy clears way faster than jungle Blitzcrank.
No.
Really?
Where's my face
Send it
I
rush?
think Momo's OP.
Oh no, she's here.
Do I need to hit him
He
with
might be.
2 autos? Is it 3 separate attacks? I need to hit him with another auto. Oh, that's so different than what I expected. Auto attack QE. Oh, I missed. That sucks. I thought it proc just off my spin.
How are you level 6 and I'm not level 6? This
Probably
is some.
Too try hard to freeze. Let's just
I'm
put-
coming mid.
Fair.
I'm almost there.
Bot lane's missing.
Whee! Whee again!
Hey, come back.
Woo! He has that? Oh. Okay.
If Ghost come up before Flash, any knowers? I need a knower. I need a knower.
Dude, I'm like the slowest attacker in the world.
It does. Oh no, I'm dead. Okay.
Zach no ulti.
I gave him a kill to make the game closer.
Wait, I could totally just kill that guy.
Yeah. Don't worry. He has no flash.
Oh, good bubble.
Okay,
One,
whip. Oh, does it
two,
proc phase? Oh,
three,
no, that's genius.
4, 5, 6. Ah, fuck, he's gone.
Nah, he's right here.
Nah, I took too long.
Yeah, I saw you guys were winning lane so far. I just died for fun. You're welcome.
Oh, thank you.
But look at how bad you're dominating this lane.
That's true. Oriana, master?
Ew. Maybe the champs is broken.
I think the champs is broken.
This is just so broken.
Trick shot!
Oh,
Wait, when's your next
I don't
one?
think she
Oh,
knows.
when's your next one?
Oh,
Oh,
come over
shit.
here. Trick shot!
Okay!
Wait,
Trick
I'm
shot.
on way.
Trick shot! Whoop whoop!
Whoop whoop.
Wait,
is the Mumu balanced?
Walk like you don't see them.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. They know somehow.
Oh!
Wait, it's warded. What the heck?
Wait, I'm coming for a trick shot bot. I have like literally nothing up, but I'm coming. Trick shot! Oh!
I'm
Oh,
dead.
oh god.
It's too good. So we dodge a Q like a beast.
Trick
shot.
shot.
Trick shot.
The sitter's going top.
If I die to it's mid gap.
What? What's up?
Oh.
Wait!
Oh!
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Wait, I can make it up to you. I'm gonna do something sick.
This- Can I whip while I'm eating? Because
Having fun.
I wasn't
Taco?
sure if it can
Okay.
cancel my E.
I'm gonna do
Yeah,
something
top is
sick
great.
bot lane. It's gonna make you go holy shit.
Oh, like last time.
Yeah. Wait, no, better.
Oh. You whip anytime.
Oh, he's going all the way
whip.
around.
Okay.
Kill her. Kill.
She
her,
might have left.
Kill her. Oh, she's so far.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
No way.
How did that happen?
Holy shit. Oh my god, no. Oh my god, no. Come, Alfred, I'll tank for you. Run.
Hmm.
Oh fuck, I got spotted.
Wait, that was sick, right?
That definitely did make me go, holy shit. Oh. No!
Wait,
Guys,
I'm
why
gonna come
is,
by. It's gonna make you go holy shit.
why is Chase broke
Really?
here?
Ah!
Okay, yeah, perfect. You're
Okay,
at the start
I'm
help.
baiting them.
good
I'm
bait,
baiting
good
them.
bait,
I'm
good bait,
baiting them
good
so
bait.
hard right now. Look, I wasted my bubble, and they're like, oh my god.
Whee!
Yeah!
Oh.
Cry on her, cry on her.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, the cry.
Double kill.
Holy shit.
Wait, I love that you can just like cry on them.
Oh yeah.
Like, imagine how socially awkward that would be. Like, at your friend's house and they start crying on you. Like, that's the emotional damage.
Wait, how low is this guy?
He's like half.
Wait.
Wait.
Okay, I'm waiting for you.
No, go for it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I'm only him. Oh my god, he right to you.
Boom! Oh, I get this tower
Oh,
first?
I
Oh?
cast this?
Wait.
Ah.
The spin? I cast it.
The spin. Wait, this guy? He's walked too close.
She's walked too close to the sun.
Smelling ash.
Oh
She's
my
leaving.
god. Yeah.
Not anymore.
Wait.
Oh, perfect. You got shut down, and then I.
Oh. Wait, you're telling me I could have waited 1.5 seconds for the wave?
No.
thought he was gonna-
We couldn't do that.
Wait, I'm so fast.
Killing spree.
I thought he was gonna go in on you, and then he didn't. Oops.
It's a ticket.
What am I supposed to
Take
build?
Oh.
Why does it say hole breaker? Am I supposed to be? Is this right?
Okay, nice, not bad.
Zeal. Is Zeal better than PD?
Can she be killed?
What do you mean?
I smell her.
Oh,
Oh,
Right there.
Come in mid. It's free.
Oh,
Whee!
oh wow.
wait, you cry harder than my spin.
An enemy has been slain.
Savage.
Their Jace has so much HP.
I actually like this champion. I thought he was boring, but I kind
He's
of
pretty
feel it.
fun. He's
Yeah,
pretty
this
fun.
This is a fun champion.
He's just a little baby. Dude, Vincent.
Yeah.
You missed.
No. He just dodged. He's so good.
Wait. You want to try doing a? You can't see this ping. Albert, you want to try doing a 20-minute Baron?
Oh, 20-minute Baron.
Wait, did you
sure.
W?
Is it
Let's
really
do it.
that?
Let's do it right now
Did
for
you-
the world record.
Did you do W second?
Hang on, I'm about to do a trick shot.
Okay. Wow.
Trick shot.
Trick shot.
Aw, Jordan, you came back so I could get the assist, right? And not for the
No.
minions?
Oh, oh no! This is
Hey, there's a dash!
He's running.
I spell it.
Someone get him.
Let's get him.
Where did you
Here?
go?
Oh, found him. You found.
Don't let Annie get an assist.
Wait, look, I got it. No.
Oh, did not.
Smell his back.
Oh,
Oh, someone put this blue one in.
Zach?
wait! Holy shit! My
I
senses
smell
are
an
tingling.
assist, I smell
My
an
senses are
assist.
tingling.
Oh,
Oh.
wait.
Oh, wait, right here.
Trick shot.
Wait, I thought the Garens were all
Trick shot.
super skillful and they had the strike breaker before or after their E. You're telling me the entire time?
Wow, Vincent's distracted. The
Wait.
buck's mine.
No.
No. How did I die? Wait, I thought I would do more damage.
Wait, was I supposed to max W second?
That's for the 20-minute. Honestly, Q's probably better.
Oh, wait, he said second. Wait, yeah, I think.
Oh wait, you don't max E first?
Wait, I maxed.
I was told to max Q for like the assassin.
Oh, I thought
Oh.
Q. I think Q is way more fun.
Oh yeah, true. Q is OP.
Yeah, good job.
All right.
Well, I felt deep.
Okay, I
Wait,
think we might die.
What?
Dude,
I'm
you-
doing so much work on this dragon.
Where did my health go?
Yeah, you're doing so good to the dragon. Nice.
Wait, look, I
Wow.
almost killed it.
That
Oh
Wait, like,
my
all by
god.
myself.
Wait, wow, good job. I'm gonna leave now
Oh!
because you got it.
Oh!
God.
Okay, your turn. Oh, nice
Wait,
dodge.
you're so lucky that I burned this flash, Vincent.
No, Zach's coming to dragon! Oh,
What?
I've been
I think she
working on
said
that for like 10 years.
Oh, you
Oh
sold
my
the
god, it's
dragon.
my. Oh.
Wait, you soloed the dragon?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
still have the
she
dragon.
soloed it. It was
No,
kind
you
of crazy.
did not.
No,
I was
she
working on
soloed
it
it.
for 10 minutes and Zach almost walked in as I was finishing.
Oh, wait. Check this out. There's a really sick Amumu trick shot I'm about to do here. What's up, everybody? My name is Dude Perfect, and this is Amumu bandage toss trick shots.
Okay. Here, I'll speed you up. Go.
I almost
go,
didn't
go.
get it. I almost didn't get it. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Dude, perfect.
Dude, perfect. Oh,
Vincent, take for him.
oh
Take
shit.
for him.
Oh,
Has been slain.
Dude, you didn't tank for
Oh,
him?
well, that's just a.
Wait, does flashing like move my bandage toss, or did I just miss?
It moves it.
Wait, what? I'm gonna cancel the Zach jump. Everyone stand.
Okay.
Here.
okay.
Dude, he's not jumping.
Okay, nobody help me with this Baron. I need to try to solo. I want to see if Amumu can.
No. Oh, you need one
Inspired
person
by
to
my
tank
dragon
you.
solo.
Tank for you, I think. But it's actually.
You also need demonic, I think.
No, he does so much.
What is demonic? Oh, isn't that what Leandres used to do?
Holy shit. So lucky.
We're just getting so lucky this game.
You're so lucky.
Okay, Albert, you solo it. We're gonna go kill the Syndra.
Okay.
I'll zone out anyone from coming to you.
Where's the Syndra going?
I'm cutting her off.
Wait,
She's gonna take this plant.
this guy's Baker. This guy's Baker. Oh,
It doesn't feel close. It doesn't. It's not close.
Oh, they forfeit. Don't worry. We're on our way.
Kill
No.
it before the surrender. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, surrender back?
surrender back?
Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh.
Oh,
Silly waffle. What about
Too
30
late.
months? Fix your stomach.
That wasn't close at all. I like didn't beat the Baron at all. Like I don't think I would have done 20% of its health.
Oh, you just need a tank with you, and you do like infinite damage.
it's too bad we didn't have a tank on our team.
Yeah.
What? I'm green.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, your emerald? Oh.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so why is it that green is worse than diamond in League, but then in Valorant it is better?
Um,
And why doesn't emerald exist in TFT?
that's a lot of questions you're asking.
Asking too many questions.
Yeah.
Like they should at least like have like a consistent system across the League client.
No.
No, that's impossible.
Nah.
No.
What do you mean no?
It's just not allowed.
No.
It's gonna break
There's
the
no
client.
reason for like all the Riot games to have different ranking systems. Like they're like so similar, but then there's just like a random small change.
Oh.
Like oh, and now League of Legends has green.
No.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for helping me do my promotion for the creator. We played robots and we killed a lot of people, just like how in the movie The Creator, robots kill people.
Whoa.
Yeah, spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. But yes, thank you for joining me.
Thanks for the game.
Fuck you.
Yes, gifts will be in the mail in 24 to 48 business years.
Okay.
All right. I'm
Jeez.
excited.
Nice.
Okay.
All right.
GG.
Yes, I wish you all a good
GGs.
rest of your stream and or day. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for helping
Good
me.
night.
Good
Goodbye.
night. All right, guys. Fuck it, I'll just tell you guys. I can't keep a secret. I suck at that anyways. The current plan is to have a hair cutting stream, dyeing and cutting stream on the first week of September. Oh, it's like the second week, really. Second week of September. Fine, second week of September. And on the first week, October 2nd, I will be going to a sushi place where you guys can order sushi. The current 4 people who are going to be with me, because I wanted to keep it rather small, is going to be me, Sean, Lily, Celine. The idea is that we're kind of banned from eating anything that you guys don't order us. So we'll have a way for chat to order. And it'll be very interesting. I think you have 20 options of sushi, and they're not. Some of them are not good options. Oh, yeah, it is our chat ordering service. I will be begging you guys to order me the Toro. And I'm a big fan. I probably shouldn't tell you guys what I like. Can you wait for these streams? No, they're the sushi one's locked in for the 2nd of October. Barring a fucking miracle, and they call us back and they said no, you can't do it, and then like a meteor strikes my house, I'm probably gonna do it October. Okay, let me go play some ads. What am I doing now? TFT? Is it Lost Archive? It's TFT time. The new patch is out, right? Let me go look, take a little gander. Hold up real quick. What was the hotfix stuff? Azir got his damage increased. It's actually a fucking dub. Aphelios got his chakrams increased by 1. Oh, thank God. Cho'Gath got nerfed. Fiora, Samira got nerfed. Wow. What a great... Gifts got nerfed. LDP got nerfed. Double Trouble got nerfed. Oh my God. It's actually... It's a dub. It's a dub across the board. And I'm on my Ron account. Okay, whoops. I'll be right back. The thing... Lost Ark, man. Lost Ark. Lost Ark. Do I really want to play Lost Ark? I feel like I don't. I think I do, though. A little bit. Okay, but this is the more important thing, guys. Let's focus on the important stuff, okay? 25 games that I like. My top 25. I feel like I need something from the PlayStation era. I guess I have a couple things, but I don't know. I have the FF7. What did I really enjoy from there? I did not super like Crash Bandicoot. I'm not gonna lie. It was okay. I like Dragon. It's like Legend Dragoon. I did really enjoy some of the Mega Mans when I was growing up. Second Dexter, Rush and Clank. Yeah. Bahamut, Lagoon, God of War. Didn't play God of War. I didn't have a PlayStation 2. I had a PlayStation 1, and my parents said we can only have one system. And I chose the GameCube. And I don't like Zelda games or Mario games. Why the fuck did I choose the GameCube? I should have chose the PS2. The PS2 was so much better. I actually scammed myself, man. That again, yeah, that's good, but I don't really remember the game. Wolfenstein Enemy Territory. Well, it's already on here, bro. Look at this. You already know this is the best shooter of all time. I don't know best shooter, but it was really fun. It's one of my favorite shooters of all time. Play Eternal Darkness. I've heard about the game. I never played it. You know what game was sick? Oh my God. Oh my God. Power Stone is on here from the Dreamcast. That's a crazy one. That is a crazy one.
No getting through me.
Oh, Bandle, yes. We have Bandle. We are Bandolin. Okay, but I need an early Nico or early Nautilus for me to really enjoy this. Okay, that's not what I said. What's the Ixball? Oh, it's...
Did it. Yeah.
Bro, this is such a... Oh, it's like a Cho stacking game, man. Though if we order Hamachi, I feel like that's a very default thing to order. Yeah, it should be no problem. Cho is so good here, but I want Galio wins a war here. That's what I really want. I don't really want built over. Sorks with a Swain is actually OP, but also kind of difficult to get.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Oh, it's in the Zir hex. Holy moly. I mean, this Ixtal hex blows. Okay. Endurance training, Cho'Gath, early education. Holy moly. Okay, what do I got?
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
I got no time for games.
This is very exciting.
Six tall, sex tall. This guy put this emblem on the wrong unit. Give us the league. Oh, my bad. We changing. We changing. We changing. These are.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Wait. These hexes suck. But maybe it's possible to play rogues from here. I feel like it's actually pretty interesting. It has default blue buff. Pretty good. Yeah, webcam mic stream tomorrow. What does that mean? What does that mean?
I got no time for games.
Tomorrow I stream. It means you use your webcam. Oh, no, I'm not doing anything. I'm not streaming tomorrow. Oh, I should probably have. I didn't want to tell you guys. It should have been a surprise. Okay. What's the Ixtal? 100% when they cast their ulti. But I have such a good Azir like situation. Like it's like I have to play two all with Azir. Spam me, spam me, spam me, spam me, spam me. Oh! This game is so... It's over. Okay, what do I want to play? Maybe I don't want to play Rogues, because Rogues is kind of meh. Or maybe I do want to play Rogue. Re-install Rogues. Four install Rogues. Oh shit. All right, pretty good loss.
I carry my family with me.
Remember, September's ending. It's time to press the 6 months sub button. It's true. I mean, my losses are kind of lit. Phantom Carousel, you already know. I play Earth. Phantom's Cafeteria must be like a plus, like the easiest LP ever for me, you know?
That's where you belong.
I
in
hate
the
my
dirt.
legs. Like they are very disgusting.
Blood for naught.
I got no time.
I might switch here actually. Start stacking graves. The reason is because I want to even shroud here. Oh shit! If I even shroud though, I can't. Re-extol, okay. You're playing rogue, yeah. I stacked 200 health on the wrong rogue, I think. But it's because my items were really fucking weird.
I command you to die.
Okay. So the Ixtal got buffed to 100% for 5 seconds. You wanted a lower mana unit, which is why I'm switching the health over to Graves.
This place could use some reshaping. Watch this. This place could use some reshaping.
really dislike a lot of these items. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to use these items, man? Do you keep Nico? I think, probably. Three swords? Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. Oh man. Okay, maybe we swap that because I just did. Yeah, the hex already not just. I'm pretty sure you can't even get the buff twice. Can you? Does anyone know? Any knowers? I actually do not know at all. Because you can't get double Nashor's Tooth buff normally. Not the same effect? Interesting. I think Nashor's Tooth is only good on Echo, really. Echo is the one who has perfect uptime with it on rogues. The other rogues kind of their uptime is like not the best. Wow, there's no. Oh, that is not good. That's okay. Not bad. Derek's Graves, no problem.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
The reason I'm okay to do this is because there's a Noxus player. There's no way I can't do this game. But usually you don't want to stack your fucking rogues. Because it's kind of weird. It's not good or Jinx. Oh, I mean, I could stack Jinx as well. I don't know how many Gunner players there are. None. I might just go Jinx 3 as well.
All in.
Do I want this? This unit kind of owns, so yeah. The Vandal, you already know. I'm surprised I lost. Spot count for 2, it counts for 2. It's every spot count. So I have 60 health per round, 2 graves right now.
I got no time for games. I got no time for games. All in.
Oh. That's cool. Level, put in Slayer, and then roll for Kiana 3. Graves is currently at 2768 health. That'll probably end somewhere around 3.5k this game, 3.4. Oh.
Night, night.
This place could use some reshaping.
I almost want to say I should just roll it down for Kiana here.
Demacia is counting on us.
Shurima is not of this time.
Dawn is the future. Dawn's future's got
I do have this, but I was hoping to roll for it and save this for Echo, but yeah, I'll probably check Nico. I have no gold. Like, every time I try to roll down, it does not end well. There's no way I hit this then, right? When's this stat? If I hit 4 Gunner, it's actually pretty good. Also, if I hit Slayer, it's actually not bad too. Slayer's actually really good out for me here.
I command you to die.
Okay. I go, what should we call it? Level 7, 4 Gunners. Really good out. Let me kind of position this so it doesn't feeds into graves as well. That would be cool. Wait, emblems count for Bandle? No, they make anything count. Pretty sure. I've played this a lot. I'm pretty sure they make anything count. Yep. Fed into the wrong unit. No, it says that, but it's always fed into. It's always fed this way. Always. I think I'd rather do it this way because it makes my Kiana positioning so bad otherwise. This. And then this is Echo items, right? Oh no, it's actually Kiana. But what can you even make with this? Like reasonably, it's like nothing, right? It's like Crown Guard. The AP items, man. Legend 757. Welcome back for 31 months. Welcome back to Lost Ark. Dude, am I actually playing Lost Ark? I feel like I don't want to, but I kind of want to. No chores. I feel like I've talked about Lost Ark too much to not do it. Okay, that's not how it works. That's definitely not how it works. By the way, what do you guys think I placed this game? Like literally, look at my position. I have this weird board state. What do you guys think I placed? I think it's a second. I have a lot of life too. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Is this Ixtal broken? 100%. Like, I'm watching Graves attack. I'm like, damn, this guy shoots fast, man. This guy shoots quite fast. And he's got 20, like, he's so much HP, right? Better than Radiant Ash. Yeah, he's got 3,100 HP. Sick. I just level 32. Sell this. Look at my synergies this game. Ixtal, Rogue, Gunner. Triple gold, baby. Wait, this guy has double Noxus and his total domination. Huh. Oh. This Graves is a beast. Well, 30. It's 80 around, guys. 80 health around. I don't know how much. Like, usually the games end around stage 6. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, he's gonna be a big boy. Like 3,600.
Night, night.
Watch this.
I need rage play for. I mean, Aphelios has got to be good from this position, right? Or do I stack the 4th rogue? It's actually probably this, right? Because it's Robo Jinx. If it wasn't Robo Jinx, I would not. Also, Jinx casts more than the Aphelios, I think, at 70 mana. Nah, that might's cat. You just can't. There's another Noxus player in the game that's owning, and then you're never gonna get cat 3. It's like cat's like a useless unit trap. I get cat 2 and call it. Jinx legit feels better. Oh, I mean, I feel like it just got buffed today, like literally like an hour ago. So, wow, Sentinel, Stolen Vitality, holy shit! This guy's combat logged out the wazoo. I mean, they just nerfed Stolen Vitality. Like, Graves missed. So, wait, did you see that? My Graves didn't ulti. He should have straight killed Ash here with Smokescreen. But I lost this fight for I don't even know what reason. That was really weird. I think I got canceled by stuff. So Graves wasted both smoke screens. That sucked.
For Piltover.
4,300 health Swain. That middle team. No, he died right after, I think. But it's hard to say. On thing. Isn't he giving the egg health? Maybe not. It's top 4 already. Top 3 almost. I'm rolling all in after this. On this specific round. Oh god, I don't want that. Gilead. Oh god, all the Jinx items here are fucking terrible. I mean, I guess because it's also a Slayer, and I can replace it with Quinn with this, so it's just like a great unit and a really shitty item, but it's fine.
Dawn is the future. For Piltover.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
Oh my god.
Your king has returned.
Dawn's future's about to get brighter.
Oh, Kiana will buff the wrong kid here.
This is mercy in Bilgewater.
I said this was a second, and I still kind of stand by that.
Bilgewater.
Oh my god.
Your king
This is a bait,
has
right? There's no way I
returned.
can... Is that domination guy died? He did not. There's no human way I can get 3 GPs at 7, right? I'm worried I need to frontline this Reaver, honestly.
Everyone pays.
Oh, GP or Graves did not waste his stuff. Nice if you first.
Mercy in Bilgewater.
4,700 health, 3,500. Every time he meets my Graves, it's just like it's a different beast. That's your first cast. He does get the benefit of getting 50 armor. Yeah, probably. The 50 armor? 50 armor MR? I think so.
Blood for Noxus!
Dawn is the future. Dawn is the future.
I don't really want Pat. That's so fucking easy.
Dawn's future's about to get brighter.
This goblet is with the assumption that I make it to the next carousel. If I do not make it to that carousel, it is not good. Wow, this guy has Noxus, Aatrox 2.
Dawn's future's about to get brighter.
Blood for Noxus! We are to fight now?
Rolling for this Jinx seems kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Jinx are. I mean, there's no way I'm supposed to be able to get Jinx. Yeah, I can't move my rogues. I should have just moved my rogues, man. Even if I lost the buff, I think I need to be right side to kill this guy. It was a third. Fair. Fair. I'm gonna play some map. It was interesting. I think I think differently I would play Azir or something. We completed the chart. Oh, where did I put the chart? Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. Oh, almost lost the chart. I'm thinking about, okay, it'd be like old. Is there anything recent that I really enjoyed? It'd be like, probably, I was like kind of like Vampire Survivors, but I wouldn't consider it a game I'm like, not Eternal Return. Crosscode? I didn't play that for long. You think Tesla recognizes the shirt? Oh, absolutely. He's not a fake fan. Remember when you told DMD out of nowhere, say Turtle pop off? I don't think he ever said that. I think that was me DMing him. And he makes fun of me for that. Oh, with Toasty. Oh, will not. Oh, yeah. You're right. Yo, he did do that. He definitely did that. That was a thing that he did. Yes. Oh, it's a burn. Oh, wait, the burn is actually kind of interesting. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do some shit. Hold up.
Carry my family with
This. It's 6, and I'm happy with any of the 6, right? Bilge, multicaster. You can't even get a multicaster. So it's 5. I'm happy with Invoker, Ixtal, Bilge, Piltover, I guess. And I guess Sork, but like not really. If I get Sork, I'm gonna be pretty upset. Oh, nope, we're getting this. Oh, wait, I got Sork, Targon, Strat. Holy fuck. Okay.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Damn, this one's kind of interesting. Oh, what the fuck? Easiest game of my life. I have never first place with a Stork game. I will admit. Every time I play Storks, it feels very bad. I just hit the level 1 Cruel Pack player. Fuck me, man. What is the most important item to get here? Is it Spark or Tears? Like I need 2 rods to eat these, and I need maybe 2 a rod to eat this too. Yeah.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Two Cruel Pactors, 1 person's levels. This is gonna be a sad game. Spark. I mean, I just play classic Stork board, right? Because I don't think anything changes. You're still only playing 2 Targon, but you just have a free strategist and a free... Huh. Okay. Means I probably need to check these up then.
Will be served.
2 Cruel Pactors. It's really scary because the Cruel Pact players hit each other and then they're kind of boned. But this guy got Fiora already. Huh. That's an interesting unit. Okay, this guy got Nyla already. Huh. I see this lobby is gonna take 50 every round. I hit the other Cruel Pactor. Oh, that's so, oh my fucking god, man. Dude, oh god, man. It sucks, man. I got Cruel Pacted twice in 1 round. I'm 81, bro. I'm not 81 like almost ever. I want to take tier here actually. Like it's that for Stork. I don't even have a tier for Stork. I'm good. Oh, what do I have tomorrow? Oh, I have something tomorrow. Tomorrow I have a collab with Sayu and Kason, a VTuber collab. I need to get my thing charged up. Hold on, let me go charge this shit now. I'm going. I already know. Hold on, I need. Over here. I don't think it's recorded. Yeah, I somehow got into a collab with Kason. That's really just Sayu said everything. That's cool. The subathon wake up at 2 a.m. Sai? Oh yeah, no. The time at my collab time is fucking, you would not believe it. It's like 11 p.m. And let me go double check. 10 p.m. my time. Is the thing. I'm gonna try to get my VTuber up because I would like to personally. But yeah, we'll be playing I am playing a game that I recommended actually. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I told her I think it's fun to play with 3 people as the killers. And so we'll be oh god. I don't know how that's gonna work out.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Never just buy that. Probably should. Alright. How you buy for this game? Easy, watch me. It's 3-1. We were a 2. Oh no, man. I'm just hitting cool. I'm hitting cool packed, bro. These guys are packing me like fucking crazy. Do I want a Sork +1 or do I want overcharge? Oh, I actually don't know which one's better. I think Sork +1 allows me to play 8 Sork at 7, which is kind of nice. Yeah, 1 +1.
The world will fall in darkness, but Noxus will remain.
So what do I put Sork? I just Sork the Shen and the Jarvan. There's probably 0 Jarvans left this game, bro. Nyla 2. Oh god, man. I'm gonna hit that guy in 2 rounds. Oh god. Shen's already a thing. Nyla 2 scope weapons. Just bro, man. I'm gonna bot for this game. If you guys are all saying, how can you possibly bot for it? Just watch. Just fucking watch. Guarantee you I'm gonna get rolled this game, man. These guys are so strong.
Yes, I am a weapon.
Justice will be served.
Oh. Surely I won't rotate into, you know, I'll hit this guy, right? I'm surely like to rotate into the other cruel pack player on cooldown, right? Because that would really suck. I would not enjoy that. That's not the cruel pack player, thank god. Ixtal's fire. Next stage we level up for at least 6 Sorks. Because without at least 6, you're not getting enough damage. I'll bleed out too much. But more than I'm leveling up for 8, honestly, if I can hit it. I need. Ah. Guys, there's no tier. What the fuck?
We are to fight now? Let's go!
What? It's palladium. Oh my god.
Is not of this time.
Do I want 8 storks to 7? Like, I think I can just get it normally. I don't think I need to, like, I just need to get Tarek, right? So it's better for me to get Strategist, I think. Or it might be better for me to get Ionian. I think Strategist might be better. I hit the Girl Pack player, by the way. Sick.
Bilgewater, your king has returned. Let's see what they're made of.
Okay. So Ori Mouse? No, I can't, bro. I'm playing 8 stork. Oh, you mean if I wanted to do this? No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm pretty sure. Well, let me think. If I do Shen GP, I don't think I need the +1. I think I can go strategy, but I don't know if it's good. Maybe I should just +1. You know? Please give me a tier if you care about me at all. Thank you. Oh, that's a, you care about me a little too much. Oh shit.
From the shadows.
This? I feel like because that's because I think how did Shen do 2.2k? What the heck? Is getting 4 Targon even good? Like I could get Targon 40, but like, is it good? Oh, this disgusting, just disgusting. I think I need a roll. Until I hit,
I may be
I
merciful.
think without Tarek 2, my front line is pretty garbage.
Demacia, now and forever.
I still don't know what I want to put in. Just strategist, right?
Become what they feel.
Maybe I should have sworn before, honestly. That it would have probably been better. It's fine. Do I own it for Ari? You think I care? I think I'm gonna get Ari in when there's 2 people with Cruel Pact with this fucking board. Their bench is fucking 70 gold. No, I'm rolling the 0 every round because I need to fucking spike my board. Or else I'm not gonna be alive long enough to fucking play the game.
Out. Survive. Fight.
No way I lost this, man. If I had Turek 2, I would have won. All I'm saying. Oh, do I want Turek 2 or Ari? I think I want Ari. Fuck. I don't know if Ari does more damage. Like, usually Ari doesn't do enough damage at 1 star to kill the board, but this is an exception because she definitely does with LDP. Like, she definitely does. I think I... Usually I wouldn't put it on this unit, but it has my spark. So ideally I want my spark to live, you know? You feel me? You know, the worst part is now I actually need the Ionian spat more than I need the strategy spat. And next round, if I can make it there, I need to put in karma. But I don't know if I don't know if I'm making it there. Look at the more stats. Oh, because of Shiv, yeah. Like, I don't even know. I probably Vel'Koz is better here. Just a made a mage. Yeah, it would have been easier to fit everything in, honestly. I mean, now I can't roll, so I'm just forced to. Wait. Other Cruel Pact player. Cool.
Become what they fear.
Yep. Of course, I top 4 from this boosting. Yep. Of course. Of course. Gonna go play some ads. Blue Beat 623. Welcome back for 38 months. Had to update my card info. We'll be back. Welcome back. No way I bought them 4. Absolutely not. Yeah, I think the indecision, I should have just worked back to Jarvan. It's just so much of a better unit than the units that it left behind. And I could have made my front line a lot better. Did the Cruel Pact players not play each other? It felt like they didn't. I don't know, man. I felt weird that there was 2 and one was able to streak and the other one was pretty healthy. Real talk though, what I should have done was should have taken overcharged Manifat and then +1 off Placidium, but I didn't realize that it was Placidium, even though I chose it. So that was a really bad play. I feel like I just got hit pretty much on cooldown by both the players, and they both went different builds, and they both hit. And they hit really early. It hit 3-1 kind of early. And I'm just like, okay, whatever, man. You guys fucking get to have your fun. Fuck it. Fuck it, you know? I think when they play University, I usually always care about whether they go Wandering Trainer here. It's the most fun. I'm also down to double spats for, not the Moss is okay. But I'm down to double spat for Piltover for fun. Or Bilge Water. Bilge Water is something I haven't played yet, so I'm super down. Let's hold some Demacia.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
University, so I'm going Ancient Archives unless there's Wandering Trainer. If there's Cruel Pack, I might be tempted to play something. Or if there's Double Trouble, I might be tempted to play something. But I think Double Trouble is the one that's like the most looks AP-ish. Yeah.
I am here
More
to
build.
test souls.
I don't have a multicaster, so I can't weight this correctly. But let's just say I put in this, I put in this. Well, I put in Demacia. I don't care about Slayer really. I guess I put this in just to have 2 options, I guess. Probably should have put this in over the Rogue because I don't really want to play Gunner or Rogue, but I guess I'm looking for double Piltover here, or I'm looking for double. Oh, I should have played double for this for Bastion. I was looking for double Bastion as well. Would have been nice. Okay, I only have the chance of hitting these plus randoms. I'm looking for Bilge or Piltover. Piltover. Gunner. Well, I kind of hit, but it's kind of weird.
This world is frayed and in
Really
need
wish
of
I
mending.
rolled Bilge here. Damn. I think I have to level here, right? I need to hit the Piltover units. Shit. Yeah, you always. Then you probably just slam Val to eat this, and you go Gunblade / Rage. I don't know if you're able to get Aphelios 2 at 7. More than likely, it's a wash or not.
Watch this.
This is very exciting.
Okay. Wonder Trainer got Demacia pulled over Targan. Huh. Demacia's really nice though. The way a roll for Vi, probably just wait. Probably wait 2 rounds and throw away a roll for it right now. I mean, I don't know if rolling to 0 is even that bad. But I'd imagine it's pretty fucking bad. Especially with Gunners being a little bit weaker now, I probably need a lot of gold so I can't roll. Because like I had a period where I rolled and I couldn't cash out. And it was like kind of embarrassing. I was like, oh, that's awkward. Level 5. I really wish I knew. I guess I'll just hit bow and not slam for now, which is fine. It's it's perfect. It's on there. It feels weird to roll before the stage because there's a high chance that there is a unit here for you. A lot of times, I find that it's very common. Everyone else is still 90. Yep. Oh. Wait, I got owned a lot. Okay. Virulent. Okay. That changes some things, I think. It means everyone's trying to win, so I don't have to actually care about. Oh, these guys are gonna pummel my ass. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 5 Demacia. I'm 60. Wow, this is crazy. I should need to sack this stage. That's so bad. If I don't sack, it's game over. So I sack. He didn't even try to sack. He's 84. I'm gonna end this round 50, 59. Holy fuck. I'm gonna be 59 here. Oh god. Oh, it's 60, right? You take 1 less damage. Oh, you know, perfect. Could be worse. Honestly, I'm looking for Piltover +1 here. I think the only way I win this game is if I get 6 Piltover and pray to fucking God. Because surely any other way is not gonna work. Pretty sure prayer is my only answer here. 6 Piltover is my out. And that's okay. I really don't want to give this to him because he actually has no scaling with it. I was just gonna
So strange, they scream.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
There's another person going gunner. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. It's fine. Piltover +1 here, and I'm good to go. I +1, I roll, I level, I roll to 0, and I'm all good. There isn't a Piltover +1. Oh no. game is not good. This game, I would say, is very bad. Wow, Jug +1. Has it went too fast to tell you're a cool person? Thank you, man. I am fucked this game. I'm pretty sure. I really needed 6 to bail me here. Oh, should be wrecked over graves. But I don't wanna waste this, so we made this actually. If you're curious why I kept this, I wanted to keep it for even shroud. Thinking about the most important things in my comp is like this. I think the Sunfire is very important, but there's just nothing I can do here, I don't think. Oh, yep. And there's 2 streakers, so you know I'm gonna take 50 from these guys. Typically you roll at 7.
What's this? It's about time I got my hands dirty.
Oh man. I wonder if this kind of looks better. There is another person playing Gunners. Oh, this game is actually fucking beautiful, by the way. At least he's 0 gold, level 6. Oh, he's actually 0 gold. 10 gold? I killed 2. Pretty good. I don't like Warzone. This position, it's kind of suicidal. You have no way to support this on anyways. And you have a gunner crown, so it's kind of like I'm good. Nyla. That sucks because I wish there was a Aphelios here. I would actually have an out if there was a Aphelios. But no Aphelios, no out. Okay, it's no problem. I am 26 HP, which is 25 more than I need to win the game. Let's go crazy.
Piltover's finest.
Dawn is the future.
Piltover's finest.
I think that's it.
Shurima is not of this time.
For Piltover. All in.
I will rule the Freljord.
First in timer is true. But I don't think I would have played 6 Piltover if it was.
Who needs a beat down?
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Well, it's something. It's not something that I think is great, but I ended at a position where I cashed with 12, which more than likely means I sell these units. So I think I sell all of these units. Oh fuck. We usually play like Eric Silco here. So yeah, I'm a cutie pie chat today. Yeah, you know, I get around. I meander. I do that. Dude, it's actually so weird because like I don't technically have to drop. If I get pilt +1, I'm down to play 6 pilt over. They buff the rewards, right? So by 20%, maybe I can get enough of the item lead that way. Yeah, I would have to play like Heimer, but I think just adding a Heimer is actually okay.
To the dust. Every soul shall serve.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Aphelios.
What do I got? Whatever. I don't think so. All right, just give me pilt +1, and then I'll make it work. I will fucking make it work. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I'm down to do more of this. Oh, Gunner is kind of interesting. That means I just play this, and I double Gunner, right? I'm kind of forced to keep Piltover, but it's okay. I replace it with Silent Layer. I mean, this has to be good. I can't really even roll for upgrades unless I went to 0 out here. So I'm kind of just not gonna roll. Yeah. Everyone in the front line got bulk as well, which is great. This was very close. Thank God I beat his streak. Maybe 3-starring Jace. Oh, I might sell for gold. I don't have enough items, right? Oh, but I also feel like he can be nerfed is fine. You're probably just 3-starring anyways, I think. Now that I have 5. Because I'm gonna go 8 and I'm not gonna have anything to do. I go 8 and I play like Scion over this. And that's it. I mean, I play like random Nasus, random frontliner, random Shen. Obviously, I play GP, but like that's unlikely, you know. GP over this is impossible. This guy's board looks really bad. Probably because he's a Nyla 2 with 0 items. And the 2 Gen 2s, no way I'll lose this board. Everybody's 2-starring? Yeah, but I mean, that's not possible. It's not without a lot of gold. I'm only talking about my +1. Like, obviously, I'm supposed to 2-star my DPS unit with all of my items. And my tank with all of my items. Rolling down here, I'd probably 2-star Sedge, but there's no guarantee a 2-star Aphelios. And I don't think I want to be hard stuck 8 here, because that does not sound good. Oh. This is kind of juicy, actually. I'm down. Oh, now if you had asked me if I'm supposed to roll down at 7, I think you're supposed to. Fuck. It's one of those weird situations where you wouldn't do it with unless you had the Aphelios paired. But now that I have Aphelios paired and I'm streaking, I think I'd probably do it. I think I do it for stream. Oh.
I won't be denied.
Oh, okay. Well, now I feel. Huge roll down. Yeah. And I'm not to roll more. You? Down. Fine. Down to keep it at 40. I think rolling down is 100% right. But now that you hit one of them, I don't know if you roll down to hit the other one. Not unless, like, I'm really low life though. So I feel like most people would do that. But I feel like these boards are weaker than the boards I played last game, which also was a Priz opener. It's just everyone hit so hard last game that like, just got rolled. The last games had the most disgusting board. Oh, I killed this guy. Oh my god. You need 3-star Jace? Good question. No, I cannot. This guy is holding 2. Well, I'm the hold 2, so he doesn't get the 3-star though.
Battle, yes.
There's Jinx. Oh no. I mean, problem is there's this guy who's playing Jinx Jace. There's this guy who's playing Jinx Jace. Dueling Gunners, so it's kind of awkward. Also, I'm surprised he decided to pick Jinx Jace with those augments. This is probably the worst comp to pick with social distancing. Like, social distancing wants to play Ionia because they get crit and they need raw AD. But like, for some reason, like, he chose Gunners, which already get that kind of AD. I get that AD in one auto. Like, they're a thing that gets a lot of AD. What's the easiest comp to play after B-Pats? The easiest comp has never changed. It's the Samira or Joe. 1-star reroll is super easy. The best comp is, I have no idea. Sorker Ionia, probably. I don't know. These zero buffs were kind of good. I'm down to give it a shot. Like, he got a lot of base damage. Base damage matters a shitload because he gets a lot of free AP from strategists.
The void has reached this place.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Demacia, now and forever.
I mean, I don't even think I can put this build over in. Maybe I remove Virulent, put this in.
For great science.
This one. This guy hit Aphelios 2 GP GP2 at 8. Really?
Shurima is where all paths converge.
For Targon.
A lot of the Jaces. Sell the other ones. I don't feel bad about this. This okay. You guys just need frontline, right? Like I have Sunfire, I have Pen, so it feels kind of a waste to push for alternatives. Like I'd rather just reparo. This is a new Heimer upgrade, which is actually bad for me because it means it's harder to hit triple reparo, which is what I want. Also, I'm pretty sure triple reparo sucks, by the way, unless you get 2-star Heimer. So I'm hoping at some point I can get to 9 in this game. He's dead. Yeah, I killed the guy he's losing to. No, never mind. He's still alive. Laser's pretty beefy. I think the laser sucks. Well, no. Sorry, there's an exception. It's oh, the thing is, can I frontline this? I feel like I need to frontline this. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Heimer Stork is not good if I'm not going any of the damage ones. Feels kind of like a waste, you know?
Everyone pays.
Yeah, it's just their GP. He just hit GP2, man, at 8, and that's cool and all, but I did not. So it's like really fucking problematic. This guy, he went Gunner Juggernaut, reads a crowd, but he only has 2-3 costs. What the fuck? Back for a quick out, there was a guy who brought a 12-pack of beers. After one, he told me no, he was gonna drink them all. That's kind of weird to go to one of those and not do that. Might be, is it bring your own beer? Then maybe it's that. Benefit of the doubt.
Don't worry, you can learn so much from failure. As Ionia changes, so must I.
I should put this in
Every
for
step,
target. Fuck.
a new journey.
I'm gonna get Jarvan here. Oh no. I fucked up my turret and my hex placement here. Well, I'm still fourth, but getting three-way place played for the comp, but definitely think I could have beat that guy. This guy hit GP Scion 2 at 8. Yeah, sometimes life's unfair. Sometimes it's unfair, man. We'll go play some ads. Is there anything I'd have to oh god. Oh god. Hello? I want to add from what if I do there's gotta be more PC games to add. I feel like I have not. Yeah, I looked at my Steam list and I couldn't find it. I'm doing a list for top 25 games and I did not find a personal. I mean, I'm down to go Diablo 2. It's honestly the go. I'm down. Minecraft. I don't like Minecraft. It's probably one of my least favorite games of all time. I mean, SSX3, yeah, it was sick. It was my GameCube game. Like Golden Sun, yeah, but it's been a while. Like that's an old ass game. I just think of the games I spent a long time on, like minimum like 50 hours, and those I remember having a lot of fun on those games. Apex, I play Apex a lot, but I don't think I. It's just not really bad. I don't know if I enjoy Apex a lot.
Let's get this party started.
SSX Tricky, was that the one on GameCube? Maybe that's the one I was thinking about. Was GameCube X or 3 or Tricky? I think it was Tricky. They both were? Oh. I remember like it's tricky to rock out. Is that the I think that might be the other one. Tricky's the one that blew up the series? Really? It's probably Tricky. What is this?
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Guys, at some point in this world, I'm gonna hit Village Water +1. And it's gonna be the greatest moment of your life. My life, not yours, sorry. But until that moment, I don't know. Do I do maybe I do Ixtal here, actually.
Anoxian always rises to the top.
I cannot believe I didn't hit fucking 10 here. What? I didn't hit 10 on the first Scuttle Puddle? That is crazy. Okay, we're full RNG in this Scuttle, I'm pretty sure.
I'll take care of everything.
We're going hell no. I didn't hit 10 on the last one. I'm definitely not hitting 10 on this one. Oh, I am down. Oh, I am fucking down. Ixtal, 3 Ixtal, it's Ice Ixtal. It just got buffed. If you nearby enemies take percentage of your health as true damage, that's gotta be sick. You be at TwitchCon after your Friday panel? What is my Friday panel? I have a panel on Friday? Wait. Explain. Could you let me know? Korea is better than Vegas or Twitch caught. Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, I play DT Nico, but do I level here? I think it's such a odds of doing 2 double troubles pretty high because I feel like people play double trouble a lot. Okay, I don't know how to actually build double trouble Nico, but I do know it's gotta be sick. I just know it's Soraka, 2 Tarics, 2 Nikos. Maybe 2 Sorakas, honestly. Rocket here, yeah, you play a lot of Rocket here. But like, okay, these items are so bad, man. What am I supposed to do? What do I do? What do I do? Like, there's double trouble rogues, I think. I think I win this. Oh yeah, kills aren't real units. Kills are fake units. 1-star kill, not a real unit.
Always rises to the top. There will be peace in the Freljord. I will.
I leveled up. Do I win? God, I don't win if I level up. It's because I have nothing, no double trouble you to put it. I don't think I should even level. Probably pre-level. He double leveled. Lucky gloves. I'm gonna pre-level just because I believe in myself. And really, faith is all that you need. I lost. Oh, why did I believe in myself? There's really any level. I think Kill's actually an interesting comp. I think there's worlds where Kill is actually pretty good. But I think playing Kill is kind of difficult, which is weird. It's like a 1-star reroll, but I'm telling you, I think Kill is a little difficult to handle. I think I'm just gonna take this. There's a chance I play Karma over Soraka here. Well, I have to play Soraka. So that I just never play Karma. Oh, it's fine. How do I do this? How do I do this? What if I just don't play a unit here and lost? Is that stupid of me? I'll tell you what, my comp, okay, usually you offset Tarek with support items. So you put Sunfire and that other stupid item on him, Redemption. And then you stack Miko with like kind of damage items. I won, but I won with gold. So it's like I did even better than I expected. Yeah, Karma is bad. Oh, it's not about not being bad. Oh wow, He went Cho stack and he took Titan. I'm surprised. There's so many good items for Cho. I'm surprised he settled for Titans, which I would say is not a fantastic item. What are you doubling with? I'm doubling Nico, doubling Tarek, doubling Soraka. Honestly, it really just depends on how good this stupid Ixtal is. I might just give up this Ixtal. I feel like you're supposed to. If it's not health, Ixtal, it feels kind of like a waste. Because you only play double trouble the health Ixtal, I think. This is best though. It's definitely health. Like the ice might be good here because of double troubling it. Ah, it's fine. It's not even a big deal.
This is very exciting.
He hit Cho 3 at 2-7 with no reroll augments. And he's rerolling. Oh, this guy is not playing Cho. I don't think. I think he's just going to play Fiora. Interesting. Go stream a multicaster. You know, I should have taken multicaster soul. I feel like that's gotta be good. It's so hard to get rid of the multicasters. Because usually they're just terrible.
Anoxian always rises to the top.
No joke. I feel like without Bramble, you really can't even play units right now. I wouldn't take level up if it was given to me, even with 70 gold. So oh. Am I still playable? Oh yeah. I specifically took this because it's just like, it just feels like you're supposed to. It just sucks because eating swords is super hard in this comp. You're only really given the option of eating for spear, for gunblade, for GS. And spear is not great when you're playing 4 invokers, but oh, is infusion better? Okay, this is I'm gonna go look at some stats real quick. They're both not good. That's probably this though.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Oh, I should put
I am here to test souls.
Actually, it doesn't even matter. I wouldn't even want to put in a bastion here. The only question is, how do I... I'm so curious how I eat some of these. Maybe I have to just play Morello here and I eat this with GS. And then this, I think I have this, which is really fucking hard to eat as well. This is like it's like I kind of want to eat it with Joe Gauntlet because I have Magic Wand and Double Trouble.
Every step, a new journey.
Nah, trust me. This just looks like I'm creepy, but I promise I am not. Well, that's a. I bet it Poppy. I don't know. I would say the difference is so minuscule that I don't think it matters. But I don't think it's a second class. I don't think I'm playing this Ixtal, which I think is good. I just need to level next round and play 2 Nikos, 2 Terex, 2 Sorakas, 1 X. I guess I just play it. Whatever happens, I can't play more, right? I guess unless I find a Shen. Could I have shittier units to take here? I think I'm gonna go Shojin because I think it's kind of bad when you have more than 2 invokers. But I'm pretty sure I'm not playing more than 2 invokers this game. A very good chance I'm playing only 2 invokers. You play Poppy for Galio. That's how I know you've never played this combo.
As I only change
Only thing I need to do is find another
It's the
Nico.
only place I've been.
The void has breached this place.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Shadows.
Don't want to overroll, so I guess we're just like this for a little bit. That's fine. It's impossible to eat the rod anyways. Eat the combat caster on show? Wow. Interesting. What if I went double GP and just skip this bullshit? I have a Nico. I would need 4 GPs though. I would need another one, a Nico, and I would need another one. I think getting that at 7 is kind of impossible. But it's cute. It's a cute idea. I really wish I didn't make this actually. I don't know. This game kind of sucked because I think I should need to roll more at 6 here. Like Nico 1 does nothing. It's the my most important unit. I found one of them, which at the very beginning.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
I mean, more than likely what's gonna happen is I cut these 2. Pretty sure. So with these get cut, I'm left with this. Second Nico, second Soraka here. Or even second Nico, second Shen here. But I think even finding a little bit of Shen is gonna be impossible. We play 2 Invoker. Last time I played this comp, it was so much easier. Now it's like fucking painful, man. Even with infinite items, it is a little painful.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
For Targon.
From the shadows.
They will go no further.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Now improve our coverage.
I should have fucking made this. What the fuck? Oh, the one time I don't have fucking... I need Sunfire in this lobby so fucking bad. There's 2 Cho'Gath players. I mean, this guy looks weak as hell. I mean, he settled for a really bad radiant item, and he hasn't hit yet. This guy's like...
Caught up yet.
Oh. Ooh, this looks kind of nice. I don't know if it is nice, but it looks kind of nice. Oh my god, wait, which one is this? Oh no, it's the worst one, man. If I got like, oh, if I got any of the other ones, man. The problem is I also need redemption. I need redemption and I need... It's like impossible to build my fucking team. Red Nico 1? Hell no, it's not. It's literally the Nico 1 is the most important unit on my board. That's not the Nico 2.
The void has breached this place.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Game. I think I need to play double Soraka over Shen here. Actually, I think the Shen's griefing. The Shen doesn't go until 8. I just realized the Shen is definitely griefing. I need to play double Soraka here for sure. Oh, this definitely game looks like I'm going 8th. Man, that sucks. We'll see. This last roll down here matters a shitload.
I carry my family with me.
Oh, it's okay.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Turn it up.
Every step, a new journey.
For Targon.
The Nico didn't go in. Oh god. can safely say this game, doo-doo. This game, terrible. I should just say this. I'm not gonna. I was big.
Who's from Nico now?
As Ionia changes, so must I.
I haven't played this comp enough to realize I wasted a shitload of gold doing that. It's fine. This is usually the level 7 comp. If you were able to input a new champion to TFT, what would it be? I don't really care about champions that way. Like, I don't have a preference, if that makes sense. Double trouble is a waste of trades. Yeah, that's why I know you don't play the game. Double trouble is one of the best arguments in the game. It's so good to have to get hotfix today. It's unfortunate. I'm gonna go play some ads. Like, it is a disgustingly good augment. It's one of the best augments ever made. I think it's only ever been nerfed. I think Stellacorn is pretty bad for my position, actually, though. I need items, I guess. I can fill this out. Surely there's something. Pokemon, maybe? Am I feeling Pokemon? I did really enjoy the early Pokemon, but it's like I played Pokemon Red. Oh, I should take this out. Hold on. Because it is actually this one. Advance Wars guy, I hate it. I hate everything like Advance Wars as well. Practice type games are probably my least favorite genre. I kind of want to round out my list with Overwatch, Hearthstone, but I feel like, I don't feel that much about those types of games. But there were periods of time where they were so good. Early Hearthstone, early Overwatch. That's cap. They're some of the best games ever made for the period of the first, I don't know, the first year. Both those games were insane. I don't see Lost Ark on there. Yeah, you don't see that for a fucking reason, man. There is a good reason. Oh, I want to play. What did we get? Exotic.
Name's Samira. Try not to
I felt like with the new patch, I could do different things in terms of stuff, but I don't know if that's
Keep your enemies
true.
close and me.
Oh, selling Jace there feels really
Keep
fucking
your
bad,
enemies
actually.
close and me close.
This looks like a 2-item opener, or maybe a 1-item opener. If it's 1, I'm making 20 here for sure. I think I was supposed to put Ixtal. Oh no, it's the health one.
Keep your enemies close.
Okay, so I have, it's complete RNG for my Earth, and I'm okay with that. RNG is better than anything else. How do we get Shurima and try out today? Ixtal, Slayer, Vanquisher, Loper.
I am here to test souls.
What invoker? What rise is this? Exact. Is this the RNG rise where you don't know until you see the rise what it is? Oh, I just hope it's not. I think so. I just hope it's not one of the bad ones, man. I want the DPS. I want the portal one, or I want the treasure chest. Oh, the tank. Oh, that is also weird.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. I guess I just make Spark here on my opener. All voids are random. Oh, the void ones. Two item opener, but like none of the. Oh, I guess it's a yeah.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer. Noxine always rises to the top. I carry my family with me.
Okay. Is this not like a double level for rocket kind of deal? Oh wow, what board did I just see? This board? Oh, he hasn't even. Oh, he did use it. Stars are born. The fucking wow. I mean, is this Spark or is it Sunfire here? I think they're both very good. It's probably Spark because I need so many rods in this comp. I need like an infinite amount of rods. Okay. Oh. Wait, there's nothing this builds into that I want, right? Yeah, Ionian spat late game I want, but aside from that. Okay, feeling good. 3 cost rod. I'm sitting up. There's no way we lose the game. I'm zoned in. I'll be sure. Thank you. I have done 8 Invoker before and it's awesome, but it does feel weird though. I don't know what unit you want to generate insane amounts of mana that's not fire. I feel like it's gotta be Heimer with the new I was thinking about this. You guys think Heimer with a new refract beam would be OP, right? I think if Heimer generates an infinite amount of AP, then like he's got to be able to just kill the board, right? There's no fucking way. And the turret gets extra mana regen, right? Because it gets separate one. So it's like crazy, right? It's got to be fucking crazy.
It's the only place I've been.
Just curious, where is
This
it?
place could use some
Oh, it's
reshaping.
double front. You sound like you 0 for life you're playing the Invoker. That's not true. Literally just if if you get another spat, you invoker your Tarek and you have Shen already. And I have Rise. I have Ixtal Rise. He's the front line. I'll take a bath if you greet me. Nah, stay smelly, bro. Yeah, Ixtal Rise is my front line. I just need a backline damage dealer. So it's gonna be Ari usually, but I want to try Heimer. I'm telling you, if Heimerdinger is not OP with triple refractor with Evoker Spat, then there's nothing in the game that would make it good. And I know a lot of people already wrote it off, but like I am not convinced. I had a 1-star one that was doing okay.
Every step, a new journey.
The problem with Ixtal Rise is it kind of sucks. It requires resist to do well, and it feels like you don't get enough health without 2-star, or you don't get enough resist. Like it's just like something where I'm like, oh, okay, this is kind of weird. Really? I guess I can do guard breaker plus Gunblade. Try a 2 refractor evoker Heimer turret cast a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Heimer turret's gotta be the GOAT. I just okay with this for sure, right? Oh, wow, he killed 2 right there. Nice. Okay. Invoker spat me, please, so I can play this. Oh. Oh. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I will rule the Freljord.
Okay, I have to do a lot of thinking here. Okay, so whenever I thought about how endless hordes it can be good, you lose damage, right? But you gain extra bodies. Extra bodies do really well, in my opinion, with invokers, as well as do really well with strategists. Because the extra bodies, even if they take gain less health, the strategist thing is flat. The shield they get. So if I was gonna play it, I was gonna do that. So endless hordes is essentially +3. Which seems kind of crazy, and it is, but it's got a couple special limitations. It's also something where it's weird because I need to go 8 with it, but it feels really fucking impossible to go 8 with it. So it's kind of like a... Free replay, what's up? You're about to see me cook here. Not really, I think this is gonna be shit. But next round, I'm gonna level, roll down, and hopefully hit everything. And hope I don't hit this guy for 1 round. I think I hit him for 1. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, that should be fine. Oh, at least he didn't grade Gears 3, right? It's actually fucking doable. With two ice blocks, should be okay. Ice block. It was not okay. It was not fucking close. Fuck. Endless Court Lucky Gloves. Oh yeah, I think TG is the best item you can put on Endless Court. So I'm looking for Heimer or Ari Invoker emblem, but I kind of want +2 Invoker, so I can get Invoker plus Ari and Heimer. I think would be my top end, and I would play Terex Swain Jarvan maybe. I mean, we'll see. Oh, is that a +2 or is that like a +1? What else do I want though? I'm last pick. I'm not gonna get this, but I hopefully want this. So ideally you're never going 8 with Endless Courts because you have so much gold, man. Like how the fuck do you ever hit this? But I'm kind of down just to see. Just TG's this for now. I feel like Lucky Gloves Endless Courts is for sure the best thing to do. Yeah, that sounds like the Giga high roll. Do I want to roll? I should roll, but I kind of want to go 8 because I think the only fun part of playing this comp is with Heimer or Ari. So yeah, we're going 8. Oh, my whole board got annihilated. Oh my god. Oh god, I'm bleeding out. Oh, I'm fucking dying, guys. Oh shit, I'm fucking dying. Oh god, it's okay. The Rod didn't welcome for 20 months. Thanks for subbing. It's okay. Trust. Trust. I got this. Perfect.
Now and forever.
Now we do this. Pretty sure. Might hold on to this just in case.
Set sail.
Trust, guys. Trust. I'm gonna actually go crazy this game. Okay, oh, thank God I hit this guy now. He's going to 8 next round, right? Driver ulti? Oh, sick. Sexy. Awesome. Excellent. Fuck this. There's no way I'm playing this. Unless I get... Okay. I'm down to sack 1 and go 8. Maybe sack 4. Is it even possible to sack 4 without getting completely annihilated? I can do the 3 Demacia. Sure. I mean, you could just do Fiora and do this. That's kind of boring, so I'm not gonna do that. I think I got it. Look, I just need this to not hit Strategist. Like, I mean, if it hits Strategist, it's not even that bad. I'm super down.
Always rises to the top.
Awesome.
So must I.
Get rid of this. Okay, what the fuck do I have, man? Okay, what is this? Oh my fucking god.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Soko here. Okay. So let's just do first things first. I don't think this is bad. Don't think this is bad. Okay, I'm kind of seeing the magic. You guys see the magic? I'm on my way to a 4-5. Hold up. Okay. I think this should be good, but it's not. My board does not make this good. Is this not OP?
The fun begins.
Okay. I see a Tarek. Fuck it. I'm gonna just sack 4 rounds here. It's no problem. 11 times. Oh no. Oh no. We're fucking sacking. It's sacking time. Going another PG, leaving with this. I think if I take 2 terrible losses here, I'm okay with that. But you know, honestly, it's not looking that bad. Can I play 8 invokers here? Is it 40 mana per 5 to everyone? Is that what it is? Or mana per 3? So it's like 60 mana per all with 8. Is that how it works? I need to put this on Rise eventually, but I don't like the thing is my cap is fucking 3 2-star legendary, which is why I'm not rolling yet. I don't care if I lost 20 of both these rounds. I'm like, all right, fuck it, because the only way I'm having fun this game is if I like super cap with legendary. Not to mention I have tactical superiority, so I want to be playing pretty much everything. I think at the very end I'll probably end up being playing only 2 strategies. It's probably gonna be Azir. Oh no, it's on this unit? Bro. Wait. Wait, I have such a crazy board about to fucking hit. Rise.
As Ionian changes, so
57 gold.
Hear my name and know my strength. Demacia, now and forever.
I will rule the Freljord.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Wait, I didn't want to put on like Asante actually. That's pretty bad. I'm Lord. Don't think I'm playing this. This is a possibility. I actually think Asante is my in-game board. It's fine. I can luckily with this, I can just pop off so really easily. How much do I have now, guys, for tactical superiority? I am at oh, it's for each of their traits individually. Because here's the bait, bro. I know. Trust me. I fucking know. This is kind of sexy, actually. Cash, you're crazy. I'm not playing. I'm dropping this for sure on PB round. I'm probably not playing this here, given that oh, it's actually so fucking hard, man. What the fuck do I do? I might have actually played this here. Weapon swing. Stop typing. I'm not gonna do that. You want me to drop Gallia? Fuck no. Instead you should ask me to roll for Shen. I hit. Holy fuck, I hit. Okay. This is what I've been waiting for the entire fucking game. Oh. There it is.
Shadows.
This spell's fucking useless, right? This spell's actually okay.
Demacia, now and forever.
This I don't know what I put. I actually need strategist in, or else my backline gets exploded. There's one.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
There's two.
For Targon, Consorte, hear my name and know my strength from the shadows.
Now.
Big Salt's fucking useless, actually. Any way I can. I do this. I have to. Any way I can do anything else. I guess it's fine.
Target marked.
Okay. 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 Oh my god, look how many things it's shooting. It's every other auto. Holy fuck. Wait. I need Heimer 2, bro. Oh, how do I hit Heimer 2 at 8 though? You know? How is that possible? Is a Heimer here? There's a Rise here. I might as well fucking take it. Oh, there's another TG though. I'm actually kind of running out of TG users, so I'm down to just take this Rise. Even though the Zon is kind of terrible. Okay, so I just rolled a 0 every round and I go for Arma 3, Heimer 2, Rise 2. I think these are all beats.
Consorte, hear my name and know my strength.
Maybe I just suck armor, honestly. Feels like it's survival. Yes. Okay, I have Giga Heimerdinger. Giga Godly Heimerdinger. There's no way I lose, right? Like, okay, if you look at my board, isn't it just cracked? It's just fucking jacked out of its mind. Boom. One laser beam. Give me another laser beam. Boom. Another laser beam. Give me another laser beam. Boom. Another laser beam. Oh yeah, I actually won. Holy shit. Wait, hold up a sec. Whoa. Bro is cooking. Wait. No. Okay, Mr. John Bagels, chill, bro. Chill, bro. Okay. I mean, I have a board. One of the craziest boards I've made. I honestly think I should be selling. I need to sell this if I ever see Ari. And I play TGRE. But I don't know, man. This fucking Rise, at some point, it's gotta own, right? Maybe I second row Rise. I feel like first row Rise is a little crazy. My Heimer shot hits bolts at fucking nothing. Okay, but isn't this hilarious? Wait, my Heimer is literally doing so much every round. These 2 drinks stop your turret? Yeah, but think about what I gain. I gain Ionia, so I lose 1 trait, right? But I lose Targa and Bastion's work. I lose 3. This is each of their active traits, though. What this only? What 2 would be first? Yeah, I think so too. What the fuck is this? What am I even gonna do with this? Oh, look at Ari. Blue buff is kind of wild here. Don't really know if I should take it that for the odds, the random out for Ari. But fuck it, I'm down. Of course, I see every 5 costs for the ones I want. Okay. Okay, you can go on this for now, and you can go here. 3 health for you. And I'll just remove this when I find her. No, wait. He killed my thing. How did he even kill it? That's bullshit. My hyper turret died. They tried to get the 9. I have 0 gold. It's 6-1 and there's I was at 20 HP. Billy did the most damage. Yeah, that's why he's a goat. Yeah, Zipper's Law. Thank you so much. Welcome back for 44 months. Dude, this sucks. You're telling me I couldn't? For sure, I could have had something better, man. I think with extra range, we'll see. His range is plus 1. I think Rise should probably be second range though. Look, watch the Heimer turret. Watch the Heimer turret. As long as it's still alive, I have a chance. Does it do 8? Fuck. Is it 6 plus 2? It does 8. I think. Fuck. It does way more than 8. No, man. What more repairs needed now? By the time it repairs, the round's already over. The 3rd refractor adds 2 beams. There's no way. I think maybe it's 1 refractor. Oh, but like the problem is like he doesn't. Oh no, it's just triple refractor, bro. Fuck it, I tried. I tried for the crazy game. Ari is just better, but like man, unless I get Heimer too, Heimer is really the, you know. Rogue is hard. Actually, it's pretty with Endless Hordes. It's actually kind of interesting. I feel like it is possible to do well. What's that? As I shafted, it's hard to get better items because you're with Endless Hordes. You're like, once you TG every unit, it's like, kind of deal. Placemats. If I press gold, I think the extra 2 beams is way better. There's no way I'm getting 1 gold there. That's the B patch. Oh, I mean, I think it's better for the game, but the odd chest, no, it was fun, but it didn't have any staying power. I think it's like I don't look back on it fondly, I guess. Sims hate Sims. Sorry, I'm just not. Yeah, it's not a game for me. Bashi. I mean, it's a great game, but it's just not something that I feel like is something that goes on this list for me. This is RuneScape. I didn't play it that much when I was younger. Or Tyson Skills like it was fun for a bit. Didn't play that much. Baldur's Gate 3, even though I didn't finish the game, I think it deserves its place on the list. I've not been wild like that for a while. Never played Ragnarok, never played Undertale. Oh, Gunbound's kind of fire. Holy, well, the thing is, oh, Gunbound fucking, if I'm putting Gunbound, I'm putting Overwatch. Okay. Pokemon, the problem is the Pokemons I played were, I don't feel good about the brand. I don't feel like I'm a Pokemoner right now. Does that make sense? When I look back at myself, I feel like I wasn't, these are games that kind of shaped my childhood. That I spent a lot of time in. I guess I spent a decent amount in Pokemon, but it's weird. I have Dragon Warrior Monsters on there, and I felt like that game, I fucking know what I'm putting on here. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. It literally came to me in a fucking vision.
Now that is what I want to see.
Was it a list for fun? I think it's like my top 25 games, pretty much. Monster Rancher just fucking, incredible game. I remember literally asking my friends for all their fucking discs to be like, oh my god, what if it's a secret monster, you know? I remember going to Barnes and Nobles and wanting to buy magazines for oh, holy shit. 1, 2, 3. Wait, I get 3 gold minimum. I need to keep one of those units. I need to keep the 2 pairs. Whatever, it's fine. Play the Steam re-releases? I have not. I'm happy to leave it in my childhood. Not everything needs a remake. I'm very happy with my memories of the game. Weird Katamari's are never played it. God, this unit.
Let's start the show.
Oh, I need to keep Tarek, bro. Fuck. Okay, no joke. I'm just not interested in playing. I'm gonna 20 this. I'm gonna fucking 20 this. Fuck this. I'll find something else. We're gonna full RNG our thing. I really want to play Shurima. 9 Shurima now that they buffed Azir a lot. Not just like a small amount. Like Azir is kind of fucking beefy now. So I'm really interested. The soundtrack you love, Near? It was a great game. I like the soundtrack more than the game though. If that's embarrassing to say, but it's just not interested. Ooh, why would I settle for one Piltover soul? I can just do two. Stream a Piltover? Invoker. We run it back? Or we could do 8 back. This game sucks. Guys, this is the best 20 gold unit. I disagree. The 20 gold, in terms of most, like in terms of the best for the current game, you probably want. Ooh, what's the best one cost that synergizes that you don't need a 2-star of? I guess maybe it is Casio, because you're probably not 2-starring the unit. Maybe it's Oriana, honestly.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I got no
Samira sucks at 1-star though, and you're not guaranteed a challenger either. So.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
I mean, fuck. Invoker Piltover. No, man, no. This guy's just fucking playing Invokers. No. Oh, this guy went Bilge. Yeah, if I went, it should have just been Bilge and I ignored the Pilt as opposed to what I did that right there. Oh, is anyone going Piltover?
Witness your demise.
Pretty sure it's just a Spark Slam here. I mean, God, I'm trying to play. I want to play Invoker so bad, but it's such a bad build. Like, it's a build where it's like you're actively trying to hurt yourself playing, unless you have a really good opener. It's like a good opener would be something like a Soraka Galio opener. Like, I mean, maybe if I can keep my life up, it's fine. I'm gonna hope for remover, and I'm gonna try to remove the bruiser emblem. Oh, I should have played this, by the way. Whoops. Here are some just first ones. Invoker Piltover Dragon's Curse. I mean, the Wandering Trainer is supposed to give you just 3 random ones. Sometimes you get lucky and it's like all 3 that you want, and sometimes it's just ass. It's just ass. Oh, this guy got so lucky he didn't hit. So fucking lucky.
name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I fucked up. I wasn't supposed to buy this software around. I'm fucking dumbass. We're both gonna full sell our boards, right? So I have to sell this and this. I could have had this, which would have been amazing for next stage. But instead, I had to full sell, and he's the full sell. I mean, let's not. He got one.
The world may fall
Whatever,
in
man.
darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Viper time, 1 bot for 2 months. Thanks for subbing. I'm glad that they don't have synergy, so that you can make fun comps with them. Like, technically, I should make a fun comp with Bruiser plus this, but I'm probably just gonna brute force some garbage here.
Let's start the show.
I mean, the Bruiser emblem is really not bad. Almost every comp you get +1 Bruiser, and it's fine. Invokers probably means you're playing 6 or 4. 6 actually has a lot of upside, so I'd probably play 6. Reforger, okay. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Wait up. Hold up. Are you guys ready? Ready to play Lost Ark? I don't know, man. Rage. No other reforge any of these? I think I'm kind of good, honestly. Maybe the bow is kind of hard to use. Yeah.
Keep your enemies close.
Oh man. Okay, we wait for another one to reforge it. By the way, if you're curious what I'm waiting for level up to save my ass. They have permission to ban Legend? Yeah, you can ban him. Zany Incubus, thanks so much for the donation. Cheers, I appreciate it. I missed you. Ooh, wait. Oh, I mean, we can't say no to this, even though I'm at and my life may be in danger a little bit. Yeah, double trouble tickets. Items are really fucking bad. Like, I want to stress, like, wow. Like, how do I fucking use these items? It's okay. I think I have to go Gunblade with this item, and I will figure out what to do with the rest. Like, the rest of them will just come to me, I think. Is this Nasus 2? It looked like a Nasus 2. It was not. I mean, I'm level 7 with 50 gold. I'm pretty sure I'm just rolling until I stabilize a little bit here and then going up.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
They will go no further.
About time I got my hands dirty.
I'm positioned correctly for this, I think. It's kind of bad, but it should be good. The rogue should never be able to hit the Silco here, right? Yeah. Perfect. Oh, everything is dead, so now they're at the Silco, but oh, I didn't kill a single fucking unit. Oh, it's so fucking doomed, man. It's actually so fucking doomed. And there's no Shen for me there. What's Guard Breaker say for? Oh, I should just slam Guard Breaker. You're right. This is gonna deal into Karma. So, what is my rise here? Oh, it's Bandle Rise. Oh, it's the fucking awful one, man. I'll still play it, but it's the fucking awful one. This sucks.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
The shadows.
Am I good to go? Oh god. Can I go 9 from here or 8 from here? No shot. We'll see. We'll see. Whoa, don't knock me out, man. I got this. You already know I'm greeting for it.
Let the monster out.
Oh, this was such a good loss. Well, is this 6 or 8? 25? At least it's 5. Okay, that's great.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Melio Karma 8. Level 8. Yeah, no, it's fine. What? I'm not gonna have any problem. I think I sell Nico eventually. Evoker Silco? Oh. Yeah, but like I'm gonna get rid of all. Oh, wait. This guy's playing Karma?
Become what they fear.
What the fuck is this guy's board? Please, 1 unit lost, 1 unit lost. No, I won, man, my gold. I'm pretty sure I'm not playing for Soraka. I'm literally going. Don't think I'm playing for this either. You can cash him? Was he getting cash? Oh, he has 20. Oh. I guess. He's fucking fine.
Survive. Fight.
Can I wait 1 round to get my augments, or is that too greedy?
A Noxian always rises to the top.
That does seem kind of greedy. Melio for 8. Okay, recount in the invokers I have and then say that again. Oh yeah, but we will hold on to this until we find it. You are right. I hopefully. Do I want invoker +1? Not really. I want level up. Oh, this was kind of good. 3 unit loss. Okay. Okay, no, it's fine. It's no problem. Next round, I just get level to 9, rise 2, RE2. I don't think I need more mana when it comes to this card. I think this is really good.
I will rule the Freljord.
For Targon.
As Ionia changes, so must I. As Ionia changes, so must I.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to fucking Heimerdinger. I don't really want to do Heimerdinger. Can I get? This is just for one round. I'm throwing this shit out. I'm throwing this shit in the garbage next round.
You always fight so poorly.
Oh. Nah, fuck this. I'm just playing.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
Shadows.
They.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Why did he move up there?
Broadside.
Oh. Why did I try this again, man? I didn't hit the Ari. I didn't hit the rises right here. Holy shit, man. You don't need the emblem on GP, yes, but it gives him 30 mana for free, so it's kind of good. And is it also? No, it's not also stuff. Yeah, maybe it's not worth the other thing. It's lost arc time. I'll play some ads. Let me think. Gives mana to all. Also gives mana specifically to invokers more. But they give it 30 mana because invokers read it gives stuff to mana. Oh, it gives mana to invokers. Like that's what the trait reads. Unless it's, is it just that? Okay, wait. Actually, maybe I'm. Is the trait work differently than I think? Where it doesn't stack the buff, it just ends up giving 40 to all. Gunbound Overwatch. I was thinking about Gunbound, man. Oh, then maybe that is. Oh, I guess it would make sense that it doesn't give everyone 70 mana per 5. 40 is a lot. It's 40 all. Okay, my bad. I definitely thought it stacked. I need 2 more things. I don't know. I don't think it's Pokemon though. Did I play a Digimon game that I really liked? I feel like Pokemon is such an easy out though. I can just put Pokemon and call my list done. It's definitely not Digimon World. It's not so they're already on the list. I care more about finishing this than I do about queuing up again. I think I've been doing this over the last couple of days, like last 2 days, and I would like to finish it. Oh, what it's actually, can I do Math Blaster? It's actually audio. That's so funny. Wait, I just realized I definitely griefed my Heimer game then, because I could have put TG on Heimer. It would have been a lot better. I just assumed that that's okay. Now I know. Got it. Okay. I've been thinking of Invokers wrong completely. Then it's only the 4 and 6 when they get extra mana, and at 8 it's the whole team. Putt goes to the museum. Yeah, I don't know about that. God, there's gotta be like an indie game or something that I really enjoy. I looked at my entire Steam library, man. I did not have anything I saw that I liked. Among Us. Probably is kind of good actually. I never finished the game though, but that didn't stop me from putting only one of these games I put did I not finish the game. I think everything else I finished the game. Well, technically I didn't finish Monster Hunter World, but I finished everything, most of every game. Vampire Survivors, I was thinking about that. It was fun, but I would not put it on this list. I should put a Math Blaster. It'd be so funny. People would look at me and what the hell? Thief never played. Yeah, the official game, that's true. Baldur's Gate 3 is definitely on that list for me. Hades, I technically didn't do more than 10 heats. Transformize? Okay, no. Oh. Fuck. I kind of like Dragon Age Origins. Oh, that's an interesting one. Before it got weird with like the sequels, I feel like Dragon Age was actually kind of good. You feel me? It wasn't Lost Age. Never played that one, so I can't put that on. Dragon Age, was that also by Larian? Anyone know? No, interesting. Dragon Age Origins is really good, like super good. Oh, it's BioWare before they turned the games turned to shit, and I don't really know why. I did really like Dark Souls. Fuck, Dark Souls 3 was a good game, but I never finished the original Dark Souls. I never finished the base game, and I never did Dark Souls 2. I never did Bloodborne, but Sekiro's my game of the year. Huh. That's a weird. Dude, Elden Ring I feel like should be here, but I just never played it that much. Which I'm sure would change. Final Fantasy 14. Nope. I don't cry when songs come on, so I know I don't like the game enough. Fable never played. Watch people play, never played. BioShock was fucking good. Actually, I didn't finish this game, but it was so good. I don't even know why I didn't finish this game. This game was awesome. Am I stupid? What's the first one? The very original BioShock did an amazing job. Like an amazing job. I don't know how it is. Sometimes you just don't finish stuff. Honestly. Like, it just happens. And like I try not to. I used to be really mad at myself for not finishing things, but I feel like I'm at the point where like I don't want to push myself to finish them. If it gets to the point where I don't like it, I just drop it. It's how I do stuff with reading. It's how I do stuff with games. I never try to force myself to like something. I'll put in a decent amount of time, but if I don't, if I just drop it because I don't feel like it or something else came up, you know, that's just it. Any chance PUBG? I've never played the game before. Did you know that? I've never played PUBG before in my life. Hollow Knight doesn't make the list. Ikaruga. Ooh. That is a old school game. I'm looking at my Steam list, by the way. That's an interesting one. I never played it on the original GameCube. Celeste never played it. Tony Hawk. Okay, if any Tony Hawks to go on here, it's Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. Just straight up, it was an amazing game. I don't remember playing it that much. My memory is really bad. But like I feel like I watched people play and it was an influential game for others, but it was not that for me. I don't like Gran Turismo. I don't like racing games. Bethesda games. I hate almost every Bethesda game. Let me double check if that. Sorry, hate is a strong word. Let me double check. So here's the Bethesda games, right? That so I would say let's go all games. Never played. Heard it was good. Never played any of these. I'll put it this way. You know, I've never played Skyrim for longer than 30 minutes in my life. I played Elder Scrolls for like an hour. Never played Fallout. Didn't play this. Heard Dishonored was fucking tight. Never played any of these games. Quake. I played Quake. Quake Live. One of the earliest Dooms I played. I never really finished it. Yeah, man. Nope. POV not make the list. Look at the list again, man. I heard Dishonored was amazing. Like really fucking good. Okay, I have one last game. I'm gonna get this. Don't worry. The Monster Rancher 2 just came into me like out of nowhere. I think actually I dropped Dragon Warrior Monsters or Golden Sun. I dropped one of those. I just don't know which. I feel like I definitely really loved those games when I was a kid, and they influenced like at least a half year of one of my childhoods. But most of these games are things that I would like play again and be like, this game was game of the year. Like every single one of these games was like at the very least game of the year for the year it came out. For me. Every single one. Fuck it. I'd even put Monster Rancher 2 there. So you're saying it's Overwatch? Bro, I actually think it's... The thing is, I didn't play much Overwatch when it came out. So I feel like it was more of a cultural phenomenon than a gaming phenomenon for me. So I wouldn't want to put it in. But if... what's this list? This is my personal top 25 games. Or like the most influential top 25 games. Really, it's like kind of a mix of the lists. Games that I really fucking enjoyed and influenced a large part of my life. In some way, shape, or form. Every game that I've invested a lot of time into has made the list. These 3 games alone are probably 15 years. TFT, League, World of Warcraft, 15 years of my life. Maybe 20, actually. Only Halo 1. I think Halo 1 was the most iconic. Halo 1 was like, the soundtrack was perfect. The game, you like, was the flood in the first game? God, finding the flood, playing with your couch co-op with your homie, that was the fucking game, bro. Yeah, Halo 1 was just so good. Kingdom Hearts soundtrack, awesome. Never played Kingdom Hearts. I didn't have a PS2. It's when my mom, when I was really young, she said you can have one console, and I asked for the GameCube. And then all of my favorite games were on the PlayStation 2, and I realized I'm a fucking dumbass. And my other favorite games were on the Xbox. The GameCube had like, oh god, man. Why did I take GameCube over PS? PS2 was the GOAT. Any early Pokemon? I mean, Pokemon Red would probably go in there, but I don't really. I'm debating if Pokemon Red goes in, I'm taking out Dragon Warrior monsters. This one is the thing on the list that I am most willing to take out. Shin Megami, I played a little bit of Shin Megami and then didn't really get. Yo. You fucker, Abe. Okay. Abe not so loud. Yo.
I had your stream open, and I was like, "What if I knock on the wall? Do you think you hear?"
I thought it was the outside. I was just like, huh? Who's getting delivery right now? I don't think I'm playing right now because I have something tomorrow,
Okay.
so I probably don't want to rush stuff. Are you playing this week?
Oh, I wanted to do Conrad for the first time. I never did.
Oh,
So I was gonna do it with you, Rennie, and
right now?
no, not like right now. Sometime this week.
I could probably be ready for that. Wow. Wow. I heard Belshazzar's this shit. Really good.
It's a good I did gate 1 and 2, and I did.
Isn't there 7 gates? Or how many gates? There's like 4. A lot of fucking gates. I heard one of them is like he turns into a pyramid, like a ball.
The cube?
Yeah.
So I did the cube like one run before the server went down for maintenance. And it was fun. It was actually fun.
Okay. Ready to my chat right now, man. God, you guys, every Lost Archer is all like part of a cult, I swear.
Yeah, I just started.
I know. That's why it's so freaky. Okay, hold on a sec. Belshazzar used to be 6. Wait, they lowered the gates? Oh, I'm in a disc. Oh, I see. Well, Final Fantasy 14. I really enjoyed the. Okay, my opinion on Final Fantasy 14 is the best current MMO on the market. If you don't like classic WoW, I could say, and I have a lot of reasons for that. But for me personally, it's not it. I did not play it when it was coming out, and I'm not invested enough in the lore to really appreciate it. I think if I play Lost Ark with a try Bard, every healer is valuable, man. If you're a healer, you're gonna get infinite parties. You're gonna be the hot girl in at school, man. Trust me, you will have no problem. So Violence' story is better than Heavensward. I'll say it's better than Shadowbringers as well. Silent Hill, I didn't play it. I'm missing 1 or 2, and I want to finish this list tonight. We put the same Noxus Cup Brom 0 LP. I did not qualify. The Scarra you're looking for is in another universe. Rainbow Six Vegas. Oh my god! I remember. I'm not even. I spent between these two shooters. I spent most of my. These are the shooters of my childhood. I'm not even fucking kidding. This was the weirdest game ever. For people that know, it was like a game that was made by the army or some shit like that. And it was like super realistic. Except for there was a lot of bullshit you could do in the game. Like super high amounts of bullshit you could do in the game. But like between the really realistic one and the Wolfenstein fucking clown thing. This was my entire childhood for FPS. It is a recruiting game. It was really fun, like super fun. And I think they discontinued it after some time. Like literally, you could submit like, I don't know, if it was like you could submit your America's Army account when you joined if you wanted to join the army. It was very weird. Like the training was like you had to do training before you played online, and the training was that's so stupid, man. GTA said never played a GTA game. Just gonna go ahead and say that. I want to put a Call of Duty here and take out Dragon Warrior Monsters. I'm trying to think which Call of Duty I thought was the best. I'm thinking it's Call of Duty 4. I'm not even kidding. I think there was one time where I thought Call of Duty was great. Like actually great. Like I'm not a big Call of Dutyer, I guess is the best way to say it. But there has got to be like, was it Modern Warfare 2? I think it was. There was one that I just felt was such a fucking good game. Like it was just so amazing. I know Maple Story Gunbound would make this list if it had longer longevity. The thing about Gunbound is not only were there cheaters in the game, but also just like for me, it didn't last very long. I think I'm taking this off. And I think it is. It's Modern Warfare 2? What was Modern Warfare 3? Is that more that's more, what year is that? Oh, Command and Conquer. Whoa. CNC Red Alert? Oh, that was, oh, this was a nostalgic. Oh my god. This is the remastered CNC. And it still kind of looks awful. Oh, Red Alert was fucking crazy. I think I played Tiberian Sun. Prince of Pressure was great. I think I have it though. Realistically, I think these, oh, actually maybe I don't want. I really like Golden Sun actually. I really love that this is here. I think they did a great job with this game. I barely remember playing it, but I remember how much fun I had when I was a kid. I really love Tales of Symphonia and FF7 are my two favorite JRPGs ever. Portal 2, just no doubt. League, WoW, TFT, no, there's literally no reason to even explain why. I think the top list here are all of the most hours I put in the games. Yes. I think Slay the Spire is actually more than Monster Hunter World. These 6 are by hours. Everything, this is like these games are just stupid. Left 4 Dead was great, but for me, I didn't play that much. Returnal was more recent. These are very recent game of the years for me, like super good. This is definitely old school in terms of games I loved growing up. This is more new. I'm down to label this in terms of stuff a little bit more chronologically, because this is a little rough here. Actually, I kind of like this. Kind of down, and I'm down for my middle one to be Golden Sun. I'm down. Either way, I think this is just great. So good. All right, this is going to Twitter real quick. Hold up. Wait, okay, I need to open the file. Hold up a sec. Yeah, so see what I've downloaded recently. Firmware, Tournament Realm, closed captioning, and a picture of Yoru. Yeah, I can't even leak anything on this. There's nothing that fucking done. People are gonna be shocked at the regs. Oh yeah. He dropped the link. It's called, I think it's topsters.com. Let me click this before you guys. Oh, it is not that. Hold up a sec. Hold up a sec. Wait, do not click that. It's topsters.org. Sorry. .com sent you somewhere weird. Okay, hold on. Let me delete this comment. I'm so sorry, guys. I apologize. You have amazing taste. I think the thing is, I have weird taste. Because if you ask the average gamer, I have never played Stardew. I've never played Skyrim. I've never played like any Bethesda game. Like Morrowind, Elder Scrolls. I played maybe an hour. There's just so many things I have never played. And it's just like, it's crazy the games I do end up finding really fun. Never played. Oh, I played Link to the Past, but all I remember about Link to the Past was me being really pissed off because like I couldn't solve it when I was a kid, and I kept that one part where you spam A on with the owl, and and then the repeat is at the top, and then you spam it so much it repeats. I remember that was like a core memory from when that shit actually was the worst. Pokemon Stadium was great. Really good game. No OG Capcom games? I mean, what are OG Capcom games? Like I'm down to look for some. Ghosts and Goblins, Captain Commando. I guess it's like the Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Street Fighter games. I probably played Final Fight, and that's it. Mega Man? No, I did play it, some Mega Man. Yeah. Mega Man was actually a decent part of my handheld childhood. Sega. I was a Sonic fan. So yes. But it's weird because it feels like to me they never captured the spirit of the Sonic games. They peaked too early with Sonic. It was such an incredible type of game so early. Like a side-scrolling, you're a hedgehog, you jump on people, and like you hate Dr. Wily. It's just so weird. Because Baldur's Gate gave me from recency bias, even if it is not a big deal. It's my personal list. And definitely, like, I haven't even finished the game, but playing it, there hasn't been a single game recently that's wowed me. Real talk, it's probably in my top 10 games of all time. Oh, Eggman with Sonic. Fuck, man. They're like the same person. They're the same fucking person, bro. Exile. I mean, Path of Exile was. Here, let me pull up my list real quick. I mean, Path of Exile is just the GOAT. It's essentially everything that Diablo 2 meant for me in the modern age. I'm not saying there's not problems with it. There is. I'm not saying I'm not sponsored by it a lot. I am. But it's different being sponsored by a game and then playing it 1,000 hours, right? Like I got sponsored by Overwatch 2. I've been sponsored by Diablo 4. I've been sponsored by a lot of different games. But there's games that I play regardless of the sponsorship, if that makes sense. Fantasy Star. Fuck, I missed one. It was gonna be Fantasy Star Online. Fuck, I knew I missed something. Oh my god. That was the reason why you got a GameCube. That was literally it. I was so jealous of people who go online because Fantasy Star Online was the fucking, it was the tits. So good. Fuck. Was it Dreamcast? Oh, it was Dreamcast. Fuck. No, there was a version for GameCube that you could go online as well. The original one was Dreamcast though. Yes, I'm pretty sure. It was like it was Fantasy Star Online episode 1 and 2. It was like a recomboed package. And there was an add-on that you can go on for like, but the thing is you have to, I think, pay for the internet for a GameCube. Like no one fucking had it. No one had it. It was not a thing. But when people who did, I was like, you're so fucking jealous, bro. Drop Han. Han meant a lot to me. Han was the game that was after WoW. I played so much WoW in my life, and finally I quit WoW when I was going to like in the end of my high school years going to college because all my friends quit WoW. I couldn't play anymore, so I was looking for games to play, and I played Han. And Han is where I first met the Kiwi Kid in them. Like it was the MOBA that made me care about playing. It's the MOBA I hit like top 100 playing Heroes of New Earth. And there were some things I fucking loved about the game. They had such a cool spin on Dota. They just sucked ass in marketing and were just fucking awful. I also never heard of anyone talking about America's Army other than make fun of it. Really? America's Army was incredible. When it first, like when it was really popular, I used to play a lot with my friends. Han, I just remember like Han used to have like, who is that person? Miss Pudding, and they had that other guy who was like a dev, and like they were fucking, that dev was like incredible. And then like she was doing like, she was essentially the oh my god, there's a girl, Nika Sor. Oh my god, Nika Sor. Holy fuck, that's a throwback. Oh my god. Yeah, Nika Sor used to be the caster. She's still around? Oh, yeah, she was X Riot. He did all the community spotlights. You were sponsored to play America's Army when it first came. Wow, you were sponsored really early. That was an old ass game. That's Twitch doing music. Oh shit. You wrote a children's book. That's cool. But yeah, I think Miss Pudding was that for Han, kind of. She has her own announcer pack. She did all the champ. I think she did all the, like she was the community lead essentially. Then she moved to Riot, and I don't know what happened. Actually, that's not true. I know what happened. I just can't tell you guys. Something happened, and then like a lot of people who came from Han to League, it didn't work out. But they were amazing, and I really wish the Han did a free to play model first, and it would have been so good. People, God, the fact that there was no turn speed in the game was so good. It felt so good to play. I would play Chipper. Oh, okay. I wasn't a Chipper player. That was cringe. I play like Wretched Hag. I play Tiny. I play Zeus. I play Engineer. So fucking cool. Engineer was very cringe though. I'll be honest. Like, if you're an Engineer player, you probably should you should probably step on Legos every morning, because I think that character has only ever been OP. But oh god. They played the scroll guy. Chipper was so OP. Chipper not only had the best audio animation ever, but he had Rumble ult like on command. And then he had like these rockets that he would shoot, and each rocket would do like 1 billion damage. Ember Warden, I quit the game before she came out, or as she came out. I'd never played her. What else was OP in Han? Oh my god, they shut the servers down. For people who don't know, Heroes of New Earth is no longer, you can no longer play. Before they shut the servers down, I went back to play a couple games. The last day, Deadwood was so fun. Deadwood was so, that's a character that was just like peak fun. Like, if you've ever wanted to play a one-shot character, it was just Deadwood. A melee one-shot character is awesome. Highlight minus, yeah, it did. I love playing Tales of PSO. PSO was so good. I didn't get very far in PSO, but it was so good. Oh, there's a character named Midas? Oh, I only knew Handom Midas. Okay, guys, it's 11:40, man. I'm done. Tomorrow, I have a collab with a VTuber collab tomorrow. I'm currently charging my VTuber phone. I found my stand. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to get it ready for the collab. The collab is, I think, at 10 p.m. I have to double check. 10 p.m. tomorrow. It's late, but I'm collaborating with people who stay up late. It was Sayu and Kason. Both people, well, one I've collabed with in the past and one I have not collabed with. We'll be playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yeah, Kason's the goat, actually. But I'm out, guys. So I hope you guys enjoy. I am gonna go find someone to raid. But what if I just open up Lost Ark? No. I should. I'm gonna go ahead and send you Nia. I think she's also doing a subathon. So I played Valorant with her recently. I was part of her VTuber Apex tournament. Give her some love, guys. I'm out.